Now again, here's Art.
Once again, here I am, and I always use this bumper music because that's how Robert Wraith got my attention the first time. He said, "Want to take a ride?" and a ride, indeed, it has been. Robert Wraith and Dr. Jonathan Reed are my guests tonight. Dr. Jonathan Reed had an encounter with an alien being and an obelisk in the woods in Washington. We have done, I think, 2 prior shows on this, and actually, the other night, Bob Killiot said to me on the phone as we were doing the show on the alien hoax thing that ran tonight, that in his opinion, this now rises to the level of the alien autopsy, and it'll probably be in his next program. So, there you are. Tonight, we're going to do, I guess we'll do a recap on the incident itself, and we'll try and keep that short. And we'll follow that up with your questions. Now, let me advise you that photographs of the story that you're about to hear are on my website. In fact, there are 2 brand new ones that just got on my website because the good doctor just sent them to me last week. These photographs show in great detail the side of the alien head, the unseen side, the other side, the unhurt side, and they also show the doctor examining the eye of the alien. Now, in World's Greatest Hoaxes, that was pretty well panned, with the exception of one call last hour, they said, you've got to know where this stuff comes from. They kept saying that in the show. In this case, we know where this stuff comes from. It comes from Dr. Reed, who's my guest. He'll be up shortly. Now, again, I want to preface what's about to happen by telling you that Dr. Reed has sent me 2 new photographs of the absolutely astounding apparent encounter that Dr. Reed had with this alien. And these new photographs are even more detailed, closer up, and more amazing. So, if you want to see the latest, they went up actually this last weekend, or at the beginning of the holiday weekend, and they are on my website now. So if you have access to a computer, or you can get to a computer, do it. And go to my website at www.artbell, that's ARTBELL.com. www.artbell.com, no capitals, just like that. artbell.com. And you will see in the new section an announcement of the 2 latest photographs received. 2 new Jonathan Reed alien photos is what you want to click on and take a look. Now, Robert Wraith introduced me to Dr. Jonathan Reed. Asked me if I wanted to take a ride and what a ride it's been. Let me bring them on. Robert, are you there?
I am here.
And you are located where?
In Seattle.
Seattle. All right. And Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Hello, Art.
Hi there.
How you doing?
I'm just fine. You are located at you're at an undisclosed location.
Under a rock.
Under a rock somewhere, huh? You are a research psychologist, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Doctor, it was brought to my attention in the last hour that you might be a research psychologist researching the public reaction to a hoax. Would you like to comment on that?
Sure. If I was doing that and I could justify spending, 2 years of my life out of commission, so to speak, that would be an interesting way to go. But that's not true.
Not true. Well, I had to ask. Since the person brought it up, I thought it was a legitimate question.
It was a good question.
Both of you, Robert Wraith and Dr. Jonathan Reed, before we encapsulate the story for the audience that might not have heard it, first of all, did you both see the hoaxes, the hoax show tonight on Fox?
Well, I saw it. Yes, I saw it.
Oh, you both saw it?
Yes.
Might I get your reactions?
Well, my reaction is I wasn't too impressed with it. It seems like debunking is becoming a cottage industry. It just seems that people are writing books about it now, and they're making money off of it, and that's what it's all about. I didn't find that
anything in there really worked for me as far as being a smoking gun at all. And the alien autopsy footage, that whole pen thing, I've never seen it.
Yep.
I've never heard about it. You know, Bob Kiviat did mention it on the show. How do I know exactly and truly what relationship it had with the actual alien autopsy that we all viewed and the one that we all know about?
That's correct. Doctor?
Yes, I found it fascinating from the standpoint that the only thing it proved to me was it's one more huge attempt of disinformation. I mean, it proves to me that the disinformation campaign has risen to such a height that Hollywood is behind it from the standpoint of it's making money for certain sources.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also creating, if nothing else, a balance. You know, on one side you have the believers and the people that bring up evidence and have stories of their own, and now you have the other side of the coin. So if nothing else, it's creating a balance. But I didn't think it caught my attention in the way I hoped it would.
All right. Great. Then you heard Robert Kiviat on my show, obviously, last week, and then got to see the program as well.
Yes. Right.
All right. Let's do this. I almost feel like a police detective asking somebody to go over a story for the millionth time, Doctor, but if there's a way to encapsulate the story into 15 or 20 minutes, I sure would love to do that.
Sure.
Because obviously there are going to be some people who have not heard this story before.
That's right.
And
book isn't out yet.
For their sake, let us tell the story and then go to the audience and see what kind of questions they have.
Great.
So
thank you for this opportunity again, Art.
You're welcome. And Robert, thank you for bringing the good doctor to me.
Oh, you're very welcome, Art.
So fire away, Doctor. What happened to you and when?
Okay. Well, this all took place in October of 1996, and it was about 60 miles east of Seattle and about 15 miles northeast of Snoqualmie Pass in the state of Washington.
Okay, that pins it down.
Okay, I had taken my dog and myself, my dog's name is Susie, on a day hike, which we had done often, and Washington State is a beautifully picturesque state to be with your dog and in the wilderness and in the natural settings. It's just a beautiful state. We had taken a day hike, gone out where I could let her run and where both of us could just take a day away from the city.
Sure.
I had parked my car and been walking for about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
So you're quite a ways in.
Yes, this is definitely a heavily forested area, dense foliage, thick tree canopy, definitely the woods, not a public park.
Okay.
And we had been walking for some time, and nothing outstanding happened other than earlier in the day we had spotted the deer. And, of course, when wildlife appears, a dog will take off and go running. And that was the case. At times, Susie would take off, like a bolt and come back 10 minutes later, all tuckered out. But, probably treeing a raccoon or a squirrel or who knows what.
Dog fun.
Right, exactly.
Yep, of course.
And Susie, being still young, she was about 7 years old, still had a lot of vim and vigor and was able to, tackle the hills and the trails without any problem. So she would, like I say, take off after almost anything. We had been walking for some time, and all of a sudden she took off, and I heard her barking up ahead on the trail. And the barking changed its tone. It got very, very serious. It was almost as if the dog was being treed instead of the dog treeing something else.
Oh.
And I got to thinking that possibly this could be a bear, because there are bear in the area of the Cascade Mountains here. And so I got a little nervous, and the barking persisted to get louder and fiercer and more fierce by the moment.
Yeah, you can tell the difference between a dog aggressively going after something which is certainly an aggressive bark and a dog in distress. That's
Absolutely.
a big difference.
And this was getting more in distress by the second. At that point, I kind of took off my pack. I had a day pack, and kind of threw it down and was walking up a gradual slope up the hill, and decided that I'd better pick up maybe a heavy branch or a stick to possibly defend off, a bear. And so I grabbed the stick, I ran up the hill, and as I crested the hill, I saw my dog involved with this creature. At that point, I didn't know what it was. All I could tell was the dog had the creature by the arm, and it was nothing I had ever witnessed before.
Can you, from memory, describe at that point from the top of the hill what it appeared to you to be, or what your first impression was?
My first impression was that it was probably a child, because it was childlike in size.
Okay.
It had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, and I was approximately 25 feet away from it at that point. And it was moving very, very fast, very rapid motion. And I think in my mind at that moment, even though it was standing in a fixed position, it was vibrating somewhat like a can of paint in a paint shaker.
No, I've seen them.
It almost created a blur, except I could see the dog was clamped on to its forearm. And either the dog was trying to get away or the creature was trying to get away.
Now, here's something I had not asked you before. While the creature was moving in the manner you described and the dog had hold of it, was the dog also moving in that manner, or did it not appear that way?
It appeared that the head of Susie, the head of my dog, was also shaking violently.
Uh-huh.
But the rest of her was pretty much in one place, trying to get footing.
Gotcha.
At that point, I don't know what took over. I looked at this. I yelled as loud as I could, "Susie, let go. Get away from that thing," thinking Susie was attacking it. And at that moment, I started to witness the dog's actual physical body starting to deteriorate, starting to almost implode. The skin and snout of her head peeling back against the back of her neck. And this was all happening in just seconds. And in between second to second, I would see this thing stop shaking with its head, the body still moving very vibrantly, and stop and look at me, staring at me, and then turn back, and again back to Susie. So at that point, I ran forward with my bat, my wooden bat, and jumped straight in front of it and clubbed it. And this all happened within about 20 to 30 seconds.
And when you clubbed it, was it still vibrating at that point?
Yes, it had turned back to me, looked once again, then turned away, back, turning its head back towards Susie.
And so you let it have it?
And I swung like I've never swung before.
Like you were going for a home run.
Absolutely.
And you obviously crushed this.
Well, as I swung, I screamed. It let out a scream, as I remember, at the same moment, and I hit the left side of the creature's head hard enough to slam it backwards and to one side about 4 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time this was happening, my dog was literally imploding into nothing. Almost evaporating.
And that was the end of Susie, huh?
Yes, it was.
That's the last time you ever saw your dog.
Yes.
Obviously, you connected well with this alien skull.
Yes.
We have photographs showing what appears to be blood coming from the skull, but that of course, was taken later.
It is blood.
It is blood.
Yes, it is.
Is it blood was it red?
It was dark dark red, very, very similar to human blood.
Okay, so now we've got dog imploded, we've got alien on the ground and apparently dead. Did you conclude? I'm sure you were in a state of shock by this time, but did you conclude you had killed this creature?
I at that moment didn't assume anything. My logic was fairly gone at that point. I was an emotional wreck. My dog was gone. I wasn't sure what had happened to Susie. I even remember standing up calling her as if maybe I had imagined that moment. But later on found next to where she was a light dusting of what looked like a white ash material.
In other words, that was all that was left of Susie.
Yes.
All right, we'll pick it up at that point when we come back. My guests are Dr. Jonathan Reed, whose story you're hearing right now, and Robert Wraith, who connected me with him. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Back now to Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Gentlemen, welcome back. And Doctor, let us continue. At this point, your dog is dead, or at least disappeared. The alien or creature is lying on the ground with a big hole in the side of its head and bleeding red, dark red blood. And what do you do?
At that point, I took a hard look at what was laying on the ground and determined that it wasn't any child. And my mind started wandering. It started thinking, what is this thing? What have I done? Where is my dog? And things became very, very disoriented. I was very, very violently sick by thinking, what had I just killed?
Yes.
Was this some other kind of human? Was this an experiment? Was this some bioengineering event? A lot of different criteria went through my mind at that time. But I was violently ill. I was also throwing up and...
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we played the tape of that earlier. It's on your videotape. Of course, we pulled the audio from it. You were violently ill. There was no question about that. Robert, you were about to say something?
Yes, also the atmosphere surrounding the whole situation was different. The air became very dense, and it was at first very hard for Jonathan to even move. The other thing was the creature let out a screech, which you could see, again, you could see the air bubbling around it as it did this.
It was almost like it was visual, like the sound became visual, almost like you see mirages of heat separating off a surface in the sun.
Right.
It became almost a visual sound, if that's hard to explain.
No, that's fine. I think I can grasp that. Time-wise, Doctor, at this point, how much time do you think passed before you began to regain your observation sense?
Well, the best that I can comprehend is about 45 minutes to an hour.
You just sat there.
I sat there, I moved over, I got up, tried to walk, and couldn't, and fell back down to my knees, and was so emotionally distraught that I was moaning and sobbing at what had happened, especially to my dog.
And that also was very apparent in the videotape that hardly anybody has seen, by the way, of course.
So soon they will.
Add that to the scream from the alien and all that, too. Took away from some of his faculties at the time.
All right. So 45 minutes passes, and you're not really observing anything. You're in a state of shock.
Right. And at that point, I started to try to pull myself together, walking away from this scene to focus on something else, anything else. And again, very, very seriously sick and very weak. And at this point, I started to hear something else, like a sound that I had never heard before, almost a harmonic type of vibration sound. And it just barely lifted on the wind. But at first I thought, maybe it's another hiker or a camper.
Right.
Maybe somebody can help me. Because at that point I knew I was so sick that I barely could stand. minute or two without falling down and sitting back down. So I tried to get some kind of vector on where the sound was coming from, but it was almost impossible. So I picked myself up and started to walk back down the trail where I had been, where I had dropped my pack, and still could not clearly hear where it was coming from, but I was grabbing straws at that point, and I ran farther back down the trail, and at that point I did not see anything. So I kind of stopped, again, got sick, turned around, started to walk back toward my pack, and at that point, through the brush, approximately maybe 150 to 250 feet away at that point, I saw something out of the ordinary. When you're in the woods, you see brush, you see trees, you see rocks, you see ground cover. But what I saw was nothing that belonged there. This was a black shape, almost a diamond shape, like a marquee diamond.
And for those who don't know, what we are about to dub the obelisk is also on my website to be viewed. You can see what the doctor is talking about right now if you get up there. Yeah, kind of like a diamond shape. I would certainly agree. I'm sitting here looking at it right now.
It was approximately 8 or 9 feet long, about 2.5 feet in height, and about 4 feet wide.
You do not believe this was a ship, do you?
No, I don't. I never thought of it as a get-on-board craft. I think it had something to do with communication between the ET and something else, and I dubbed it the obelisk.
You called it the obelisk. Somebody writes and simply asked, what is an obelisk? Why did you decide to call it that?
Well, if you look up the definition of an obelisk, it's actually between Robert and I, we coined that term to give it a name.
Sure.
But if you look at the definition of it, it's an unknown rectangular or dimensional shape, a point of reference.
Well, this sure fits that category.
So at that time, I took a good look at it. I stumbled my way closer to it, and I did hear that the sound was coming from that source. As I walked up to it, I noticed that it was not sitting on the ground. It was actually above the ground.
Hovering in the air.
Some 3 to 3.5 feet above the air.
That scale would be about right. Mm-hmm.
It was not moving. It was stationary, as if it was anchored to the air. I walked around it. I looked under it. I looked over it. It had no appendages. It had no wheels. It had no anything to hold it down.
No visible means of support.
And at that point, again, I felt I'm losing my mind. I've got to be losing my mind. This just defies everything I know about aerodynamics and about anything physical I had ever seen.
You touched it then, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I stumbled up the hill toward it as I had circled it, and it was making this harmonic, very, very soft tone, but it was irritating at that point. It was an irritating sound, and I wanted to see what the surface felt like. And I put my hand out and touched it, and it was very hard, like stone, like granite. It was black, and it was shiny, and it almost had a depth to the surface.
And it was cold.
And it was cold like dry ice. In fact, as I touched it, I burned my hand. I actually felt like I had burned it as if you touched dry ice.
Oh, that's very interesting. Did you actually, did you suffer burns that you documented at all, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
on my hand, I actually had a physical burn and scar about a little under an inch, right below my thumb on the inside of my hand.
Okay.
At that point, I pulled my hand back, as you would if you burned yourself. And this was a very rugged part of the woods. and I'm stumbling around, and as you jerk back, I lost my balance. And I actually leaned into it and put both of my forearms against it. And at that point, it changed sound. And the sound became extremely soft and pleasant. It made a different tone, almost like it had changed octaves.
At the exact moment you connected with it?
When I fell against it.
Fell against it, all right.
And then again, I actually hit it with my hand as if to move it, like to push against it, and this thing would not budge. It was as if it was 10 tons stationary on the ground, but not one part of it was touching the ground.
All right, time-wise, how much time did you spend in the area of the obelisk?
At that point, probably about 10 or 15 minutes.
At which point, I take it you returned to the area of the creature that you had hit.
I sat back down on the ground, trying to, again, keep from being dizzy and throwing up. I made my way back about another 40 feet back to where my pack was, and grabbed in my pack. I did have some water. I took some water. At that point, I walked back to where the creature was, where Susie was, at this point realizing that I had killed something, and it wasn't a child. My dog was nowhere to be found.
There were no signs of movement from the creature at all?
There were no signs of movement at all.
Okay.
And I had, at that point, totally realized that in clobbering the head of this creature, I had killed it. Now I started to think about, what am I going to do? Nobody's going to believe me.
Or maybe you're going to be charged with murder.
Exactly. And all of these things went spinning in my head, and I had already been spinning with all that had happened, and tried to get enough strength up to say to myself, what am I going to do? And at that point, I started thinking, well, nobody's going to believe this, nobody's going to see this. But I remembered that I had my cameras with me. I had a video camera with me, and I had a 35mm camera with me. And I thought...
And this was because you did a lot of hunting of animals with cameras. Is that correct?
I didn't do a lot of it, but I did some of it. I mean, our wilderness area is so pristine and so beautiful that you occasionally will run across 2 or 3 deer. I've seen raccoons. I've seen all kinds of creatures in the woods.
So that's why you had the cameras?
Yes.
All right. So you had the presence of mind to get your cameras out, and what did you take photographs of?
I started taking photographs of everything. I started at the point of where Susie had fallen, where the creature had died, taking pictures of the body, the head, the entire scene.
So there's a whole lot I have not seen yet in terms of photography. You have pictures of the alien in the woods and the area where Susie had been.
Well, a lot of the evidence and the photographic evidence that I had at that point that I had taken in the woods is gone.
Is gone.
I do not have all of it.
What happened to it?
It was either stolen or taken from me by other means.
Well, you sure had enough. I mean, what I've got here is astounding.
I had 3 rolls of film with me, 35mm film, when I was in the woods. And out of the woods scene, I don't have very much of the alien, but I do have quite a bit of the obelisk.
Okay, and I have 2 of the obelisk pictures, photographs up on my website now. People really should look at these. And by the way, there has been some, on armchair quarterbacking going on regarding the obelisk. I think somebody put one up on a website and said, see, look, it's the same one, but it actually went up on the website after your photograph, so that doesn't count.
Mm-hmm.
With regard to the alien, people have complained that all they see is the head and the arms, and they don't see. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Anyway, you packed up. You had to sort of what a heat. What do you call that? A thermal blanket?
I had a thermal blanket in my pack for safety's sake. When you hike in the woods, you never know what's going to happen. You could fall, you could break your leg, you may be there for days. So you take, some basic rations with you, and one of those is the thermal blanket. It's a very lightweight, almost a mylar-based piece of material that's reflective and totally will block the wind and will keep you alive in the case of an emergency. Well, I had that with me. At that point, I had taken every picture I could take. I had exhausted that. I thought, okay, I'll go back. Maybe I can hide this thing, this creature, to keep from animals getting at it.
Sure.
And I thought, well, if I pick up enough rocks, I could, cover it with rocks, and that would help. Well, none of the rocks in the area were loose enough to do that with. Then I thought about, well, I've got the thermal blanket. Maybe I can wrap it up in the thermal blanket, put it against the hillside, and cover it with branches. So I started to do that. I laid the thermal blanket out, and even though I didn't want to, I rolled this creature into this thermal blanket. And as I rolled it up like a burrito, and it was surprisingly light. It weighed only about 50 pounds total in weight.
Okay.
The creature was only 53 inches tall. So very light, very thin. And I rolled it up and I moved it, and I realized this thing was so light, and I started looking for a place to put it. And as I grabbed it in one arm, I grabbed my pack with the other, and I started walking down the trail to find a place to hide this thing.
You were moving back toward the direction you had originally come from.
Yes, it was time to go home.
Sure.
And again, I was feeling sick. I was feeling dehydrated. I had exhausted my water supply, and I was approximately 1.5 hours from my car. But I figured I will find a place somewhere
along the way. Sure.
So that later I can bring someone back who can help me, and I can show this thing to them.
Makes sense, sure.
Because this was something to be seen. This was something like I had never seen before.
That's obvious.
I was never a believer of UFOs or aliens or conspiracies. I was a disbeliever. But this changed my mind.
Yeah, that would do it. And so somehow you made it all the way back to your car with this creature. That's an hour and a half walking with the creature. Is that right?
That's about right. Stopping along the way to regain some strength.
All right. Hold it right there. I thought we could do this a little faster, but obviously we've got to get it all in. We're most of the way there. There is more to tell, and then we're going to let you ask questions. All right. We are intentionally now leaving some details that we gave you before out in the interest of time, and even doing that, we have not unwound the story in the time I wanted. So, Dr. Reed, here you are. Now you've got the alien finally back, or this creature, back to your automobile.
Right. I got him back in my car.
Right.
I drove home to my house. It was about an hour and 15 minutes away.
That must have been some drive.
Yes. Stopping a couple of times to regenerate myself from being sick, relieve myself.
Right.
And back in the car, home I went, pulling into my carport, to make a long story short, and looking back in the rearview mirror, seeing the what I had in the back end, which reiterated the fact that this was a reality. At that point, I got out. I went in the house. I thought about calling my girlfriend. Tried to call her. She wasn't home. Left a message. called my best friend. He wasn't home, left a message. Decided, what am I going to do with this thing? And so I eventually went back up to the car, took it out of the back of my Jeep, took it into the garage, and put it in my freezer.
In your freezer?
Yes.
Okay.
Where would you put it?
I guess if you want to preserve something that's dead, you put it in a freezer. I guess that's what I'd put.
I don't mean that sarcastically. It's just
No. It's a fair question. Really, where would you put it? It's going to deteriorate.
I didn't want to bring it in the house. I didn't want to look at it.
I hear that.
And he thought of burying it, but at that time he couldn't bring himself to do it.
You did think of burying it.
Oh, yes. I wanted to get rid of this. I didn't want to have anything to do with this.
Well, I'm not sure I'd want to have it sitting in there on top of my TV dinners and pizzas, but yeah, I guess.
And again, to make the long story short, about 3.5 days later, I went back out to the freezer, hearing a noise which I thought might have been rats or the compressor going out. And I looked around, and no, the compressor was working, and everything seemed okay. But I heard what sounded like a scratching sound coming from what I thought was behind the freezer, but then I realized, no, I don't think it's behind the freezer. And I thought, okay, well, I'll just open the lid. And all of a sudden I realized that my extraterrestrial was no longer dead or never had been. At this point it was moving and turned its head and moved its arm, and I screamed. It screamed. I slammed the lid and ran to the house.
You actually have that scream on tape, don't you?
Yes.
Would you be willing one last time for us, please? There are a number of people who would like to hear that too. Maybe play it. Can you play that for us?
Yeah, just let me get it in the machine.
Okay.
While he's doing that, it's important to note that Jonathan freaked out pretty bad when he saw that he was alive. It wasn't anything. He didn't just scream. I mean, he really lost it.
Yeah, listen to me. I'm telling you, I would be surprised to live through that if it happened to me. I think I would have a heart attack right on the spot, and I think a lot of people would. So
I do have it queued up.
Okay.
This is the sound of the freezer basically opening and the creature screaming and slamming the freezer down. This was done at a later time.
All right. Yeah. I don't know how you lived through that. God. All right. Now, so you slammed the freezer shut. I have two new photographs tonight that you sent me.
Yes.
One of the side of the alien's head that is not hurt, very detailed, very close up, better lit, and I've got a second photograph, a startling photograph, of somebody examining this creature, in fact, sort of opening the eye of the creature, and you can actually, in this photograph, see the pupil of the eye of the creature.
Exactly.
And when was that taken, under what circumstances, and whose hands are those?
Well, prior to what we took to calling the alien Freddy, Freezer Freddy.
Freezer Freddy.
I believe that it was dead. And for all purposes, it was not moving. It had a wound, 1 inch by 1.5 inch wide on the side of its head. The skull and skin flap was, flapping back and forth, exposing cranial material. At that point, I felt this thing was pretty dead.
Bashed in skull.
During the first 3 days, prior to it reanimating, which is the word you used.
I did, yes.
I got a hold of my friend, Gary, and him and I sat down and tried to put some strategy on what to do, when to do it, and how to do it.
Right.
Having this in our possession. During that process, I pulled him out of the freezer, and I did several examinations, what I call tactical examinations. One of them was done the night about 8 hours after I had brought him home, which is the video, Art, that you have seen and have.
Yes, sir, I do.
And in that video, I literally open up the thermal blanket in front of everyone's eyes, and you see the entire body.
It's true.
The arms, the legs, the head, the hands, everything. For those people out there who have said, you know, we don't see much of the body.
Right.
Well, in this, you see everything.
Right.
At that point, within the next few days, Gary and I decided we needed some help. And we set out to get people who could help us and that we could trust. Gary was a very, very dear friend. 18 years I had known this person. I could trust him, and he and I set out to find some people to help us. During this process, again, we took him out of the freezer, Freddie, not Gary, and laid him down in the garage and did a much closer examination, which in the book we call a closer look, where I reviewed and took photographs of every part of this being as much as I could.
There was a professor that was supposed to be there.
Yes.
But he was scared off. I mean, he was fascinated. He wanted to be involved with it. He didn't know exactly what it was all about, but he knew Jonathan. He was friends with Jonathan. And when the day came for him to show up, he called and just said, I can't be there.
Mm-hmm. Basically backed out without any reason, which is something that has happened many, many times, including with a publisher currently. But I back to the story where we were. The pictures that you now have are of the examination that Gary and I performed, the close-up topical examination. During that, I opened the eyes. I took close-up pictures of the eye, the eyelid, the mouth, as close as I could get in the mouth. I didn't have the kind of equipment necessary to do a fabulous interior job.
I recall you saying that you actually had to kind of prop the 35 millimeter camera up to be able to take these.
No. During these pictures, Gary actually took the picture.
Oh, I see. Okay.
They are my hands. I mean, both my hands and arms are in that picture.
That's good, because I was going to suggest I don't see how you could get that kind of a close-up.
Right. The video that was taken the first night after I brought the creature home was actually taken where I duct taped the video camera to the side of a ladder because I did not have a tripod.
Well, I'll tell you, whatever else is going on, your story is solid. I've tried a couple times here, my cute little way to trip you up, and it's not worked. So Gary was holding the camera for these very, very close-up photographs of, and you can actually see what appears to be, is that the pupil of the eye in the lower?
Yes, it is.
And you have the original Kodaks, right?
I do.
Okay.
I should tell my audience, just so they don't say, oh, gee, faked up computer photographs, wrong. I've got the original Kodak photographs. I scanned them. I sent them to Keith.
No shadow boxing here.
No shadow boxing, no.
No shadow boxing.
No, these are not, these have never been doctored or adjusted in any way, and all that information will be coming out, and that's what we're trying to do at this point, is to get that information out.
And the negatives at some time.
Right.
And the negatives, right.
Yes. We're going to make arrangements. We will talk about that with you, Art, privately.
All right.
But we will make some arrangements to detail the negatives, the positives, and the video. Now, I have been counseled by legal counsel to, at this point, not let any other evidence out because we are limited in how much we have. But I gave you my word that I would get some negatives to you.
You did, yeah.
And you and I will walk through that process.
All right.
And I would like to be part of that process.
I can understand that.
And I will at a later tape explain to you why we need to do it very carefully.
Oh, no, listen, you don't have to explain a thing to me. I am in possession of some alleged crash debris from Roswell that is still anomalous after years and years of intense study scientifically, and I've been very careful with who tested it, where it went, and when it was in and out of my hands. You must be very careful.
Well, I went through the process of taking some of this to what you would call the logical sources, some of the legitimate quote-unquote sources that will back up this kind of thing and look into it.
Right.
And at those sources, I lost a huge amount of evidence.
I can understand that.
Yes.
Now, to wrap this story up, gentlemen,
yes.
The body, people would ask, where is the body now? Where is the rest of the evidence now? And what about your friend who participated with you in all of this? Those things I think we have to cover.
Well, there were several people that helped me during this 10-day event from start to finish. Barry, one of them. Dolly was another dear close friend. Dolly is dead. I actually found Dolly dead in her house. The day when I had called her to go up and pick up a package she was holding for me with more of this information. That package was never found.
Dead of what cause, do you know?
Considered to be natural causes.
Interesting.
I had talked with her a few hours before.
Natural causes. And you were the one to find the body?
Yes, I was.
All right. And of Gary?
Gary is not around. Gary is either in hiding or has met a natural fate also. I have not seen or spoke to Gary in over 2 years.
And for that very same reason, you are on the move nearly all the time yourself.
At the end of this 10-day event, I went underground, and I literally pulled in my landing gear and found a new way to survive. I knew that there was something very serious about all this, considering what all had led up to that 10th day, and I had to find a way to survive and to eventually get my life back, and that's why I'm here.
Okay. Doctor, the body, the alien body.
On the 9th day, I went back to my house, which was where the freezer in my garage was. My house had been ransacked and torn apart. There were boards from the floor missing. There were holes in the walls. Every single thing in my house had been totally disrupted or destroyed or taken. 2 filing cabinets were gone out of my house. It had nothing to do with this. But I went to the garage. I found the door pried loose from the actual wall in the garage, sitting aside the garage. I went in. The freezer was gone. There was nothing left.
So a lot of the evidence was gone with, was it Dottie?
75% of the evidence that I had at the, let's say at the end of the 9th day, 75% is gone. What I have left is what I was able to hide away with myself. I had salted away some during this entire event.
All right. I think we're pretty well through the story now. Somebody asks my facts. I see you're going to have Jonathan Reed on again tonight. I live near the Cascade Mountains where he claims to have encountered the alien. Would you ask him tonight where in the Cascades he encountered the alien? Was it near Suquamish Pass? I'm not sure I'm getting that right. Or was...
It was 15 miles northeast of Suquamish Pass.
Gee, I almost got it right. All right. That's a pretty precise location. Did Dr. Reed take any samples of blood or body fluids and have them lab tested, get any copies of the results?
Yes, Dr. Reed did. He took them to the university where he was employed and took them to a hospital laboratory and took them and gave them to someone to examine in a very serious attempt to get some information. That blood sample and that person was never found. I never saw that person again. I could not find them, and no one had any information about that sample.
All right. Is there anyone else that you know that is still alive and not missing who had seen the alien body?
No.
What model or type of camcorder did you use?
The camcorder was a 8mm camcorder, a Nikon.
A straight 8 and a Nikon. All right. Doctor, hold on. We'll be right back. And yes, we are now opening phone lines. I've got a couple of other fax questions, and then we're going to the phone lines for Dr. Reed and Robert Wraith. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Let me continue. Once again, Dr. Reed and Robert Wraith, gentlemen, welcome back. Just a few more fax questions and off to the phones. This one says, Art, you have seen Dr. Reed's video. Could you give the listening audience an honest, straight-out opinion of it and a little more verbal description of it? Well, my opinion would be that it was a verbal description. Let's see. It was a lot of running, a lot of very hard breathing. Somebody in the middle of I guess a panic attack would be what I would describe. And some of it was steady. Most of it was running or moving. And you got to see the obelisk in the video, the alien. All of it appears roughly as in the still photographs and backs those up. So I don't know what else I can say. You've got to see the video, and I assume at some point the audience will get an opportunity to do that. Did Dr. Reed meet any hikers coming back down the trail while carrying the alien bundle?
No.
No. All right. Have you done any reverse investigation on your own or with help from friends as to any specifics of who might have ransacked your house and that sort of thing?
We could put a name to them and just call them MIBs, but they're definitely people that were looking for what we had. We believe that our phones had been tapped. We had been watched for days. And not only myself, Gary, Dolly, my girlfriend, her family, on and on.
All right. You obviously have pretty good photographic and video evidence. The person, as a matter of fact, Frank from Custer, Washington, wants to know if you would take a lie detector test.
That has already been done, which I passed.
Oh my, really? When did that occur?
That was done approximately 3 months after this event.
I'll be damned. And you passed the test, and I assume the results of that are going to be in the book. Robert?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And finally, today, what is Dr. Reed's assessment of the public's acceptance or denial of his alien interaction contact story? What do you think the public thinks, Doctor, is what they're asking, I guess.
Well, by information since we've been on your show, the response has been probably 85% positive, that they do understand that these events happen, that once in a while somebody is able to chronicle something, and that it will stand on its own.
All right, let us begin to go to the phones. First on caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
My name's Randy. I'm calling from Phoenix.
Okay, Randy.
Hi, Dr. Reed. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
One of my questions was, I have a couple questions. Was the being wearing any type of clothing or a uniform or anything like that?
Yes, it was. It had a suit which we refer to as the skin suit, which is a very tight-fitting, material-based suit, almost like spandex, black in color, gloves attached to the arms.
Okay. I haven't had access to anything, and I haven't seen pictures or anything. Compared to the alien autopsy, was there any similarities?
Not in my mind.
No, not at all?
Not at all.
Okay. My other question was, you're going to go public with this. What venue are you going to use to get this to the public? Were you going to go use the media or newspapers or?
Well, we're attempting to use every venue possible that's committed to getting a positive statement out. We're not looking to make this fear-based. This is not about fear, it's about hope. It's about the new future that all of us have to embrace. The information that I have that is in the book, when people read it, will give them a great deal more to think about than what's been said at this time.
Mm-hmm.
There are events that are taking place in and around this show, Art's show, that are only starting now to happen that are chronicled in the book. Art, you have the last chapter. There is a section in the last chapter that talks about answers that people need to know. And it's a list.
All right. In other words, answers to most frequently asked questions, that kind of deal?
Well, answers to things that are involved in our lives with extraterrestrial beings.
We talk about Mars, our moon, Egypt, the Middle East, weather control, the AIDS virus, Earth evolution, DNA, star communications, time shifting, space dimensional travel, MIBs, world economic crash, cold tech, extraterrestrial visitors, new documentation, the Earth, the Sun, the Bible, life force, and UFOs in general.
Holy smokes.
Yes.
So you get to a lot of it. All right. East of the Rockies, you are on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Hello.
Hello, Art. How are you?
I'm fine. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Lubbock, Texas.
All right.
Listening to KFYO. By the way, on the first part of your show, Art, you mentioned a call about the melanoma thing.
Yes.
There was something I saw in a documentary about a year and a half ago you might be interested in. I can't tell you the doctor. I can barely remember where the location might be, but what he was doing is he was applying chemotherapy to the melanoma and then applying a small amount of electricity through the tumor with 2 electrodes.
Okay, well, I appreciate it, but right now
that's something you might want to check on.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Reed, part of your story I'm having a real hard time believing, and I'll just be blunt, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way.
No problem.
But in the situation with the creature in the freezer,
yes.
You had mentioned how you were so distressed about maybe having killed a conscious entity, and then when you discovered that it was actually alive, I never ever heard you say on your own volition that you were mostly relieved about the fact you hadn't killed the creature. And Art, in one of his interviews, kind of hit on that subject, and you gave some sort of an explanation, which I really couldn't quite accept. Part of the reason being, when you slammed the door down, the creature quit screaming, and I don't think that would be logical. It sounded almost to me like it was produced.
Well, that's exactly how it happened. As far as having remorse that I had killed it, I think I mentioned in the previous interview that I felt relieved that it was no longer in a dead state, but I was still upset because it was named. Because now I had a creature that was half dead, and I felt guilty. Very guilty about that.
But you didn't experience any drive or desire to try to help the creature?
Oh, yes, I did. In fact, in the last interview, we went into great detail about the way I tried to communicate with him at a later time.
Yeah, you've really got to see. Tonight we just covered the basic outline of all this, and you've got to go back to the other interviews we've done.
Right.
For the details, but indeed there was a lot of that. Thank you very much for the call. And let's go to west of the Rockies. You're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith and Art Bell.
Good morning, Art, Robert, and Jonathan. This is Bob in San Diego.
Hi, Bob.
How are you doing? Dr. Reed, in the MJ-12 papers, I recall that there was something about people who had examined and touched the aliens have horrible things such as seizures, bleeding, death, and so on. Obviously, you didn't have death and all. Did you have any adverse physical reactions to that creature?
From the time that I encountered the creature until about 5 or 6 days later, I was extremely sick. Nausea, headaches, dizziness, weakness, actually dehydrated a great deal. So the only thing I can account that to is emotional stress and fatigue, and or the possibility that the alien and or the obelisk had produced something that made me sick.
And the book does detail this very clearly.
Great. John, I really appreciate it, caller. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is really good because these really are questions that I had not come up with, and they're good ones, too. Here's one by email. If you had it to do all over again, Doctor, what would you do differently?
If I had it to do all over again, I would have driven directly to the university facility, a medical facility, and given them everything I had.
Would you have still, do you think, doing it all over again, hit the alien over the head with a stick?
Well, that's a very difficult question to ask because it was emotionally driven at the time. I had no time to think. I was thinking about defending my dog. And I think under the same circumstances, I probably would attempt the same motion to get this thing away from my dog.
You know, I think I would have done the same thing. And I've sat down and I've thought about this and I've thought about it as you told this story. And there's not much I would have done differently at all. So that helps me. And plus your story has remained the same. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Reed and Robert Wraith. Hi. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, turn your radio off, please.
Yeah.
Turn it off.
Yeah.
Very important.
Okay. Yeah.
Where are you, sir?
I'm from Phoenix. This is Joe.
Hi, Joe. Do you have a question?
Yeah. Did you get a chance to get a collection of maybe the dust that I know you mentioned that the dog was turned to like kind of a dust. Did you
No, at that point I was not thinking clearly enough to be collecting anything except trying to collect myself. I'm surprised that I was able to actually get out of the woods at all.
And I'm kind of excited I got on. My brother also has a question. If I can get him really quick.
Yeah. If you can get him really quick. Sure.
Sorry, then one thing we were talking about also earlier was that all this information is not only in the book, but there is so much more that we've chronicled.
I'm sure there is. Caller, hello.
Oh, hello?
Yes, do you have a question?
Oh, yeah. When your house was ransacked, didn't any of your neighbors saw who did it?
All right, good question. Were there any witnesses to the ransacking?
Well, the house itself sat in a wooded area, and there were very large lots. Yes, I had some very close neighbors that had seen some very large vans pull up and go in and out of the house.
Would these neighbors be willing to come forward, do you think?
Well, there's a problem with that, and not everybody wants to have their name put over the air.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I know better than anybody about that. All right, here's somebody who asks by email, what happened to the obelisk? And, of course, we didn't cover that. When you left the area with the alien body, the obelisk was still there, correct?
Yes, it was still exactly in the same place that it was the entire time that I was there. The next day,
yes,
my friend Gary and I, after talking at great length, decided to go back up there and see what other evidence we could find, and possibly even try to drag it out of there, which is an incredibly stupid statement, knowing that it was not going to be moved. But we were grabbing at straws at that point. So we went back, drove all the way back up there, hiked in, and there was not one thing out of place in the entire area. There was not a stone, not a stick, not a fern. Even ferns that I had brushed just to get close to the obelisk seemed as if they were either new or somehow in perfect, pristine condition.
All right. Here's another detail. Art, thank you for very interesting shows. Please ask Dr. Reed whatever happened to his friend Gary. I'm reading the transcript of the first appearance on Coast to Coast, and I'm surprised the doctor hasn't mentioned the disappearance of his 18-year-long friend. Does Gary have any relatives who are looking for him? Was a police report filed? Is Dr. Reed actively looking for his friend? Can we, your listening audience, help find Gary?
Yes, your listening audience can help find Gary if Gary wants to be found. That's a good question. I have not heard from him nor seen of him at all. His family did not live in the area. I had spoke with his parents after this event. He has never shown up there in any way, shape, or form, nor contacted them. Art, we now have a new way of contacting us. We do have email.
Oh, you have an email address?
Yes, we do.
All right. What is it?
And that's www.drreedlink@aol.com. And that's DRREEDLINK@AOL.com. And if anyone...
Well, no, that's not that wouldn't be an email address. That would be a World Wide Web address.
I'm sorry. Let's take off the www.
So it would just be...
It is an email address.
Dr. Reed Link. That's DRREEDLINK at AOL.com.
Correct.
Is that all lowercase?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Reed Link at AOL.com. Well, you're going to get a lot of email.
That's what we're hoping.
You're hoping for it, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I want this information out. I want people to know what this is about. I want people to help me find Gary if he's available. And if he's not, I want to know that too. But the last time I saw Gary was the 9th day of the event.
What's happened to your career, Doctor?
My career is in the toilet. I am no longer able to work as I was in developmental psychology. I have no credibility as in licensing. My entire life as in credentials have been erased.
Oh, brother.
So I have literally started over from the ground up. I want my life back.
Well, I can understand that. And, Robert, I guess that's where you come in, huh?
Yes,
Trying to document all this and get the word out.
absolutely. When I met with Jonathan, it was quite an experience, let me tell you.
Did you believe this when you first heard it?
When he first started, I thought, I have a nutcase on my hands. But I gave him the chance, much like you give people the chance on your show.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, I'm going to hear this out. As the night progressed, and it was a long night, let me tell you,
I bet it was.
I became convinced. And he showed me the photographs, and he showed me some other documentation.
All right. That we have no doubt even not yet seen. All right. Gentlemen, hold on. We'll be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. In the meantime, let me bring my guests back. Gentlemen, you're both back on the air. Robert Rafe and Dr. Jonathan Reed. This is the first time that the public has really had an opportunity to ask you questions. I have no idea what's coming, so let's get to it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Robert Rafe and Dr. Jonathan Reed. Hi.
Hi, my name is Steve.
Steve, you're going to have to yell at us.
Okay.
Where are you?
I am from Oregon, the great state just below Washington.
Okay.
First off, I'd like to say I have great respect for Dr. Reed and what he's doing.
Thank you.
Whether these things are actually what happened or not, just the fact that you're going out and you're telling the story of what you know to be true is absolutely great, and I applaud you for that.
Thank you very much.
My question, or I should say questions, are concerning, one, the pictures that I am looking at on Art's website right now. The first one that I can see is the alien, and he has a green colorization, and his eye is actually somewhat open. Would you care to comment under the circumstances that you were in?
Okay, those were taken early on, prior to the last two photographs that Art put up. They were taken with a different type of film, an ectochrome-based film, which is a slide film that has a tendency to have a greenish or bluish tint to it. The latter film was taken with a negative film, which is more of a red tone-based film. As far as his eyes being open, they were always open a little bit. There was always a slit in his eyes. But the newer photographs that I put up during the examination, where I actually pulled the eyelid open, where you can see the pupil is exposed.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And my second question is about the actual expression that I see on the alien's face has seemed to change somewhat. It appears on the second one that was posted that the lips seem to be a bit flatter as opposed to the earlier one.
Okay, well, I could almost jump in on that one. There was an examination done, which is shown in detail on the tape, and obviously one part of that examination was the opening of the mouth, and that might well account for that, Doctor.
Right. Well, our skin is pliable, even though the face and skin texture of Freddie was somewhat tough, like almost like a pig skin or a hide to it. As you moved it, it would not necessarily go back in place exactly like it was prior, just like our skin.
Exactly. So that would account for the slight change. And in fact, I would be surprised if there was not a change after an examination where you literally pried the mouth open.
Right.
All right. Very good. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Wraith and Dr. Jonathan Reed. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Where are you?
I'm in Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay, you two will have to yell at us.
Okay, is that better?
That's better.
All right. My first question is, I'm just wondering what the book is going to be called when it comes out.
Well, the official name at this time of the book is Link, an Extraterrestrial Odyssey.
Okay. And my second question is, since the last show that you did, has anybody been trying to, say, stalk you or trying to find out more information about this?
Well, from one source or another, we've gotten some people that are non-believers, but that's to be expected. In fact, if I didn't get that, I would be surprised. But as far as people directly running me off the road like they had been in previous months, no. Robert experienced something.
Yes, I've been followed, and I've had some problems, but I'm still alive. I'm not dead or missing. But then again, I've been on our bell, so that may account for the fact that I'm still here.
Now, we have also salted a lot of this information around the world at this point, so that if anything does happen to me personally, or Robert, or anybody else connected with this will come out. In fact, the best source for that is Mr. Art Bell.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to know.
All right, there you are.
About the book, and people are wondering when it's going to come out.
Sure.
I have talked to some publishers, but they seem fascinated and interested, and suddenly they back off and no. Apparently, we're not going to go into names and who, when, and where exactly, but some have even, a couple have even been threatened. So they just backed off.
Oh, you mean the publishers have been threatened?
Yes.
Oh my.
This is a very controversial book. This has information that some people don't want out.
Well, that's obvious if you look at the actions that have been taken to keep it from getting out with respect to the larger portion of the evidence. What happened to that and the people who had it, to your friend, to your house, the whole thing. All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Hi.
Hi, this is John from Cleveland, Ohio.
Hi, John.
And my basic question was, this is all great. I've listened to all of your interviews with him and stuff, but basically what I'm having a problem with is if he's underground, how come they can't trace his phone calls? Because he's on with you for, hours and stuff. Is there something I'm missing here?
All right.
Well, ask it again, caller, please.
Basically, how could he spend hours on the phone talking to you and not be tracked?
Okay, my first answer would be, look, if the government wanted to track him, I presume they could do that. If it's a matter of my keeping faith, I don't, I keep my word. And
yeah, I understand that.
So otherwise, could they tap the line and find out where he is this very moment? I would presume so.
Except for the fact that where I am at this very moment, I won't be 3 hours from now.
Caller?
Yeah, but if they were, sort of if they were after him, as bad as he's saying, other people disappearing.
Well, here's the other aspect.
You would think they'd be after it.
Yeah, once this whole thing is public the way it is, I mean, pictures on the website now for how long? For a couple of months at least. There is safety in being public.
And that's exactly what we want to do.
This is the point I brought up earlier. Yeah, because I've been on our belt. The fact is, if the government wanted me right now, they could get me. They've obviously followed me. I've made that statement. Right now, it's just fear-based tactics. And you know what? I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to back down.
What would you do, caller?
I have no idea, but I'm just thinking, you know, if they
wanted him,
if they took it, you know, if they took him out, you know, in 6 months, this is all going to be forgotten. Whether there's going to be nothing to prove one way or another.
Well, that's why thank you. That's why we've got a lot of stuff on the website right now. There's already a manuscript. I assume it's in hands other than mine. It is, right?
Correct.
Thank goodness.
And there's one other point I'd like to make.
Sure.
This is a perfect time. This isn't about just me anymore. This is about everyone who's listening to my voice. It's about Art Bell. It's about people who respect Art Bell's show and the availability for people to come on, tell their story without the fear of being, threatened. This is a wonderful forum. We need more forums like this. But there's one thing that nobody knows, and I'm going to tell you now. There was a piece of hard evidence that I had in my possession that has been examined and safely stored and is now out of this country.
Oh, my.
That piece of evidence will be made available in the near future.
Would you care to say what it consists of?
Robert? Should we?
I think we could mention it, yes.
Go ahead.
We believe it's a controller device, something that links the alien to the obelisk. It's a small device with 3 symbols engraved on it,
yes.
And it has 3 needles that we believe directly punctures into the arm of the wearer. And we believe it may be some kind of contact device with the obelisk.
Holy smokes. Doctor, when and where did you recover this? This is new information, so it requires a couple of questions.
I picked that up when I rolled up the extraterrestrial in the thermal blanket. It was laying about 2 or 3 feet away from his body. At that point, I had no idea what it was. I just grabbed it, threw it in the thermal blanket.
Oh, my God. So you've got... and somehow you have managed to preserve that. You've done.
I have managed to preserve that the same way that I've managed to stay out of sight.
I had some help. I'll say this. If, as the caller says, the government could take us out and it all be forgotten, I'll tell you something. If we are taken out, it will not be forgotten. There are photographs, there's videos, there are other people, there's Art Bell, and there's this device. If something happens to us, okay, it will come out. And sooner or later, the world's going to know.
We're getting into some pretty serious territory here. You took a lie detector test. You passed it. You provided extensive photographic documentation, which, by the way, nobody has torn apart yet, and a lot of people have tried, except for some silly people that I dismiss, the usual pixel counters. And now you're telling me you've got physical evidence documented and safely stashed away in another country. This is getting more serious by the moment. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. Good evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Thank you. Fine.
Well, you answered my question. I was going to say about the government, what was the point? It's already out. I suppose they don't want any more to get out, but I think it's really kind of too late. And my second comment was I definitely believe the doctor because those are the little wrinkly guys that have been visiting me since I was 10 years old. They come to my room, and I saw them as recently as about 8 months ago, actually more like almost a year now. And I bet you a buck that there's a lot of people out there who have seen them, in sort of that half sleep, not to the extent that the doctor has at all that I know of, but I bet you there's a lot of people out there and they're just not talking.
I know that you're right. I know that there are a lot of people that have seen these.
Yeah.
And tremendous amounts of people that either are afraid to come forward because they will be called crazy,
right,
or they've been threatened.
Well, I mean, mostly you're going to be called crazy. But I didn't even, before I wasn't on the web for a long time, and I just recently got back on. I knew the minute you started talking about it, I knew exactly what it was going to look like. And that's the kind of alien that I saw.
All right. We need people like you to come forward, you know, whether it's on radio shows like this or, you know, get behind this thing.
Oh, I'm behind it.
Call some publishers and tell them to get on the ball to help us get this thing out.
Well, I sketched that one night. I had 3 encounters with 3 different things, and I sketched them. I called Art one night, and I said I was going to fax them, but I don't have a fax machine. And I sat here for months and months thinking, what fax person am I going to bring these pictures to?
Yeah, that's true. All right. Thank you very much. Guys, this is getting more and more serious by the moment. And I guess the most serious job for you now is trying to get this published, correct?
Exactly. And again, Art, the 10th chapter, the last chapter of our book, details exactly what I have been doing and where I have been and how I have kept out of harm's way with this information
You know,
the last 2 years.
if you look at the psychology, the way things are working, people have been pumped, you know, with fear for a long time. Don't say anything. They'll think this. Don't say anything. That will happen to you. This will happen to you. When you have the bunkers talking, like happened tonight on television, they used, and if this was in a court of law. We look at our law fearfully as power. People use these things as tools to terrify and manipulate individuals and keep them away from coming out with their story. And that's how it works. There are all kinds of people out there. Some of the debunkers, I'm sure, are more than likely working for other sources whose very design is to stop people like Jonathan and myself from coming out with any information.
Well, there are a couple things going around that are said to prove that this is all false. One is that apparently on a website, I think that Norio Hayakawa maintains, there was an obelisk put there, but that was put there again after your photographs were posted on my site, and I think that Norio has made a statement about that. And then there are other people who say, no, I've seen that obelisk somewhere else. Well, you know, to me, that's like saying, oh my God, look, another flying saucer photograph. That proves that flying saucers are fake. If in fact there is another obelisk picture somewhere, that goes more toward verifying things than it does toward tearing them apart.
Right. There's one other fact, too, that I just want to say. People have, you know, incredibly come forward and said a lot of information, pro and con, which is good. This is about information. This is about education. I want people to know what happened. They can choose for themselves whether to believe it or not after they see it. But before they see it, it's very difficult to make that statement.
That's true.
All I'm trying to do is get this information out, get it to the public, have some kind of preservation of my own life, get myself to where I don't have to be in fear. This has been very difficult. It has been a very difficult existence. This is no fun. And other people know that.
We don't want to ram this down anybody's throat. We want people, individuals, to make up their own mind when they see it. There are too many processes out there that create elements that lead people by the nose in one direction or the other. It's time for people to think of themselves. And a lot of your callers tonight, they're doing just that. Whether they're positive or negative, the fact is they're thinking about the story for themselves. And that, I think, is very important.
And you can debunk anything. You can, if you stand at one point and look at something in only one direction.
Oh, that's a great point.
You can tear it apart.
Well, we had the ideal example of that earlier in the evening on Fox.
Right, we did. One of the things that people keep saying is they say, well, these pictures are too clear.
I know.
People aren't satisfied. And I'll tell you something. A few years ago, I met with this gentleman that said he had evidence that the Holocaust never occurred.
I've heard of these.
Now, I wanted to slap this man, but I gave him his shot at this nonsense. But the point is that he wanted to debunk the murder of millions of people. People are out there to do this. That's what it's all about. People can come up with evidence on anything to debunk anything. And again, that Fox show tonight was a perfect example of that.
If this ET came up and bit you, Art, in the butt, you could still turn around a day later and say it didn't happen. I would never know the truth.
You're right. West of the Rockies, you are on the air with Dr. Reed and Robert Wraith. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, where are you, sir?
Hi, I'm in near Boise, Idaho.
Okay.
Hi, it's a pleasure to talk to you, Dr. Reed.
Thank you.
I think what you're doing is a great service for the United States and the world. I wanted to know if what the hands and the feet look like, and if when the alien talked to you, what did it communicate to you, if anything?
All right, let's deal with one at a time. These are good questions. The hands and the feet, Doctor.
Well, the hands and the feet of Freddie were contained in what we've called the skin suit. This was basically a one piece where the gloves and the arms were covered with a fabric similar to like a spandex material, a black material that basically defied everything I've ever seen. In the last radio show that we had, we talked about the fact that I cut it. I tried to cut it with an X-Acto knife to actually remove it.
And couldn't cut it.
And couldn't cut it.
Actually, Doctor, there's more to it. Hold on. We're at a break point. Caller, hold on. We'll bring you right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. The caller is asking about the hands and the feet, most specifically.
Okay. They were encapsulated in this fabric, this black skin suit fabric. The fingers were in 3-fingered gloves. So each hand looked like it had a big mitten on it with 3 fingers. Right. But actually, when you felt the fingers through the material, there were 5 fingers on each hand.
Right. Exactly right. And when you tried to cut into this...
When I tried to cut into the material on the surface at the neck, I made an incision about 3 or 4 inches, and within a second, it started to adhere itself together, almost like a zipper closing.
Caller?
That's incredible.
It was incredible.
Just as my own experience, I can tell you that I've seen craft up close, and it's I can see why people won't believe it.
I know.
Because it changed my life forever, and
I know.
Exactly.
I know this to be true, and I'd have to say, in honesty, that, if I didn't see it and experience it for myself... You'd
probably say baloney, huh?
I would, and the stuff that I've seen was like magic. I mean,
all right, well, I'm in a similar circumstance. I have also seen a craft. It changed my life. There's no way it cannot. I saw a craft up close and personal, a story I've told many times and I won't retell here. But once you have seen something like that for yourself, you don't have a lot of choices left in life. I mean, you have seen this. You either have to believe that our government has a lot of stuff we don't know about, which is possible, but I don't know about anti-gravity, or you have seen something from elsewhere. One of the two. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Robert Wraith and Dr. Jonathan Reed. Hi.
Good afternoon. All right, thanks for taking my call. This is Dave from Toronto.
Toronto? It can't possibly be afternoon in Toronto.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning.
Hi, Dave.
Early morning.
Quick
comment for Dr. Reed, actually. I hate to sound like a skeptic, but one point that I'm really having a problem trying to understand is when you said when you smashed this thing in the head with a baseball bat, you were not 100% sure it was not a child. You only determined it was not a child until you smashed it in the head. So what I guess I'm trying to say is isn't that something you should have been 100% sure about before you smashed it in the head?
Two things, caller. One, it was a stick or a branch the size of a baseball bat is the way I recall the doctor having said it.
Okay.
Not an actual baseball bat.
Okay, well, thanks for clearing that up. But
and then the second part was?
Shouldn't you have been 100% sure what you were smashing before you did it?
Well, I think at the moment I wasn't being completely rational. I was being extremely emotional and physical. And I had just witnessed my dog's head literally ripped from its skull. At that moment, I was kind of defending myself and or what was going on. But you're right. If I had a moment to think, is this a child, I would have probably stopped.
Oh, of course.
But at that moment, if I had of, maybe I would have been next.
Okay, and one more question. What time of evening did this happen?
It happened at 2:55 in the afternoon.
Oh, in the afternoon. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, caller. And somebody asks, what press, other than my program, have you gone to? Have you taken this evidence to any mainstream press?
We have talked with several different organizations around the world, but nothing has been picked up. There is going to be an article in an exclusive article written by Christopher Montgomery in an upcoming issue of one of the U.S.-based extraterrestrial magazines.
Oh, no kidding.
And that's due to come out next month. This is a beginning. That's why I was saying we are asking for everyone's help. I am looking for printers, publishers, agents, anyone who would like to see this information out. Give me a call.
Here's another one that people have said that I'll hit you with. I interviewed Travis Walton. They made a movie about what happened to Travis Walton, a very famous abduction case. The movie was called Fire in the Sky. And I interviewed Travis and his boss, and they all took lie detector tests with regard to the abduction case of Travis Walton. The reason I mention this is because the alien depicted in Fire in the Sky bears a remarkable resemblance to the alien in the photos on my website that you, Doctor, took. Now, people try to cite this as, well, somehow he got hold of the prop or something like that. I don't look at it that way. I tend to look at it as, well, maybe that's how they describe the alien.
Well, you know.
And if there are real aliens, and this was one, then why should we be surprised that it looks like another description?
I recently saw the film.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Fire in the Sky.
Right.
And
we saw it together.
Right. I was very curious because we had been hearing this. We heard it a couple of times in your show and said, okay, we need to see this.
Right.
What's this all about? Well, there are some similarities, but the eyes are totally different, and the head is completely different, but in the movie, they're gray. In this situation, more than likely this thing is a gray. So there's going to be similarities, yes.
All right.
But it's definitely, to me, it's not the same.
It definitely was different, but there is similarities.
Oh, yeah.
Because they both had large, oval, almond-shaped eyes. They both had grayish, pinkish skin. And they both were not from Houston.
Right. Houston Rockies, you are on the air.
Hello, my name is Peter. I'm calling from Sarasota, Florida.
Okay, Peter, you're going to have to yell at us. You're not too loud. Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith are here. What's on your mind?
Yes. Hi, Dr. Reed.
Hi.
It's an honor to talk to you.
Thank you.
It seems like the government is forcing us to want to have closure. And I don't know how I would react, but if I saw something like that, I'd want to kill it and then protect it with my life and not tell anybody about it. And I would call Peter Davenport and somehow get one big, massive press release going, you know.
Well, in effect, that's what we're doing right now.
I understand that, but you lost the alien. It's kind of like, that's awful, you know. But the thing is...
yeah, but we've got quite a bit. On top of the photographic evidence, caller, we now have an artifact, a piece of electronics or machine or whatever. How about that?
Oh, excellent, excellent. Well, you see, that's what we need to do because the government's covering up so much, and we know that they're lying, and I don't want to scare you, Dr. Reed, but I know for a fact that the government kills its own people to get its main objective out. And I don't want to see anything like that happen to you.
I'm sure Dr. Reed doesn't either.
So we have set things in motion to get this information out so that it is no longer just about me. There are going to be things happening in the very near future that will make it apparent to everyone that this, not only my story, but the story of alien existence coexisting with humans has been going on for a very long time, and there will be unrefutable facts that no one will be able to deny very, very soon.
All right.
Okay, thanks a lot, Art.
Thank you for the call and take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Wraith and Dr. Jonathan Reed. Hi.
Hello.
Where are you?
Tacoma, Washington.
Yes, sir.
Wayne.
My part of the country.
Yeah, thank you. Were there any soil samples taken from the area where the obelisk and where this event was taking place later on?
No, there was not.
No soil samples. Have you thought about going back and taking soil samples from this area?
Yes. We have contacted several sources that I refer to as an alliance of friends.
Yeah, I know the country. I do a lot of hiking in the area. I've lived here for many years. I know somewhat of the area that you were in, if your description of the area is correct. But it's very rugged terrain. I think this is a very good idea, though, that soil samples would be taken.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's keep moving on. There is one question somebody sent by email, and apparently people don't hear the whole show. I need to know if the photos on the website are scans of the originals. The answer is yes. I have the originals, and I scanned them myself. So I have the original 35 millimeter photograph. Somewhere there's a studio cam picture of my holding the 35 millimeter photographs up. I don't know where that is. Keith has it. We'll get it up again when we can. First time caller line, you're on the air with Robert Wraith and Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Where are you?
Art, greetings from the west coast of Canada.
All right.
It's Jim from Vancouver.
Yes, sir.
A question would be, has Dr. Reed attempted to get any of the previous U.S. administration involved in this case?
Yes, Dr. Reed has. And again, in the book, it chronicles this to a great degree. And it also explains that I got dead end after dead end after dead end.
Then why have so many previous administrations expressed such great interest in getting to the bottom of it if they're not willing to see what's in their face?
That's a good question.
Well, being a Canadian, I have really no opinion. I just thought it would be a good question to raise.
It is a great question, and my answer to it is all of us need to know this. All of us need to see what is going on, not just people in the United States of America, but the people of the world. This is happening everywhere. This is not just happening in one country. I have talked with probably 20 or 30 people in the last 2 years that there have been events similar to this happen to them or to friends of theirs all over the world.
Our politicians tell us a lot of things. And we all know politicians. They can tell you that they want to get to the bottom of something, that they're really interested in it, this and that and whatnot. But most of the time...
You're not saying they'd lie.
No, but I will tell you
Got a nice little smoke screen.
I will tell you one thing.
Do you have two-faced politicians down there, too?
Yeah, we share them.
3 and 4 face.
Yeah.
One thing for sure, I did not have sexual relations with this alien.
You didn't?
No.
That's on your side right away, though.
Okay.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Hi.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Okay, where are you?
I'm in Silver Spring, Maryland.
All right.
My name is Felix. I wanted to just sort of commend Dr. Reed for his bravery, and I wish him best of luck as far as getting his life back. One comment I wanted to make was that I've heard the term government thrown out a lot, tonight, and I think people need to take a really hard look at what the word government really means. And there is a book, you've had a guest on the show before, David Icke, CKE. He's got a book out, right? Truth Shall Set You Free.
That's right.
And it's really a book I think every thinking person ought to read and just think about it for themselves.
I agree.
Because it's a very detailed book, and it pieces a lot of things together. And I don't want to tell anyone what to believe, but I say read the book.
All right.
Exactly. Think about it.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you very much, and take care.
All right.
I want to give out your email address again because somebody sent me a message and said, no, it's too long. It's not a valid AOL address. It is too. I tried it. It's drreed, R-E-E-D, link, L-I-N-K, at AOL.com. That's Dr. Reed Link at AOL.com.
Correct.
And it does work.
One thing I wanted to say is in regard to government, I'm not saying that it's the entire government. I'm saying that it's a sub-government.
A lot of people say that. And I believe there may well be a hand behind the hand, which is what you're saying, essentially.
Yes.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Ray. Hi.
Hi, gentlemen. Hi, Art. It's Mark McCandlish. How are you?
Mark McCandlish.
Yes, sir.
Author of, illustrator of the one incredible sighting that I had. Actually, I had two, but the most incredible sighting. And, Mark, would you please tell the audience that we worked a long time on that, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We went through all the different angles that you saw this thing at, how high you thought it was, what the various angles of the vehicle were,
terrain,
what the lighting was, terrain, light sources, everything, and spent a lot of time trying to figure out exactly how big it was, and I'm not sure we ever actually came to a specific conclusion about that, but...
Well, we did. I mean, in the sense that you hit it right on the head in your photograph illustration. I really appreciate it.
Well, actually, that's part of why I'm calling. I wondered if these two gentlemen, because they did lose a lot of information, had any need for composite illustrations of some of the events that took place during these 9 days of terror, so to speak, that they went through.
That's a wonderful, wonderful idea. This gentleman, this is a Mark McCandlish illustrates aeronautical things, and would be able to illustrate anything that you feel you need to get probably in your book or whatever that is now lost.
Okay, I think that's a very good idea, and we definitely would like to talk to you more.
Good. Well, then, I suppose I can set up some line of communication through Art.
No, why don't you just email them directly?
Right.
Okay. I can give them a phone number.
All right, Dr. Reed Link at AOL.com.
Yes, I have a tape running, so so I got the information. I did have one question, though, and that was I wasn't sure because I didn't hear the previous broadcast, the previous story. Was there some point at which the creature in the freezer was actually determined to be dead? I know that it had been screaming and so forth, but was there a time when it was actually believed to be dead?
It's really a good question. Actually, it was believed to be dead when he put it in there the first time.
Right.
But after opening the freezer and screaming, I don't know about after that.
Well, I thought I heard him say that they took it out and did a closer examination with video and cameras, and I wondered if at that point it was thought to be dead.
No, that was prior to it showing me that it was still alive.
Okay. One other question I did have for you was, because I'm a dog owner and I have great sympathy for your loss as far as your dog was concerned, one of the things that I didn't hear you mention, which made me kind of wonder, was at the point at which you determined that the dog was being physically harmed by this entity, you didn't mention anything about the dog making any noise or shrieking or crying out or anything. You said that you ran up and you hit this thing. And so I kind of wondered if that was just something that you overlooked or you didn't mention.
Well, no, he did mention he was hearing that noise well before he arrived on the scene.
Yeah, he said he was hearing the dog in terrible distress.
I thought mostly that he had said that it was barking more angrily or something.
During the actual physical tearing apart of the animal, there was a sound that no one should ever hear.
Yeah, I can sympathize.
From the dog or from...
From the dog.
Oh, okay. Now I understand.
Such dying agony, there was no question what was, the dog was in terrible pain.
Sure. Well, given similar circumstances, I think I probably would have done the same thing that you did, but I'm wondering if this artifact that you have may actually be the weapon, for lack of a better term, that caused this to happen to your dog?
That's a great question because we've that as well.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very possibility.
Well, I look forward to dealing with you.
All right, Mark.
Thank you.
Send us an email. Thank you. Dr. Reed and Robert, hold on. We'll be right back and do one more hour of caller questions about all of this. Wanted to get the audience, give the audience an opportunity to ask anything they wanted. Again, if you would like to email Dr. Reed, it's drreed, that's D-R-R-E-E-D, link, L-I-N-K, at AOL.com. Dr. Reed link at AOL.com. All right, a couple of things I would like to clear up, and then we'll move on. Somebody writes, Greg writes, how is it that the doctor just happened to record the scream of the alien when opening the freezer? Why was he carrying a tape recorder turned on when opening the freezer?
That was not the first time that I had gone out to the freezer. This was much later when I made that recording.
Oh, I see. All right. That answers that. We asked you what kind of cameras you had, and some people thought they heard you say you had a Nikon, was it Nikon?
Yes.
A Nikon camcorder, and you didn't say that. You said you had an 8mm camcorder?
It's an 8mm, straight 8, but it is made by Nikon.
It is?
Yes, it is.
A lot of people have said they weren't aware that Nikon ever made that.
It's an older machine.
A straight 8, not the...
Not the high 8.
High 8, right.
And the 35mm camera was an older Nikon camera.
Okay, good enough. Cleared that up.
Great optics.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, pictures are good. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Reed and Robert Rafe. Hi.
Yeah, hi, this is John in Houston.
Hi, John.
Yeah, I heard the first interview that they had with you, and if I can remember correctly, you didn't get followed around and your house didn't get ransacked until after you had major calls to the UFO people. Do you think there's any connection with that, or how do you believe that they even found out?
Yeah, that's a pretty good question.
Okay. It's a great question. Number one, if you've noticed in any of our interviews, we're not putting anyone down nor mentioning any specific groups directly because of litigation reasons, because of lawsuits. But not all of the quote-unquote legitimate UFO agencies are positive for the betterment of all us people.
I can imagine that.
Some of them, I believe, are sub-government controlled and or sponsored. I do believe that after we started making our inquiries, that's when these things started happening. And that's exactly right.
Also, do you believe if your dog had not been with you that day, how do you believe there would have been a different turnabout as far as would it have been a friendly encounter?
Of course, that calls for speculation, but it is an interesting question. Had your dog not been with you, Doctor?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
and obviously, all I am recording is what happened.
Not what might have happened, yeah.
Maybe it would have heard me coming, and I would have never seen it.
Maybe you wouldn't be here talking to us right now. Maybe a lot of things.
That's right.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Robert Rafe and Dr. Jonathan Reed. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hi. Yeah, my name is Stan. I'm from Fresno, California.
Yes, sir.
First-time caller and first-time on national radio, so I'm kind of excited about that.
All right.
I really enjoy your program, Mr. Bill.
Thank you.
I would like to basically respond to the lady. I would love to correspond with her about the lady who saw when they came in her room, in her bedroom, I guess, at night. They were visiting her, she said. I had an experience basically of the same exact thing she did. They were like a grayish white. I was in bed one night and I woke up. I looked up and I saw what I could swear was a man, but I could swear it was me. I didn't believe it or not. And there was 5 of these things. They had large eyes. They were grayish white, and I lifted up, sat up in bed, and one of them pointed towards me.
Have you seen the photographs on the website, sir?
No, I don't have a computer.
Oh, okay.
The minute I sat up, one of them pointed at me. There was about 5 of them, and it just like it knocked me out.
Well, listen, I appreciate your report, but we're trying to hold it open for questions for Dr. Reed.
Sure, but I just wanted to report that, that I did agree with the lady on the program that called in. I had the same experience.
Okay.
People,
Dr. Reed, I think you've done a wonderful job, and I appreciate you sharing this with the people.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the call.
You know, Art, if people want to, like, go to your website or they, want to see the pictures or whatnot, most libraries now have computers. You can always go down to a local library.
That's right.
Sign up.
And they can also get your After Dark.
After Dark newsletter. That lags a little bit, but believe me, the photographs are going in there. I think we've already got one issue out with it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Robert Wraith and Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Hi, this is Scarlett from Eagle Point, Oregon.
Hello there.
Hi, I have a couple of questions about the alien and then one about the lie detector test.
All right.
To tell whether a human being is dead or alive, you check for pulse and respirations, and I wondered if once you struck the alien in the woods and you got your wits about you, if you checked for pulse and respirations, and did you check when you did the examination? That's my first question.
Yes, I did.
What did you get?
As far as I could tell, there was no breathing recognized and no pulse that I could find. Now, again, I was feeling through this material, the skin suit. But as far as the alien breathing that I could notice, I saw no sign of life.
Okay. Did you notice any sign of gender, whether it was male or female? You've been calling it Freddie.
Yes, we affectionately call it Freddie just because of something that my friend Gary recognized. And it explains that in the book in great detail. But in examining Freddie, I could find no sign of female or male genitalia at all.
Well, what did your friend find?
Well, he didn't find anything either. It was just a name that we coined to call him.
Okay. And I wanted to ask about the hair. In the photo on the Internet, it almost looked like the alien has a mohawk, but it doesn't look quite like hair. Was there hair down the center of the...
Yeah, that's a good question. What do we see back there?
No, there is no hair on the body at all that I could find. As far as the photographs that Art recently put up on the web, all it is skin, wrinkles, some folds, some basically veins. Other than that, the skin was very much like a pig skin or a leathery material, very old in texture and feel.
Did it feel rubbery-like, or did it feel like human skin?
It was much denser than the skin on our face, much more leathery is the best word I can use.
Okay. And then I have a question about the lie detector test.
Yes.
I wondered where you had the test taken, who took the test, and how that came about.
I had that done through people that I have called the Alliance of Source, and it was done through a university criminology department, and I set that up myself.
All right. Will that be in the book?
Eventually.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm anxious. Do you happen to know if and when the film will be released for us to purchase and where we can get it?
Of course, she's referring to the video that I have.
Again, as soon as possible. Now, I will say one thing. In upcoming months, there are people currently working on bringing this information out to the public, and I think we are actually going to do some presentations. God help us.
All right, very good. I'll look forward to that. So it would be a matter of, you think, months?
Within the next few months.
Next few months, all right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Hi. Hello there.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Okay, you have me, right?
I have you, yes.
My name is Tom.
Tom, where are you?
Poughkeepsie, New York.
Poughkeepsie, all right?
Familiar with Poughkeepsie?
Yes, I am.
Well, you answered some of the questions I had here about the vital signs.
Vital signs.
Yes. Did he take measurements?
Yes, I did.
We do, autopsies and...
All right. As you were examining this creature, what were you able to determine in the way of vital signs, if any?
As far as I was concerned, there were no vital signs.
No vital signs.
And as far as measurements go, I did measure him from head to toe. It was 53 inches. And I did weigh him, and it was 51 pounds.
Okay, Robert, I take it you've got all this in the book, right?
Yes, it is.
All right, good. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Hi.
Hi, my name's Mike. I'm from Salem, Oregon.
Hi, Mike.
And I'm just kind of curious. Now, when he hit the dog, or when the dog was getting attacked by this creature, now, how is it that you were able to strike him with the stick without him getting you too?
Well, I think it might have been just luck.
Luck?
Luck.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious about that because did he use some kind of a weapon on the dog?
I don't know for sure.
You don't know for
He
sure?
described what was happening to the dog. Now,
What happened to the dog was literally it imploded into itself. As incredible as that sounds, as if you could open a drain in the side of the dog and the body literally circularly went into that hole until there was nothing left.
Wow. Hey Art.
Yes.
Like last week when Ed Danes was on the show, I know this is totally off the subject, but it was kind of important to me. There was a basketball game on KEX and they didn't play the first part of the show, so I missed it. And he did the Nostradamus thing, the 7th month of 99.
yes.
What was that he said that was coming from the sky? King of Fear.
All right. What I recommend to you is, I can't take the time right now. I'm sorry. You'll have to go back and listen to the archive, which is on the web, and that'll fill in the blanks for you. It would take too much time right now. I have another guest on. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Reed and Robert Wraith. Hi. Hello. Hello.
Mary from Buffalo, New York.
Hello, Mary.
Hi. I have 3 revelations, very short. Number 1, the description of it appearing like a gray. Perhaps it is like us humans here, like we have all different races. So them being slightly different, some I've heard 5 fingers, some I've heard 3 fingers or 4. So they are like us, like they have different races on the planet.
Entirely possible.
Very
Number
possible.
2, the obelisk, I thought of it as being a teleportation device from another dimension.
Exactly.
Really? Okay,
I think
great.
you're closer to it than
Great. Okay.
A lot of people early on thought it was a ship, and I think we don't think it's a ship.
No, we don't.
All right, number 3, having no genitals, perhaps they are cloned. They don't have sex like we procreate. They are cloned.
That's a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, and have a good day. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Hi.
Hi. My name's George from San Angelo, Texas.
Yes, George.
And the question I would have, other than it screaming at one time, did the creature communicate anything, either verbally or telepathically to you at any time you were trying to communicate with it?
Yes, it did. At a later time, and again, it's chronicled in the book, I made an attempt to go to the garage, go to the freezer, open the door of the freezer where no sound was made, but it was moving. It actually got out of the freezer by itself, sat in front of the freezer, and took some water from a bowl with its fingers up to its mouth.
Wow.
Was it a verbal communication or telepathic?
Well, I don't think there was no words communicated, but there was a scream communicated and a second scream attempted when I put my hands to my ears, because the scream was not a typical scream. It was a shriek that would throw you against the wall practically. And when the second time that started to happen, I threw my hands over my ears and yelled, "No!" And it didn't make a sound.
Did you get any distinct impression or like a feeling of sorts? Maybe it was, of something that may have been said or a feeling that you had?
Well, I had a lot of feelings, and there were a lot of mixed emotions dealing with this thing.
In other words, like something maybe it was directing to you, trying to give you an impression about something?
Possibly.
Okay, and then, by the way, Art, it's very good to have you back, and thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much for the call.
Good question.
Yeah, they were. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Dr. Reed.
Where are you, sir?
Well, I'm stationed at Fort Irwin, California.
All right.
which is right across the way from you, Art. But right now I'm up in Castle Rock, Colorado.
Okay.
Dr. Reed.
Yes.
Did you ever get any fluid samples from Freddie, like a blood or excrement or anything like that?
Yes, we did, and as I explained earlier, I did take that into a medical facility and was told within a day that they had never received it, and they had no idea what I was talking about.
Do you yourself know, by chance, could you compare it to like our blood or, human blood?
The material that I took was cranial fluid, which is a combination of, if it was a human, it's a combination of water, and also blood. And that's what it looked like to me. Now, the color was a little bit lighter than the color of human blood, a little bit more transparent, but it's very similar. So I believe that it had an oxygen-based blood.
Okay. Well, I guess that about does it for me.
All right, caller. Thank you very much. Somebody writes, I have thoroughly enjoyed all the broadcasts with Dr. Reed and Robert Reid. However, I have a problem with them calling the objects pictured on your site an obelisk. The obelisk is a well-known geometric structure, the most well-known probably being the Washington Monument. That's an obelisk. I would think you'd more correctly call it a tetrahedron. And that probably is true, but it's just a name that you gave it, isn't it?
Correct.
In other words, it is not a scientific conclusion. It's the way you decided to call it.
It was better than calling it a pinto.
Yes, that's right.
The name obelisk also gives you a feeling.
Yeah,
That's why it's called obelisk.
Yeah. All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Race. Hi.
Hi, this is Ken. I'm calling from Vancouver, listening on C5.
Yes, sir.
A couple of nights ago, you had Dames on.
Yep.
Who remote viewed the pictures and said they were hoaxes.
Yes, I wonder, Dr. Reed, if you happen to hear that.
Yes, I did, through another source.
And he talked about a black box and that he saw this picture being taken in a black box with black background.
Yes, that's what I was told. The only thing I have to say to that is the negatives will stand on their own.
That's true.
And no matter what anybody says, I know what I saw and I know what I photographed. And it's all there. And I don't want to throw any mud at anyone.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
here to
good
do
enough.
that.
Good enough. Yes.
Art?
Yes.
Ed Dames claims to be always 100% accurate. Could this be his first on-air mistake?
Well, I don't know. It depends, caller, obviously, on what you believe. But I'll say this much. If we're given an opportunity to examine the negatives, I think we can conclusively decide, at least the people who do that kind of work can, whether we have the genuine thing on our hands. At least we're going to have the opportunity to examine them, and we've got Dr. Reed. And I really appreciate your coming on the air and just sort of facing the public raw.
Thank you, Art.
All right, here we go. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. First-time callers, area 702-727-1222.
California?
Okay, Larry, I'm going to have to bleep that out. The only thing we don't allow on the show, basically, is using your last name. So give us your first name only.
Okay.
You are?
This is Larry from Prunedale, California.
That's the way to do it. All right.
I have a couple of questions, one for Mr. Race and a couple for Dr. Reed. Mr. Race, what was your prior relationship with Dr. Reed, and what do you do for a living?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I'm mainly just doing this. I'm writing, working with other people, and I want to be working on some other cases involving other things. As far as prior, I didn't know Jonathan prior to any of this. He called me. He contacted me.
Why? Why did he contact you?
Some individuals from, as he calls them, the Alliance, referred to me because I can write and because I am willing to give people a shot.
And Robert was an unknown target.
Okay. Dr. Reed, I do have one additional question. Yes. I was very curious that you had this being out sitting before you taking fluids then how did he get back into the freezer and you lock him up again?
I actually sat there and watched him crawl back in the freezer on his own.
Good Lord.
Now, this was a very labored being at this point. This was no longer a fast vibrating, you know, stimulating type being. This was very labored, very in distress.
Wouldn't you have tried to maybe assist him at this point and maybe warm him up or give him some other sustenance or something?
Well, I did try. I did make attempts. And again, those are chronicled in the book. But it seemed to like where it was at. I have a feeling that the cold had something to do with that.
I see. That's really something. I hadn't heard that before. All right. Caller, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right. Take care. Here's somebody from El Paso, Texas, sending email to me. Would you please ask Dr. Reed if he's even speculated as to what the alien was doing in the woods in the first place?
Actually, I've done a lot of thinking about it, but again, it would be total speculation because I have no clue. There was no signs of any tools or digging or sampling of anything. I thought about vegetation or plants or anything, but the only thing I found was one small piece of hardware, which again, I had in my possession, and it has been stowed away out of the country, no longer in my hands.
All right. Very good. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Well, say it again.
This is Barry from Kansas City.
Hello, Barry.
I was wondering if Dr. Reed had encountered any distinctive odors while in the proximity of this alien.
Oh, good question.
Yes, in fact, we talked about that on the last program. People always ask, what did I smell? You know, what did it smell like? It smelled to me, while I was examining it very closely, I mean, I was close enough to be within a foot of the wound. It smelled like rotting fruit. That's the best description I can give.
Okay, thanks for taking my call.
That's it, huh?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, and take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith.
Hello, this is Jerry in Santa Rosa.
Oh, Jerry, you're going to have to yell at us.
Okay, is that a little better?
That's better.
I've got two questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
First, I was wondering, you know, you had mentioned, the doctor had mentioned earlier that he had his friend Gary, I believe his name was, his parents. He was still in touch with his parents. And this would also relate to his girlfriend or the 18-year-old, whoever was involved. There must be some other people that are wondering about their disappearance, so there should probably be a missing persons report filed with the police department, wouldn't there?
There have been.
Okay. Are you going to include copies of that or anything in your book?
No, I'm not, because these people are innocent bystanders that are left. And my life and my significant other's life were totally torn apart because of this event. I mean, I lost my relationship because of this event. I lost my best friend because of this event. And I am not going to throw their names into the hat to again be torn apart.
You know, I kind of wish I was your friend because I'd throw my name in. That's what I would do for a true friend of mine. Second question I had was, why do you, if you fear this whole incident, you know, I did hear the first airing that you had on this, and you said that you spent a lot of time dodging people that were out after you, and you spent much time in fear, intense fear, in fact, you had said. Why now do you want to write a book about this? I mean, wouldn't you just want to get away from it?
Well, I've tried to get away from it for 2 years, and I've learned a lot of things in those 2 years that I never knew before. And I think a lot of those things that I've experienced and that I've learned, other people would like to know also.
Yeah, there's no question about that. There will inevitably be people who will accuse you of financial motivations. And I suppose there are some. In other words, you don't have much of a life now otherwise, do you?
That's exactly right. And I have a right to earn a living too, as Bob Kvyat does, as Robert Wraith does, as Art Bell does.
Right. Right. No, you're exactly correct. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Hello.
Hello.
Where are you?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay.
My name is Ray.
Yes, Ray.
I had a quick question. He said that Gary disappeared, Mr. Reed.
Yes.
And your other friend Dolly had passed away.
Yes.
My question was, has anything happened to your immediate family or strange things, maybe MIBs or just strange things happening to them or other family members,
Well,
aunts, uncles?
Actually, there have been several different incidents, but nothing with any deaths or missing people other than the two I mentioned.
And also in your first interview,
Yes.
You said the alien shake. Was it a fast shake? Or, I mean, like it was like you couldn't even see it, or
We're shaking as if the same visual shaking as a paint can in a paint shaker, where you almost can't see it, but yet you can see the outline of it.
More of a vibration than a shake almost.
do you think the shaking was is the cause of? You think it was like some type of warp or trance in some type of deal where it made your dog do this?
I actually don't have a clue to that. Because it never did it again.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. A lot of people are concerned about your being they're surprised that you were able to strike the alien. After its movement, it's in the middle of an encounter with a dog, and here you were able to walk up to it and hit it. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, the only thing I can say, and people tend to forget that in describing the story, which is in great detail, we've done again, it takes a long time to set the scene so people can understand what happened. But in truth, the whole event took place in 15 to 20 seconds.
Right.
From seeing the being with my dog, destroying the dog, and lunging forward and striking it.
You're right. People get it out of perspective. They listen to it over a period of hours, and I guess you tend to think, God, the guy had lots of time to think. Well, he didn't. 15 to 20 seconds for the whole thing from the time he came over the hill.
Exactly.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Dr. Reed and Robert Wraith. Hi.
Yes, hello. My name's Frank. I'm calling from Niagara Falls, New York.
Hello, Frank.
How you doing?
Fine.
One question. I seem to notice the story remains fairly consistent between the interviews. The only question that I had was concerning the visit to his house. His house was ransacked and the evidence was taken. The first time he mentioned that he drove by and actually saw the vans and people carrying stuff. This time he said that it was the neighbors that had saw it. He didn't say that he had directly witnessed it. I wonder if he could comment on that.
Okay, doctor.
That was in reference to the question that was asked whether the neighbors had seen anything. And yes, they had seen the vans also.
Did you see them yourself?
Yes, I did. I drove right by them.
How many of them were there?
3.
3? And roughly how many individuals?
What I saw was probably between maybe 4 and 6 at the most, but I was driving by at a pretty good clip.
I can understand that. Were they dressed in any sort of manner? Did they have suits on or?
No, basically like moving men.
Okay.
Oh, really? Like moving men. That's very interesting. All right, caller.
Like a jumpsuit.
Yeah, I've got you. All right, caller. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Hi.
Good evening, Art. Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Hello.
This is Elizabeth from KNYE Peninsula, Alaska.
Beautiful part of the country.
I'm sorry?
It's a beautiful part of the country.
Yes, and we have about 6 feet of snow on the ground right now. And another storm came through last night, so I have to dig out before I get to go anywhere. My question is, I was wondering, I've heard about, you're concerned as far as the government is obviously getting into your business here. Have you tried contacting any of the, say, congressmen or officials who are interested in exposing this and have had difficulty on their own doing so, such as Whitley Strieber is mentioned in his books?
Well, politics is a very different type of bedfellow. Everybody seems to have an agenda of their own.
And again, in the book, we do talk about different sources that we went through and did talk to. But basically, what would happen is we would not get the time of day.
Even from the ones who have expressed interest previously?
We may not have hit on those at that time.
Okay, well, that was my question.
Thank you.
Thank
There you go. You've got your answer. Thank you very much.
Jonathan didn't have a list of interested congressmen.
I wish I would have.
When he was going out and talking to these people, and even those that are interested, there's still, there's a gray area there.
Sure. No, I can easily understand that. First time caller line, you're on the air with Robert Wraith and Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Yes, good evening. This is Frank calling from New York City.
Hi, Frank.
Hi. My question is, I want to know, do you have any idea possibly what the government, or whoever these people are that retrieved, who took the beam from your premises, what they may be doing or storing?
Well, first of all, I don't know that, in fact, they did take him. I know that when I returned to my house, that the freezer and Freddie were gone. Now, I can't prove that they did it. I never saw them carry the freezer, to their van. But all I know is what I saw when I drove by and what I saw when I went back. Do I know what they're doing with him? I don't know that they still have him, but I also don't know that they don't. But I do know that there is a lot of material out in this world that people don't want you to know about. And that pretty soon, a lot of it's going to be coming out.
And my other question, do you think it's one particular organization holding this material, or is it many organizations, do you think, holding these different materials?
By what I have determined, I think it's a joint program of many, many different sources worldwide.
Thank you very much.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for the call. Time is short, I'm afraid. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith.
Dr. Reed?
Yes.
I would like to know a little about your background, where you went to school, and what kind of degrees you have.
Well, at this time, all that information is in the book, but we're also trying to protect other family members. And that information, like I said, is portrayed in the book to give you the answers you need.
So you've been published, and you've written papers and that sort of thing?
Yes, I have.
How long did you go to school, approximately?
7 years. Now you're talking about college?
Yes, well, I'm sorry, but I have to vote a vote of skepticism.
That's fine.
Yeah, your story sounds real good, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the call. And that really is fine. There are a lot of people, obviously, who are going to be skeptical. And perhaps that is as it should be. In other words, had I not experienced seeing a craft close up, I would be skeptical of many reports of, craft that have been seen that were as close as mine. I'd be skeptical. It's a healthy thing to be skeptical. Is there anything that either one of you wanted to get out tonight, Robert, that we haven't managed to get out?
Well, let's see.
DRREEDLINK@AOL.com. You guys are going to have a lot of fun answering a lot of email.
Oh, yeah. It's the San Diego UFO Society.
Right.
And their phone number is 1-619
Right.
299
Right.
9157.
What part have they played in this?
They've been a clearinghouse for a lot of our sources to try to get this information out.
Okay. That's the San Diego UFO Society at area code 619-299-9157. When did you go to them, Doctor?
We went to them through another source, and that source is Chris Fine, who has helped us direct getting some of this information out. That's a source in San Diego.
I see.
Their mailing address is P.O. Box 34351, San Diego, California, 92103.
92103. You better do that again. The San Diego UFO Society.
P.O. Box?
P.O. Box.
34351. 351
Right.
San Diego, California, 92103.
And what would they, if somebody were to write to them, what would one expect?
Well, they can write about inquiries. They can write about help us getting this information out. I'm willing to talk to literary agents and/or publishers and/or printers to get this out.
Well, you'll get plenty of that now.
There's a lot of information here. This isn't about just the photographs. This is about getting the information out, letting people decide for themselves, by reading the story, by listening to you, Art, who have given us a wonderful forum to get some of this information out.
Well, I felt that it was important to have you two on one last time to face the audience and answer the tough questions, and so that's what we have done.
Thank you, Art.
And thank you, Art, very much. And we certainly appreciate your audience.
Good night, and to both of you, be safe.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you, too. And so there you have it, folks. That's it. You've just heard the story again, and you've heard kind of a grilling of Dr. Reed throughout the night, and I don't know what else I can do. That's what a forum like this should do. And so I thought one more night, mainly with phone calls, was in order, and I think it was. So as usual, I leave it to you. Look at the photographs. They're on my website at www.artbell.com. Send email to Dr. Reed. Consider the story and make up your own mind. You're adults. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Good night.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and or good morning wherever you may be across this great land of ours. From the Rock, Guam in the west, eastward to the Caribbean and U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north all the way to the pole and worldwide on Yield Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Great to be with you. I have so much to do tonight. I don't know if I can do it all, but first I know I can welcome a new affiliate. How about KFXI FM, Lawton, Oklahoma. 100,000 watts, 92.1. I imagine from Lawton, Oklahoma, with 100,000 watts high up in the air, you truckers out there probably can keep that thing for hundreds of miles. That's KFXI, Lawton, Oklahoma, 92.1, 100,000 watts. Now, I'm not even sure where to begin. I want to thank all of you for the wonderful comments on my Desert of the Sea photograph. It was what I call a 1 in a million photograph, and it's still up there on the website. It says Art's Desert of the Sea. Take a look at that photograph if you haven't seen it yet. It was kind of a magical photograph, I think. And so thank you for all the wonderful comments on it. It was really cool. It was really fun to get that shot. It only took about 3 rolls of film and different shutter speeds and openings and so forth, but we got it. Now, something occurred during the day today which was also very magical. I'm very, 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 very interested in rocketry, amateur rocketry. In fact, I was actually going to buy a rocket. My wife won't let me do this. I was going to buy a rocket, a big one, like about 10 feet tall. I really want one badly. In fact, maybe I'll even get one this weekend. You never know. I wanted a rocket about 10 feet tall, and I was going to put it right in the middle of my front yard. Now, you got to admit, that sends a message. When you've got a rocket, and a gantry in your front yard, people are going to go, hey, guess we better not mess with him, huh? I've always wanted to put a rocket in my front yard. I used to make rockets when I was a kid. Blow things up, mostly. Most of my rockets didn't fly. They blew up. Anyway, there's something really cool going on. And it's an amateur rocket, festival, I guess. And they're setting off gazillions of rockets. And it's not far from me. It's El Dorado dry lake bed near Boulder City, Nevada. So not all that far from me. And it's going on, it went on a little bit today, sort of a pre-show, and then Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be going on all day. And Paul Bowman of airinternet.com, who's a friend of mine, as you know, he's Maggie's dad, actually went out there and hooked up a microwave link from the dry lake bed to a point where they could reach the internet. And we've got the doggonest thing going on. We've got streaming video from the dry lake bed near Boulder City, so that Saturday and Sunday, all of you out there can go to my website. You'll see the link. It'll say something like webcast, under what's new, it'll say webcast amateur rocket launches. And it's going to be going on all weekend long, streaming video, and there's a place in there where you can chat and you can watch these rockets being launched. It is absolutely awesome. So during the daylight hours, not now, because obviously, you know, they're taking video and they're not going to be able to do it at night. So daylight hours, both Saturday and Sunday, you can go to my website, go to what's new, click on amateur rocket launches, and you'll be taken over and you'll have live video on your screen of these rocket launches, the whole affair going on out there. In fact, I'm going out myself late Saturday. And you can watch these rockets go up. It is just too cool. So if you're into rockets too, I know not everybody is. Boy, it is really fun to watch. Absolutely a blast to watch. Again, it's the El Dorado Dry Lake Bed near Boulder City, and I'll be going out there personally to observe the goings-on. Not till late Saturday, unfortunately, because I have another obligation that precedes that. So, there is that. Now, number 2. Also, under what's new on my website tonight, my website, by the way, is www.artbell.com, is Radio and Records seminar photos. And we just got these up just before airtime, as usual. Poor Keith, he's sitting there going nuts trying to get everything up. And there's a story with what you're about to hear. You'll see a whole lot of photographs of me up on stage. You'll see photographs with myself and Matt Drudge. You'll see photographs. Here it is. The first photograph that I've got to stop and tell you about. You may recall it was, I don't know, a year and a half ago that I went to WABC in New York. Do you all remember that? When I went back to WABC in New York, well, met a whole bunch of people there. In fact, met Curtis there. And, of course, Phil Boyce, the program director of WABC. And WABC is a very special thing to me because it's, I grew up with WABC. Anyway, in the WABC studios, Rush Limbaugh has a personal office, personal studio, where he does his broadcast when he's in New York. And when I walked into Rush's studio, I went, oh my God, that's an alien. And here was this great big wooden carved alien, a gray alien. And I said, I've never seen this. What's this doing in Rush's studio? Why would Rush have a big alien, a gray at that, in his studio? And we never could figure it out. And everybody was laughing. I was laughing and laughing and laughing. I said, no, it can't be, not Rush. But it's true. This alien sat by Rush as he did every broadcast from New York. Anyway, the alien had its, I don't know if you could say hand, it's not human, right? But its extremity out into the air. And so my wife and I left, I think, a $5 bill and a cigarette in its little claw when we left. Well, at the Radio and Records seminar, Randy Michaels, who is the CEO of Clear Channel Radio, surprised me. He got up, and I'll be damned if Rush has not sent me as a present for coming back on the air this incredible alien. This from his office. Rush sent this to me, and Randy Michaels delivered it to me, and they gave it to me up on stage, and I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. Here was Rush's alien, which had been sent along with his best wishes, for coming back on the air and everything. Thank you very much, Rush. And it just totally blew me away. And so you'll see me up there on stage commenting on the first series of pictures. And then I was, you know, these things just happen spontaneously, and I don't know why I did it, but I ran over and I hugged the alien. We've got that photo. So we've got a combination of pictures that were taken by my company photographer and also some other photographers. It's kind of a mix. In fact, my wife was photographer. I've got a shot up there of Phil Henry and myself. There's a shot of Phil Boyce, of the program director of WABC, and myself. So all of those photos are up on the website tonight. I didn't want to do it until I had them all. They're not all properly labeled. We'll probably get to that eventually, but they just went up before airtime. So that's up on the website. Now let me give you another reason to go to the website. The second item is spectacular. Boy, it's getting slow already. Spectacular aircraft photographs. Oh my God, you have never seen anything like what has been sent to us. You've never seen anything like that. They're high-resolution photos. One is of a crash of 2 MiG aircraft. That's just absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, another is the Apache helicopter, and you have never seen an Apache do what this Apache is doing. It's right down on the water, and it's an awesome picture. You've just never seen anything like it. The first photograph appears to be, I'm not sure about this one, I think it's the B-1 bomber, and it's going across the water, I don't know, it's hard to judge, maybe 25, 30, 50 feet above the water is hard to judge, and it's blowing up a cyclone behind it. You've never seen anything like that. That's on the website tonight. Now, let me promo what I'm going to be doing at the bottom of the hour. As you know, we're going to, after 11 o'clock, or in the second hour, I really shouldn't say 11 o'clock because I'm talking to so many time zones. We're going to do what's called the Alien and the Burrito Story, Dr. Jonathan Reed. There are a couple of different kind of UFO stories. The first UFO story that people get and photo that people get are the fuzzy ones. And people don't believe those. You know, if there's any blurriness to a UFO photo, they say, what a fake. Right? Of course. And the second type is, so the first type is not good enough. Second type is too good. It's when you have a story and photographs that are so good, so clear, so detailed, people don't believe them. So it doesn't matter which kind of photograph you've got, and in this case, we've got a Type 2 photograph. That's like a Type 2 civilization, huh? Our Type 2 photographs with Dr. Reed are of the alien dead, he thought, and they're close-ups of the alien and the obelisk and all the stuff we're going to be talking about tonight. And those photographs, of course, are back up tonight also under tonight's guest. And we're going to be telling the whole story, and we've got new witnesses and new information for you tonight on the alien in the burrito story, or the alien in the freezer story, depending on how you want to look at it. But in this case, the evidence is too good. The pictorial evidence is too good, and so people don't believe it. But that's okay. If you've not heard this story, it's the damnedest thing you've ever heard. If you have heard it before, then you might listen very carefully and see if you detect that Robert Reed's story, Dr. Reed's story, is consistent with the last time he told it. Does that make sense? Then there's one more little thing. After the bottom of the hour here, we're going to break the Ginger story. We're going to break the It story. Most of you think out there that Ginger or It is a little scooter, right? And most of you have seen the photographs of the little scooter, right? Wrong. That's not it. But we have definitive proof, I believe, of what it is. Robert Stenson, that would be Robert S-T-E-E-N-S-E-N, has called me earlier in the day and said, Art, I'm an investigative reporter. I worked for Hard Copy. They're not on the air anymore, he said. But I'd like to break a story on your program. I've got it. And at first I said to him, well, look, everybody's got it. I mean, this has been all over the net. Everybody knows what it is. It's a little scooter, right? No, he said, wrong. So we have a picture of it. And I won't go any further than that right now because I don't want some of the evidence yanked before I can get you to see the evidence. I will bring Robert on at the bottom of the hour here, and we'll break the story. We're going to tell you what it is. And you judge for yourself whether you think we've got it. We think we've got it dead on. We've got photographic proof. We've got audio proof that you'll hear. And so I've got a lot on my hands tonight. All of this just coming up, of course, naturally, as usual, just before airtime. So, new stuff, the amateur rocket launches webcast all weekend long. There's a lot of people to thank for that. You're exclusively getting it here with the link here on the website. We've got these incredible aircraft photos, ones that I would wager you've never seen before because I watch the net closely and I've never seen these grace any point on the net until now. Of course, they'll be everywhere now. We've got the radio and record seminar photos, and in some cases you're going to have to be good and pick out the luminaries yourself because we didn't get them with enough time to label everything. But that's up there. So all of that is hanging to be done. It should be quite a night tonight. It'll be interesting to see if I have enough fingers and hands to really do it all.
From FX, the tragedy. We've got 47 men dead. The cover-up.
You're compromising an investigation.
The truth.
What happened in that gun terrace?
Sunday night, one of the biggest cover-ups in naval history.
I believe the Navy is scapegoating a dead man to protect itself.
Becomes the most controversial television movie event of the year. James Caan.
This goes way beyond the soil. What you say will carry more weight than anything.
A Glimpse of Hell, based on a true story. World premiere this Sunday night at 8 Eastern Pacific, only on FX.
Mike, can I ask, do you get an EITC?
What's an EITC?
Earned Income Tax Credit. It's for people who work hard but don't earn much.
That's me.
If your income last year ranged from a small amount up to a little over $31,000, and if you qualify for this credit, it can save you hundreds of dollars, even thousands.
Wow. How do I get the EITC?
Get the facts by calling 1-800-TAX-FORM. That's TAXFORM, and ask for free publication 596.
A public service message from the IRS.
Younger and younger. How would you like to feel younger and younger? Well, sure you would. We all would. Because with youth, you get all kinds of things. Great looking skin. You're a sexual monster, right? You have less wrinkling of the skin. Your immune function is much better when you're younger. You can exercise. The performance of your exercise is better when you're younger. You have better vision. God knows, better vision. Improved memory. Right. Improved cholesterol profile. And on and on and on. Well, HGH, human growth hormone, effectively does that. Gets you younger and younger. There are two types, injectable and ultimate HGH. Ultimate HGH increases your own human growth hormone level in your own body. So it's all your own. That's the way to go as far as I'm concerned. Want to try it? It's about $33 a month. That compares to about $100 a month for typical similar products. We'll throw in a $20 value book that gives you the science of HGH. That ought to sell you, ought to be enough. Give it a try. 1-800-557-4627 is the number for Great American Products and HGH. That's 1-800-557-4627. All right, you're probably sitting there saying, what did he say? Did he say he's going to break the story of It and Ginger? Yeah, I did. Now, whether we have the story or not, I don't know. I'll let you be the judge. It is my opinion we definitely do. And I guess I would have to say some of it has been hidden in plain sight. Sometimes the best place to hide something. Maybe not that plain. Anyway, let's look at the world a little bit. Bangladesh. Gunmen free hostages in Bangladesh. Tribal gunmen on Saturday freed 3 European hostages after a month of captivity in a forest in southeastern Bangladesh. That's good. As you know, rapper Sean Puffy Combs acquitted on all Friday. Free man. Wall Street? Oh, bad news again on Wall Street. Bad news again. This was like a week that we lost about 817 points or something on the Dow. Unbelievable. And now, of course, everybody is wondering two things. One, where it's headed at the first of next week and what the Fed is going to do. Will it be 50 or 75 basis points? I don't know. I'm not so sure it's going to matter. I hope it matters. I hope that the Fed can pull this out, maybe with 3/4 of a point or something. We'll see. We'll see. But I kind of have my doubts. Everybody's looking for where the bottom is in the market because, of course, the bottom would be a great place to buy. But as my stockbroker says, nobody rings the bell at the bottom. So you just don't know. Watching closely what's going on at a Ford engine casting plant in Brook Park. Legionnaire's disease, folks. Cleveland. My affiliate covering it there, of course. WTAM. But it looks like they've got Legionnaire's disease, 1 death. All production workers are being told to stay home. Only salaried employees to report at last I had word. So there is indeed Legionnaire's disease, apparently pretty serious. And then just one little final item. Dime-sized dollops of dung rained from the sky over Sevier, S-E-V-I-E-R County, Utah this week. Dung from the sky, folks, splattering a home, leaving health officials knee-deep in befuddlement over its origin. The mess dropped Monday over a home on the outskirts of Richfield, covering 2 sides of the house and showering over the backyard and a hot tub, which was covered at the time, thank God. Homeowners were gone at the time, discovered the whole thing just before about 6 o'clock. By then, the spots appeared to be at least 3 hours old. The smears, I suppose. Health officials tested the splotches, and look what they found. Let's see. Coliform bacteria, including E. coli. Verifying the mess was fecal matter from an unknown source. The homeowner was advised to wash the mess away with disinfectant. Similar gooey globs have hit homes in Salt Lake County in the spring of 1999. So now we have poop falling from the sky. You know, it's such a good thing that these poor people were not home. Can you imagine being in your backyard, maybe relaxing on a lawn chair with a cool one, and you look up, and here's this dime-sized thing or group of things that appear to be falling your way. Now, wait a minute. They're fist-sized now. Oh, my God. They've hit. They're brown. They're gooey. Could it be? Yes, it is.
For the most reliable traffic reports on the radio, keep it right here on News Talk 1230 WMFR.
I'm traffic reporter J.R. Snyder from News Talk 1230 WMFR. Each morning during the Mac Meek Show, I provide you with the info you need to avoid the traffic jams and accidents as you travel around the Triad on your way to work and school each day.
I'm Chuck Ross, and I'm here each afternoon during the Dennis Elliott Show to help you make it home on time and in one piece. For the most complete and accurate traffic reports on the radio, keep it right here
on News Talk 1230 WMFR.
When you were a child, did you think there were little people in the radio doing all that talking? You were right. There are little people in the radio. In fact, I'm in your radio right now, but I'm not quite as small as you think. But that's another story. What I want you to know is that now you can not only hear us, you can see us. That's right. Go to WMFR.com and click on the live studio webcam. Then you can actually see all of us little people in your radio. WMFR.com, and then click on the webcam. If you wave to us, we might wave back. See the little people on Newstalk 1230 WMFR and WMFR.com. Got something around the house you want to get rid of? Think you're just cluttered with junk? You might find out that your junk is someone else's treasure. You can buy, sell, or trade on the WMFR flea market each Saturday morning from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Just call us each Saturday morning from 7 to 8 and tell Phil Canada what you want to get rid of or what you want to find. You can also fax us at 885-FAX, 885-FAXX. Clean out that garage and make some money. The flea market Saturday morning from 7 to 8 on Newstalk 1230 WMFR.
People don't get it. They don't understand that when they worry, it doesn't stop there. It's only the beginning. When you worry, it turns into tension, and that leads to feelings of irritability, and then anger, and that leads to lots of hurt feelings, and guilt, and overwhelm, and out-of-control emotion. Anxiety and the worry that it creates ruins careers, vacations. It destroys families and even lives. Worry takes your peace away and robs you of living in the precious present moment. It's no way to live. Certainly no way to raise children, and no way to have healthy relationships. You don't have to live with worry and anxiety. Let me help you help yourself. I'm Lucinda Bassett, founder of the Midwest Center for Stress and Anxiety. Please call 1-800-ANXIETY for a free tape that will tell you about a program that could help you get rid of anxiety and worry and get your life back. Stop worrying and start living again. Call 1-800-ANXIETY. That's 1-800-ANXIETY.
Welcome to the age of information, an era of unlimited resources, but none so vital as the Wall Street Journal. Successful people everywhere make it the most important part of their business day. And now, for a limited time, you can make the Wall Street Journal a part of yours for 50% off the regular subscription rate. 50% off. The Wall Street Journal delivers what you need most today. Everything from top news to investing and online trading, career matters, and tips on balancing your work and family life. And on Friday, the Journal includes an engaging entertainment and lifestyle section called Week.
All the Lord that he is found, and Marie's the name of his latest flame. He talked and talked, and I heard him say that she had the longest, whitest hair, the prettiest green eyes anywhere, and Marie's the name of his latest flame. Though I smiled, the tears inside were burning. I wished him luck, and then he said goodbye. That he was gone, but still his words kept returning. What else was devil me to do?
All right, everybody, we're about to break the Ginger story. Want to take a ride? Call Art Bell. It's going to be a busy night. We're going to begin by breaking the Ginger story. Coming up in just a moment. Can't believe we're doing that here, but we are. So if you're ready, we're almost ready. There is little doubt the weather continues to get worse. The severity and frequency of these superstorms has been a topic on the show many times. Some of the most frightening predictions have been about the impact of global storms changing the surface of the earth and directly affecting you. KEBCO has assembled the finest survival kit to ensure the safety and security of you and your family. Everything you'd need in an emergency. Over 100 delicious meals, a complete first aid kit, Sunstar's hand crank solar radio, water purification system, emergency blankets, cook and eat stove, and much, much more in fact. Over 30 pounds of supplies, tightly sealed in a heavy canvas bag. The price? A great bargain at $269 plus shipping and handling. That's a third of what you'd pay if bought separately. Call 1-800-365-8301. That's 1-800-365-8301. Act now, and KEBCO gives you an additional Sunstar Solar Crank AM/FM radio for free. So, protect you and your loved ones. Call 1-800-365-8301. The website is mysafetykit.com. By the way, that really is a good kit. I've got one. I can tell you it's a good deal. With the continued volatility in the stock market, they call this volatility, the stock market, the Dow lost 817 points for the week. Good Lord. A lot of people are losing a lot of money. A lot of money. When you consider each point is about $400 million on the Dow, 817 points, do the math. All of that said, the people at Lear Financial have just assembled their new gold diversification guide, which outlines why America's top brokerage houses themselves are buying gold now, what the short-term profit potential might be, what coins could double in value in the next 24 months. It really lays it all out for you. And it's not just that. It's also a new audio seminar that describes how to safely double your savings and retirement accounts with gold. And normally for all this, Lear would charge $19. But if you order it as a result of this ad, it's all free. F-R-E-E, free. No strings. What a deal. The seminar, the Gold Diversification Guide, call 1-800-474-4259. Tell them I said no cost, no obligation, 1-800-474-4259. These are wild financial times. There's no question about that. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to Robert Stenson. Robert, welcome to the program.
Hi, Art. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Well, this should really be something. Everybody has been going gaga for some time now over Dean Kamen's invention, a great, tightly held secret. It seems almost as big a secret as the Manhattan Project was. I mean, this thing is incredible, and yet they had seemingly a campaign going. Maybe Dean Kamen didn't, someone did, putting it or Ginger out there, just driving people insane and not telling them what it is. This invention that'll change the world somehow, or they'll build communities around it, or, you know, they've said all kinds of things about this invention, but they haven't said what the invention is. The popular notion on the internet is that this invention is a little scooter, and they've got pictures up all over, but that's not it, is it?
No. Well,
no.
People, I'm Robert Steenson. I'm a private investigator and investigative reporter for television. I've been known for...
Slow down. This is too fast. You're an investigative reporter. Your name is Robert Stenson.
Robert Steenson.
How to say it again?
S-T-E-E-N-S-E-N.
You know, pronounce it for me.
Steensan. Danish.
Steensan. Right. I might be able to do that. Steensan.
Yeah, it's kind of misarranged if you look at it hard.
All right. I'll work. Now, you've worked for Hard Copy?
Worked for Hard Copy, investigative reporter for the news media, and investigative reporting. I've worked on O.J. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson?
O.J. Simpson civil trial.
Who did you do that for?
I did that for Hard Copy.
Hard Copy. All right. So you've got a big background in breaking these kinds of stories, or working on very high profile stories. How did you get on to the IT story?
Well, basically, I found out that there was going to be a secret convention of engineers, and I'm into technology myself, and I found out there was a rumor that some guy was going to release some interesting technological device, and I found out, I reviewed a video, actually, of the convention. I looked, and here he comes out on this device. You want me to describe what it is?
Not quite yet, because I'm going to have Keith pull the trigger on this on the website. It's not on the website until I say on the air, Keith, pull the trigger. Don't pull the trigger yet, Keith.
Okay.
So
without getting into too much detail, basically, it shows him with the vehicle, and everybody's all gawking at this, and he describes it in detail, which I have a soundbite for you a little bit later.
You mean of Dean Kamen himself?
Dean Kamen himself actually explaining what it is and what he's doing on it.
You're kidding.
No.
And this was obtained at a convention?
This was obtained at a convention not too long ago.
Then we have a photograph, you believe, of it as well, right?
Absolutely. The videotape that I have and a website that we're going to put on a little later in the show shows the device that I have on the video with the President of the United States, and underneath the caption, he won the 2000 award for a technology, National Medal of Technology.
So in other words, it's Dean Kamen sitting on the device.
Sitting on Ginger.
Sitting on Ginger next to President Clinton, right?
President Clinton, yes.
And now, this is a website. It's on the web. I mean, there it is, hiding in plain sight. Now, why hasn't everybody somehow found this website, obscure as it may be, and discovered Ginger? How come we're just hearing about it now?
Well, quite frankly, that nobody knows what it looks like. There's only been teasers out there about something that defies gravity, in which it does defy gravity in an interesting way.
All right, so then you cobbled it all together. In other words, you got the audio and the video from the seminar, a little of the audio, we're going to hear that shortly, in Dean Kamen's own voice, and then you put that together with the picture and compared it to the video and said, voila.
Yep.
So that's how it all happened, right?
Yep, and actually heard him say, Ginger, this is Ginger, like that, and he mumbled that. That part I didn't get, but his actually release name is different than Ginger. That was just a teaser name.
All right, Keith, pull the trigger. What that just did is, within a minute or two, the photograph, or the link to the photograph of Ginger, with the President of the United States and Dean Kamen sitting on Ginger, is going to be on my website. So, I think it might be an appropriate time, Robert, to play the audio and tell us exactly what we're going to be hearing.
Okay, right now, since you can't see what I'm looking at right now, he's coming in through the doors through the convention.
You're looking at the videotape?
Yeah, I'm looking at the videotape, and he drives up on this device, and he goes up to the podium, and then he's at the microphone, and then from there you'll hear what he's saying.
All right.
Okay, I'll cue it up there.
Here we go. This will be Dean Kamen.
And the user interface was made to be as close to human as possible, which is, walking is a controlled fall. That's what makes humans so unique. We use the dynamic instability to our advantage, so that if I were to fall forward, I could say hello, and if I lean back, I'll back up. But this machine is very anthropomorphic in lots of ways, and it gives people the capacity to do things that you take very much for granted.
There you go.
All right. That was Dean Kamen's voice describing the device itself.
That's great.
And what did he mean? Now, let's tell everybody right now what the device is. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears to be a new wheelchair. But unlike any wheelchair you've ever seen, how do you translate the words he just said to the radio audience? In other words, describe, if you would, Robert, what you see when you look at this photo.
Well, Art, visually what it is a wheelchair with two axles. There isn't any front wheels. Your common wheelchair has a large wheel in the back and two in the front.
Right.
This only has two 9-inch tall wheels. That's it. That's it. It's balancing on two wheels. It's a balancing act, and it has, I think, multiple servos and gyros inside of it, which keeps it balanced. And he's basically floating. He's balancing on two wheels that are parallel, and there's two axles on top of each other. No one's ever seen anything like this before, so when your listeners look on the website, they're going to see this, and, oh my God, he's actually balancing on this thing, and it's done by servos. So on my video here that I was looking at, he was rolling up on these two wheels perfectly balanced, and he reached out to shake someone's hand, and it rolled forward to counterbalance himself.
Oh, you're kidding.
No.
Apparently, it will also go up steps.
I believe it could probably do this, yes.
It looks like the way it's arranged, the way Dean Kamen was speaking about how just walking is a controlled fall. And if you look at the design of the chair, it almost looks like it would go up steps.
That is true. The platform from the picture on the website, you notice that his feet are elevated probably about almost 2 feet off the ground.
Right.
And he's a total height of maybe about 3 feet off the ground next to President Clinton. And is perfectly balanced, and as long as those servos are turning, he's going to stay balanced. I started wondering what would happen if the batteries died, but it's pretty... I'd like to see that. But anyway, this is a medical device, and he is known, Mr. Dean Kamen is known, and he did receive a 2000 National Medal of Technology Award for inventions for medical technologies worldwide. And that's what the President Clinton, and that caption there, underneath,
yes.
President Clinton, it actually says that he received that National Medal of Technology.
All right, I'm unable to get in my own website right now for some reason. It's probably getting slam dunked, and we've got we've got more bandwidth than anybody should ever have, and it's still getting slam dunked right now. So, Robert, do you think that when you roll over the statements that have been made by some CEOs, very important people who have seen it, which is what I presume that we're looking at in this photo,
that those statements hold up, that communities, I think it was said, would be built around it. Others have said it'll revolutionize society. Certainly for the handicapped, I guess this would be a complete revolution, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. There's many principles, applications that you could use this for. The military could use it, and you know about remote vehicles on Mars. This would be pretty good for that as well.
Oh, it sure would. Let's see, what else? I would think that, yeah, you're right. It would have application in the space program if it's not already been used, but you would think, yes, for a rover or something like that on Mars, it would be ideal. Do you know anything else about its capabilities? For example, what powers it? It's been said that it is not exactly the big story, that what powers it is the big story. That's been said all over the net, and people think it's, well, what do you think powers it?
Well, what they're talking about is a power system. It's very large. It's behind him in the seat. You can't really see it in the picture. But what is inside of the power system is actually the servos we're talking about. And the way these servos are arranged are unique, and there's many patents on it.
Yes, but I mean the power. In other words, some have said they think it's a hydrogen fuel cell.
Right.
Is that what you got?
It's possible. That's still actually classified under what he didn't want to get into any of that detail at the convention. About the power source. But it's right now, it's being tested by the FDA right now, and it will soon be released. It's under testing under the FDA. So we'll be seeing this everywhere within a few months on the television. And there'll be more information later.
Now, you're an investigative journalist. How high a percentage of reliability do you personally assign to the fact that we've got it?
I'd say, considering he said that this was ginger, I'd say about 99%.
99%, huh?
Yeah.
You don't have the power. You said it was kind of mumbled where he said it's ginger?
That's right. Yeah, he said this was ginger, and then he called it, do you want to know the real name?
Sure.
Okay, it's called the iBot Transporter.
The iBot Transporter.
Mm-hmm.
The iBot Transporter. Why did you choose, Robert? I'm curious why you chose my program to break this to the nation.
Well, it was funny. I tuned in when Richard Hoagland, you know Richard, and he said, well, I found an interesting patent, and it looks like there's somebody who has a patent on something that defies gravity. I got my curiosity. So I looked into this and used some of my little voodoo that I do to look up things, and I tracked this down, and then we both ran into each other, basically, and, he wasn't too far off. It is somewhat defying gravity by a balancing act.
Well, technically, I suppose, it's not really, it's sort of defying gravity. It's not really technically defying gravity.
Yeah, well, if you were to set this up and disconnect the batteries from it, it would fall over. It would tip over.
Well, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. Yeah, so those servos have to run for it to do its balancing act.
That's correct. It would be an excellent platform for a robotic, like a humanoid robotic device.
Do we know any details about speed, forward, reverse, how it turns?
Absolutely, yes.
What do we know?
The speed, it is very fast. This thing, at running pace,
yes,
it could move very fast. It could go up a platform, a steep slope platform, and he could stop instantly, and he just moves, he shifts a little forward and wings back and forth while he's balancing, and it spins around on a dime. It's perfect.
So in other words, it will give somebody who's usually in a wheelchair as much mobility and maybe even more than somebody on their feet?
Absolutely. What's so good about it is you have two axles stacked on top of each other. That gives him the area to get into small areas for clearances. He could lift his legs up, and a front platform that his feet on could actually fold up. Let's say if somebody didn't have any legs and they're in a wheelchair,
right,
they could squeeze into a very narrow area because you're only working with a tire that's 9 inches wide. You're not dealing with a large wheelchair with a large, 18, 20, inch wheelbase.
My God.
So imagine getting on a bus with this thing.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it will indeed, for the handicapped, it will change the world. It will absolutely revolutionize the world then. It's that big.
That's absolutely correct. This is something that will be, until the day we die, it will actually be used.
Still, I'm curious, Robert, and
Others would ask the same question, so I'll ask.
Mm-hmm.
You worked in the world of hard copy.
That's correct.
So you know as well as I do that a story like the one we're breaking right now is worth money.
It's worth a lot of money.
Yeah, you could probably walk into one of hard copy's clones, and there's enough of them still on the air, and sell this story. How come you broke it on this program instead of going and getting the monies?
To tell you the truth, I really dig your show, Art. It's a lot of fun. I mean, it's a fun show. A lot of people like listening to it, and it's just great. And there's so many things that break on your show. I figured it just went together. And especially with Hoagland, he was just diehard. He just wanted to know what this was, so I did it for you and Hoagland, basically.
Well, I really appreciate it. You know, even Ed Dames, if you listen to the program, Ed came up with a remote view description that isn't that far off in its own way either. He said it moved forward kind of like a slinky was the analogy he used. Might not be exactly that, but that's kind of the flow forward idea still.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of those little blow-up clowns that you punch and you rock back and forth.
And Richard, of course, also was very close. But everybody on the net, if you're correct, and from what I can see, I think you are correct, I think you've nailed it, everybody on the net has been way wrong, all wrong. Now, do you think that little photograph of the scooter was just put out there as sort of disinformation, you know, to lead people off the right track, or what?
Yeah, there was a lot of disinformation around the teasing of this product. I've searched many websites and looked, and there actually was a drawing of this pretty close. They showed it with 3 wheels. That was as close as anyone ever got to it. And but like I said, there's other applications with this, but the main one is the wheelchair.
Well, again, I appreciate the fact that you love my program and that you like me, and that's all really cool, but I still don't get why you wouldn't go for the money.
Well, to tell you the truth, I have a tape sitting here right now.
Yes?
I'll let you hear it. I've got it that's worth many thousands of dollars of Jay Leno on a jet-powered motorcycle getting cut off by the President of the United States.
What now?
I have a tape, Jay Leno on a jet-powered motorcycle going down the street. I'm behind him, and the President's motorcade pulls out and he gets cut off. That's Globe front page right there.
That's Globe front page?
That's Globe front page, and that's the price of the house, probably. Well, you want to actually hear it? I could actually cue it up, and I'll rewind it in the meantime.
What?
You can hear it. Jet-powered motorcycle. It's amazing.
Yeah, I tell you, actually, what you ought to do is rewind during the break to the Dean Kamen thing, because that's what I'm going to want to play again.
Okay, we'll do that.
But still, you're saying that's your money story, or that's?
Yeah, well, I'm not that greedy of a person. I have other things that I do. I've had, actually, this last year I've had was very slow. That's why I'd love to plug my internet. I mean, one of my emails, at least, so I get some more. Because basically, I earn my money off private investigative work, basically.
So you're a private investigator, a journalist, hard copy, or whatever, when you can do it.
Yeah. You want to hear something even weirder?
What?
This is really strange. I worked in defense, worked in a project. I built the radar defense system for the stealth fighter.
You built the radar defense system for the stealth fighter?
Yeah, myself and some other people. I could talk about it. It's been almost 18 years now, and I could actually bring that up.
I'm sure it would be,
If that isn't weird enough, my life isn't strange enough, did that, and that is actually the outside part of the stealth that absorbs radar, is what I used to do.
Well, how do you make a transition from that kind of thing, that kind of team effort, in defense and science, to what you're doing now?
Well, investigations, if you work anywhere in the military, you hear weird things, as you know. And that piques your curiosity, and that's why I went into investigative research, so I could find out things.
Hey, if you live where I live out here, you hear weird things and you see weird things.
That's correct.
You know where I am.
Exactly. I know exactly where you're at.
Okay, all right. Hold on during the news here. Okay. We'll break and come back and sort of recap for those stations that join at 11 and then proceed, all right?
Okay.
Stay right where you are. Robert Stanson. I'll never say it the right way. It's Steensen, and we will get his email address up for you after the top of the hour. So we're in the middle of breaking the Ginger story. It's on my website. The link's on my website. We'll have the audio one more time if you want to get your recorders ready. This is Coast to Coast AM.
News and information. There's only one station in the High Point area that actually specializes in providing news and information. News conditioning of High Point and News Talk 1230 WMFR.
You take my self-control. Another night, another day goes by. I never thought myself to wonder why. You have me to forget to play my role. You take my self-control. I live among the creatures of the night. I haven't got the will to try and fight against the need tomorrow, or I guess I'll just believe it. Tomorrow never comes. I said night, I'm living in the forest of a dream. I know the night is not how it would seem.
Wanna take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 775-727-1222. Or call the Wyoming.
Everybody, for those stations just joining us, I'm going to take a moment out. We do have, as you know, a big show with Dr. Jonathan Reed, Robert Rafe, and others, as yet unnamed, coming up. But before we do that, we're going to break the story of It. We are breaking the story of It, but I wanted those stations joining us this hour to be able to get It as well. Yeah, Ginger, we've got it, folks. And we'll tell you all about it in a moment. On my website tonight, along with a million other things, finally, the radio and records seminar photos are there. And I'm not going to go into the long chat about it. You can go up and look at them. The one big story there is, when I was up on stage, unbelievably, I was presented by Randy Michaels, CEO of Clear Channel Radio, with a gift from Rush Limbaugh. Rush has given me this gigantic alien. It's being shipped to me by freight now because it's too heavy to go any other way. And they gave it to me up on stage, and so the photographs of all that are there. It was really touching, and I'm looking forward to getting the big alien delivered by a freight truck next week sometime. We have a new set of spectacular, I think not seen before, aircraft photos that'll blow your mind up there tonight. In addition, there's a webcast going on, not right now, but during the daylight hours, both Saturday and Sunday. I'm going out there myself to the El Dorado dry lake bed near Boulder City, where they're launching rockets all weekend long, amateur rocket launches all week long, including a level 3 that should go up way up there. And I saw a whole bunch of rockets today. We've got a link, an actual live video link going on during the day, both Saturday and Sunday. So you'll see that up there under What's New Webcast, amateur rocket launches. I'm going to be up there myself on Saturday at the dry lake bed watching all of this, but you can watch it on the web. So there's a moving video and audio. That'll be during daylight hours only. Don't click on that now. You'll not go anywhere. Daylight hours. Now, number 2, and this is a biggie. We have a man here tonight named Robert Stenson. I'm just going to say Stenson. That's the only way I can pronounce it. Steensen. He's worked for Hard Copy, and he's a private investigator, and he has It, Ginger. And so I want to briefly recap, if we can, Robert, what It or Ginger is. We've got your name up on the website. And we've got the link to the website with a picture of Ginger or It, and there's also a Wired magazine story up there. It's pretty close. We've got all of that under your name. So if you go to program and tonight's guest, you'll see Robert Stenson's. Pronounce your own name, Robert.
It's Steensen.
Right.
Trust me, I had a hard problem when I was a kid. Don't worry. I had the hardest time. I used to call myself Dean when I was a little kid.
Dean. Listen, just before we describe this again, your email address. A lot of people are going to want to talk to you, Robert. Believe me, a lot of people are going to want to talk to you. So what is your email address? How would people in the media get hold of you, since you're the guy who broke this?
Well, usually just a simple email is good enough. Just a basic email. I have, I could give
your email address.
Email address would be Project Rainbow 2000. It's Project Rainbow 2000, Project Rainbow 2000 at yahoo.com. I don't know how much.
2000 at yahoo.com.
Yeah, Project Rainbow 2000
Okay. Project Rainbow 2000 at yahoo.com.
Yep.
That's your email address. That's good. All right. We'll get that up on the website as well so people can email you. You're going to want to check frequently because it's going to fill up fast.
Yes. And it's sort of bizarre. A lot of things you talk about, I've absolutely seen in the stuff Richard Hoagland and those photos of Mars, I've seen those too.
All right. Let's recap then. If the audience were just joining, the question is, you know what it or ginger is?
That's correct.
How do you know what it or ginger is? How did you put this story together, please?
Well, basically, there was a secret convention going on for engineers, for technology, and he surprisingly came in.
Where was the secret convention?
Well, I'm not really allowed to give out that part.
Ah.
Because he may do it again, and...
I see. All right, so anyway,
I videotaped the convention.
How did you get in? You probably can't tell me that either, huh?
No.
You...
People wonder how I get into place.
A secret convention, secret place. You're in there with a camera, which probably you weren't supposed to be.
No one will see the camera on me. I could stand in front of someone holding a camera, they'll never see me.
So you have this videotape, and up on stage comes Dean Kamen, right?
That's correct. He comes in through the doors, basically, on this vehicle, on two wheels, basically, opposed. And he goes up on stage, and he starts describing what it is that people are looking at in his invention. And I'll cue up the audio there for my video and let you listen.
Okay, what you're going to hear is the audio of Dean Kamen's voice. This is from the video that Robert's talking about. Go ahead. This will be Dean Kamen, folks, describing it.
Okay, here we go.
Interface was made to be as close to human as possible, which is, walking is a controlled fall. That's what makes humans so unique. We use the dynamic instability to our advantage, so that if I were to fall forward, I could say hello, and if I lean back, I'll back up. But this machine is very anthropomorphic in lots of ways, and it gives people the capacity to do things that you take very much for granted.
There you go. All right. Now, we also have a photograph of it or ginger, and the photograph was located on a web page, hiding in plain sight. It actually was on the web, folks. The photograph shows Dean Kamen sitting on this device, which is, you tell us, Robert, the same device as...
It was what he called Ginger in his own words. He said, this is Ginger, and its official name, that was actually the name just to tease people, Ginger, but its real name is called the iBot Transporter.
The iBot Transporter. Everybody thought it was a silly little scooter that they had a picture of with a girl riding the scooter. Well, it's not a scooter, folks. It's a wheelchair. But it's not a wheelchair, really. Describe this wheelchair. We'll call it that for lack of a better name right now.
Well, this wheelchair is like none other. A typical wheelchair, has a very large wheel in the back and two small wheels in the front.
Right.
This here is missing two wheels in the front and missing the two wheels in the back. Besides, the two wheels in the rear are about 9.5, 10 inches in height. And you look at it and you wonder, how the heck is this thing balancing? It's actually balancing on two wheels.
On two wheels.
Exactly. And that is done in the back by a whole bunch of servos and gyroscopes spinning around at high speed.
At high speed. So somehow they keep this machine vertical at all times. And you said on the video, he leans forward, Dean Kamen leans forward to shake hands with somebody. And the machine does what as he leans forward?
Okay, this video may be aired later on television too, and everyone will be able to see this. When he's on stage, there's another gentleman next to him, and what he does, he moves the chair forward, he reaches out, and typically you'd fall over. The chair actually compensates and moves forward and balances itself to keep from falling over when it reaches out, shake the guy, and then he leans back almost in the reclining mode, leans back, and the thing won't even fall over. He's trying to tip it over, but it won't fall over.
It won't fall over.
No.
It may or may not be hydrogen powered. You're not sure about that.
The power is, I wouldn't say it's hydrogen because that would be extremely dangerous. It may be a lithium ion base or a nickel metal hydride system. I don't think it's really that exotic because, that'd be a lot of money.
But, and this thing may be able to even go up steps.
That's correct, yes, because you're basically bouncing on these two little wheels that are about 9.5, 10 inches in height, and his feet are on a pedestal, basically a foot in the air, so he could fold up that place where he has his feet, and he could, essentially, the thickness of a human body almost, he could squeeze into an area that small.
So this is going to give people in a wheelchair the mobility of people on two legs.
I'd say that's pretty revolutionary. And it's and to repeat what we said last half hour, you said it's fast.
I said it's very fast, and it responds quickly. And again, the military applications like we're talking about, we might see that in Land Rovers on Mars probably using this system.
So it's a big one, all right. And this was just on a website, and somehow nobody put it all together because they didn't have the videotape you've got.
That's correct. Absolutely.
Well, how does it feel to break a monster story?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just trying to imagine what Richard's thinking right now.
Richard Hoagland?
Yeah.
I mean, thinking, hey, I hit it.
That's right. Yeah, it was funny. He'll probably laugh.
Yeah, he got very close, didn't he? I'll ask you what I asked you last half hour. On a scale of 100%, how sure are you that you've got it?
Well, considering when he first came in, he said, "This is Ginger," and I didn't see a dog behind him walking. And I thought it was one's pet. I said, "This is Ginger," and he's sitting on this thing riding it. I would say 99%.
99%. All right. Then once again, what is depicted in the I don't know, the underground video that you have there that you managed to?
The video, it's just a small little conference hall with about maybe 30 people in it. He comes in and he goes up on a podium, which is elevated maybe about 5 feet, up a ramp. He travels up a ramp.
So you had a secret video camera then?
Yes, this camera has seen things that you couldn't even imagine. I still have it.
Robert, how do you get invited to these things?
I don't.
I guess you're not going to say, are you?
Yeah.
I mean, somehow or another you bluster your way kind of somehow, huh?
Yes, if there's a will, there's a way. People wonder how the heck I get in places. Yes, I could get virtually in any situation.
Well, that's what a PI does, I guess.
Well, a friend of mine, it was really funny that he wonders when I was at the airport and I could speak with the president face to face.
Yes.
He goes, "How do you do that?" I really don't know. And he tried it. He says, "I'm going to try that." And the Secret Service threw him in a car and locked him at airport operations.
And somehow you managed to actually speak to the president.
Face to face, yes.
Yeah, there's a religious fellow who does that at every inauguration. CNN covered that. Somehow he always gets to the president despite the Secret Service's best efforts. He gets right up and shakes hands with the president. Incidentally, folks, the picture of Dean Kamen that we've got a link to, assuming that link is still up and they don't yank it, we've saved the photograph if they do. The picture is of Dean Kamen himself sitting in it next to President Clinton. Correct, Robert?
That is absolutely correct.
So we're breaking this one open big time.
Right.
Let's give Robert's email address again. It's Project Rainbow.
Yeah, it's Project Rainbow 2000 at yahoo.com. If anybody needs investigative work, if they have a spouse or somebody cheating on them or stuff, the basic stuff, those are actually hilarious. The things that I've got are unbelievable.
I'm sure you do, but maybe we could do well, actually, we couldn't do a program on that.
There's actually TV shows for that. You could see that.
I know there are, but there aren't radio shows for it. I can't do it. But I sure do appreciate your breaking the Ginger story here. I mean, that's big time. And I suppose a lot of TV programs will probably come to you now, won't they?
They may. Yeah, they may.
Are you going to take the video you have and sell that to one of them?
I probably will do that, yes. You'll probably see it on television.
Shortly, I would imagine.
Yeah, maybe a week or two or a few, depends, how I feel. I usually try to get them scurrying.
You mean bidding?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Well, you're a real sweetheart for breaking this on my show. I really mean that.
Okay, Art, maybe we could talk about some other weird things that I've done, and then trust me, I'm right next to Hoagland, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, but Ginger or it will do it for the night. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Right, take care. So we've got it, folks. Ginger. We've got the photograph of it. You heard Dean Kamen's voice describing the functionality of it. And I suppose, if you think about it for a little while, for the handicapped, it's going to change the world. It will change the world for the handicapped. No question about it. So, photograph on the website, audio you've heard, Robert you've heard, and again, his email, and I'm sure that a lot of people are scrambling right now, is projectrainbow2000 at yahoo.com. In a moment, we will proceed with our evening's guest. You know what's coming. Would you like to feel 10 years younger in 10 weeks?
Now there's proof. The effects of aging can be slowed down and even reversed with HGH, human growth hormone. For some time now, you've heard me talk about the incredible age-reversing benefits of HGH. Well, according to thousands of articles, higher HGH levels can help you look and feel younger. That's why I take Ultimate HGH, a natural formula to help boost my body's own production of HGH. If your goal is to help improve energy, stamina, lose unwanted fat, diminish wrinkles, enhance memory, immune function, and vision, then Ultimate HGH is for you too. Why let Mother Nature get the best of you? Call today and order Ultimate HGH. And when you order 2 bottles of Ultimate HGH, you get the third absolutely free, about $33 a month. Now that's a tremendous savings off the typical $100 a month for comparable products. Plus, with your order, you'll receive a free book on HGH, a $20 value, absolutely free. So, call my good friends at Great American Products and order Ultimate HGH today at 1-800-557-4627. That's 1-800-557-4627. 1-800-557-4627.
At Radio Shack, the savings really add up when you multiply by free. Right now, a basic RCA DirecTV system and standard installation are free after a $200 DirecTV rebate when you subscribe to 1 year of Total Choice Premium Programming at $49.99 a month or above. And if you sign up for 2 years of MSN Internet access at $21.95 a month, you also get a free $200 shopping spree. Great for upgrading your home entertainment system. That's 3 times free. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
Critics everywhere agree it's a must-do. Spellbinding, mesmerizing, astounding. Sears Super Saturday Sale. Saturday, March 3rd, 9 a.m. 1 day of heart-pounding excitement. One store filled with everything you could ever need. One sale you don't want to miss. Sears Super Saturday Sale. Be there. Starts Friday, March 2nd, 5 p.m. Sears, the good life at a great price, guaranteed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what you've been waiting for now, many, many of you. It's been a long time. During the time I was gone, it was not done. And so we're going to be retreading a story that a lot of you have not heard. We have a gigantic new audience out there who's never heard the alien in the freezer story or the alien in the burrito story, or people call it a lot of things. This is one of the most hotly debated, controversial alien contact stories the world has ever seen. A lot of people say it's a fake, it's a fraud. A lot of people say it's the most magnificent example of contact that we've ever had, with the clearest, best photographs of an alien that have ever been taken by anybody, ever. And that's one of the reasons that a lot of people, I think, don't buy this story. The photographs, the evidence is just too damn good. I've got 2 people, Dr. Jonathan Reed, who experienced all of this, on the line, and Robert Wraith, who very early on began to get involved with Dr. Jonathan Reed. And all we're going to have time for, I think, before the bottom of the hour break, since this has been such a crazy night, guys, is time to introduce ourselves. Dr. Jonathan Reed, are you there?
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us on.
You're very welcome. And you're at an undisclosed location, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because you fear for your life?
Yes, every day.
What kind of doctor are you, doctor?
Developmental psychology. We did research with children.
Research with children, developmental psychology, huh? And you did that for how long and where?
I did that at the University of Washington, and from about 1983 to 1996.
Doctor, how do you spell your first name? Is it Jonathan?
Correct.
All right. I was sent something pretty interesting by somebody up in Seattle who said that proof that Jonathan Reed attended the University of Washington as a member of the Saffir faculty on 8/21/1996. However, the Jonathan Reed that indeed was at Washington is spelled Jonathan.
Well, there's a lot of different spellings of that, and I've had it spelled both ways.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
So then, when somebody goes to this web address and checks the University of Washington for Jonathan Reed with an O at the end, is that you?
Well, if it's the one I think it is, it should be.
It says that you were there as of 8/21/96. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, Keith, pull the trigger on that. And so you've used you spelled your name both ways, Doctor.
Well, I'm saying that people
have
spell
spelled
names
that's
in
true.
many different ways.
All right. So you believe that to be yourself up there?
As far as I can tell, I don't have a computer in front of me.
All right. Keith knows the web address. People can check it out for themselves. Doctor, are you practicing now?
No.
You're not.
No, I've been on the move ever since this happened.
I
literally dropped out of a normal life into literally living underground, living in my car.
Yeah, actually, for a while you were living in your car, weren't you?
For almost a year.
Assaulted, attempted murder, all kinds of things.
And it has continued.
And let's talk for a second. Robert Wraith, are you there?
Yes, I am, Art. How are you?
Good. How did you become involved with Dr. Jonathan Reed, and why? Very quickly.
Well, I received a phone call some time ago, and the individual on the phone sounded very sincere, even though it was an incredible story. So I agreed to meet with this gentleman, who turned out to be Jonathan, at a public place, at a restaurant, and he began to tell me his story. After seeing the evidence and everything else firsthand for myself, I realized this was absolutely true. And being such, one of the most remarkably important events in the history of humankind. So I had to be a part of it, no matter what the risk.
I'm curious, what did he show you? Did he show you the photographs? I mean, the story by itself is one thing, but the photographs, of course, underline and give the story credibility. Is that what, when he sat at that restaurant with you, did he show you the photographs?
He showed me the photographs. I later saw the videos and some other things we won't go into right now.
Oh, there are other things?
Yes.
Oh, all right. At any rate, there you sat in the restaurant, and he virtually proved to your satisfaction that his story was true. And you said what? Let me represent you, doctor, or help you, or what?
No, it was a long process, as I said. It took some time for me to agree to be a part of this because there was tremendous risks involved on many levels.
There still are tremendous risks involved, right?
That is absolutely correct.
But ultimately, you did agree to help him.
Ultimately, I did, yes, because I'm a person that wants to help out humanity any way I can.
All right, we're at the bottom of the hour. Hold on. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM, and we'll be right back.
Some days your busy schedule doesn't allow you time to watch the news on Fox 8. That's why Fox 8 News has teamed up with WMFR to provide you the information you want. Hi, I'm Neil McNeil. Tune in every weekday afternoon at 5 and listen to the Fox 8 News right here on the radio. WMFR and Fox 8 News. Information that's convenient to you.
The Fox 8 News heard weekday afternoons at 5 o'clock on News Talk 1230 WMFR.
Welcome to the age of information, an era of unlimited resources, but none so vital as the Wall Street Journal. Successful people everywhere make it the most important part of their business day. And now, for a limited time, you can make the Wall Street Journal a part of yours for 50% off the regular subscription rate. 50% off. The Wall Street Journal delivers what you need most today. Everything from top news to investing and online trading, career matters, and tips on balancing your work and family life. And on Friday, the Journal includes an engaging entertainment and lifestyle section called Weekend Journal, recognized for its feature columns on just about everything that helps you make the most of your weekend. Imagine the topics that interest you most all in one comprehensive publication, the Wall Street Journal. Now for just 37 cents a day. That's 8 weeks free delivery for 50% off the regular subscription rate. Subscribe now. This limited time offer is for new subscribers in the continental U.S. Call now, 800-345-9400. That's 800-345-9400 for the Wall Street Journal.
Take a ride? Well, call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wild card line is...
We're breaking the ginger or it story this morning. And before any more of you write to say, well, it was on Barbara Walters or 2020. Yeah, we know. We told you it was hiding in plain sight. Indeed, they have done features on this before. However, they haven't put together what my guest Robert Steen at the end put together. He got into that private scientific conference in which Dean Kamen came out in it, identified it as Ginger, and described its operation. He's got the video. He got in there somehow. I don't know how. When you put that together with what's been made public, what we found on a public website, that is to say a picture of it with Dean Kamen and the President of the United States, it becomes more than just a little obvious. That's it. So, there you are. That's how it all got put together. Whether it's right or not, who knows? I suspect it is right. If it is, you heard it here. If it isn't, you heard it here too. That's the way it goes. In the meantime, we're doing a show now. We've kind of turned the corner here, aside from all the stuff on the website tonight. We've got a lot up there with Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith and others yet to be named. The most incredible, controversial alien contact story the world has ever seen. Absolutely astounding. And there's more of it coming right up. We'll get to the very beginning of it all, the genesis of what happened to Dr. Reed. How you doing on the Battle of the Bulge out there? Well, I am losing some weight. I had a pretty good bulge. You know what it comes from? It comes from sitting doing a 5-hour radio program every night. That's what it comes from. And just relaxing and not exercising. When you do a sedentary job like this, why, you begin to get a belly. Well, mine's receding. Yours can too. Ultimate Slim is the way to do it. Here's what Ultimate Slim does. It increases your metabolism, gets everything going faster. So obviously you burn your fat away into energy. Because you're just, even if you're just sitting there, your metabolism is moving faster. It relieves bloating so the inches disappear around the waistline. It controls your appetite. It even controls sugar cravings. Can you imagine all that? Oh, yes, it's in Ultimate Slim, and it can be yours. It's a really, really good guaranteed deal. Here it is. Order 2 bottles of Ultimate Slim. The next 2 bottles are free. They all come together. That means you save half off right away. And then finally, it's guaranteed to work. You get your money back. Call 1-800-557-4627. Comes from Great American Products. It's Ultimate Slim, and you can get it by calling 1-800, are you writing this down? 557-4627. All right, back now to my current guests, Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Thank you, Art. Thank you, Art.
All right, we've got a gazillion new affiliates out there, a lot of new listeners, a lot of people that have never heard this story. So rewind your life, Dr. Reed, if you would please. And you were a practicing clinical psychologist for children. For children.
Correct.
And I guess you were out on a weekend hike or vacation or what? And where?
Well, I was on a day hike, middle of the day, and with my dog, Susie, golden retriever. This happened October 15th, 1996, and we had gone for day hikes many times before, and this was in Washington State.
What was that? What day of the week was that? October 15th of 96?
Yes.
What day of the week was it?
I believe it was a Tuesday.
A Tuesday. All right. So you had
that was 4 years plus ago, so and a lot has happened since.
Yeah, it sure has. All right, so you were out on a day hike. You had your golden retriever with you. I love those. They're great dogs.
Right. We drove to the mountains, the Cascade Mountains, about 60 miles east of Seattle, about 15 miles northeast of Snoqualmie Pass, to give you an idea where this is. It's a pristine, mountainous area full of lots of trails and hiking areas and good places for dogs to run. And so I parked my Jeep. We got out and we started walking. And this was an October day, a little bit overcast when we started, but a beautiful day. We have lots of evergreens and just a pristine area.
How high up is it, do you know?
This is up along the tree line. We're talking about 5,000 feet.
Okay.
And like I say, it's not far from Snoqualmie Pass. But we had been walking by streams and rocks and lots of wildlife for about an hour and a half when all of a sudden my dog took off like a streak, And this wasn't unusual because dogs do that sort of thing. You know, they're either chasing raccoons or squirrels or deer. And, you know, which earlier in the day we had seen a deer. So I wasn't immediately, you know, upset over this. And Susie was very well trained and obedient. She would come to me, you know, when I would call her, so I wasn't too upset. But she took off and was out of sight quite a ways, probably 150 yards ahead over some different paths, you know, with some foliage in between me and her. And,
sure. So you couldn't see her?
I couldn't see her, and she started barking, and again, I wasn't too worried. You know, I figured something was out there. And I called a couple times, and she didn't come back, but all of a sudden the barking changed. The tone of her barking changed from being just, you know, eager to find whatever she was after to almost like she was being treed or mauled herself. And I ran up a little bit farther down the path toward her.
Kind of like a frantic, you can tell when an animal's, the whole tone of the bark changes to sort of a flight for life kind of bark.
Right, and a real yelp versus just
Yep.
a bark.
I know what you're talking about.
And so I ran up closer to where she was, and still I couldn't see her. And I thought she might be engaged with a bear or a cat. We have some wildcats in the area. And so I dropped my pack, and I grabbed the branch that was laying next to the path, a little bit larger than a baseball bat. And I thought maybe if I could find her, I could fend her off with this or something. And so I proceeded to run up to the edge of this rise and ran over the top of the rise. And as soon as I got over the rise, I saw my dog engaged with this creature. And
when you first saw the creature, Doctor, how did it register in your mind? Because this obviously is an alien being, and how did it register? Did it register as, oh my God, it's an alien, or did you immediately think animal of some kind, or what?
Well, first of all, prior to this happening, I was not a believer. I was not involved in anything to do with this kind of study. I didn't even like science fiction, to be honest.
Oh.
And so alien was about as far from my mind as could be.
So then how did your brain register?
My brain saw this shape, and when I came over the rise and stood within about 15 feet from this thing, I saw what looked like a vibrating body, approximately 4 to 4.5 feet tall. It had a head. It had arms and legs. It was dark in color, the body, and it was vibrating, massively vibrating, like a paint shaker would vibrate a can of paint. So
almost to a blur then.
All I could see was this blur of this outline, and the blur of my dog holding what looked like its left arm. But when I took a moment, and this all happened with 15 to 20 seconds in total time.
I hear you.
I yelled for my dog to let go, because I assumed my dog had this thing by the arm, and it was childlike in size. And I didn't
So you thought, oh my God, I've got to get my dog off this child.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And the canopy of this area was very dense and dark within the trees where this was happening. So, and with the vibration, I could not clearly see what this was. But then, all of a sudden, I could see the appendage, which I took to be the arm of this thing, tearing the head off of my dog, ripping her head right in half, blood dripping everywhere, and her literally starting to come apart at the seams.
What do you mean come apart at the seams?
I mean her body being ripped at the jaw, her head torn back from her body, exposing all of her insides and blood dripping everywhere. I yelled at this thing and just out of pure desperation jumped forward and took this branch and hit it as hard as I could.
So your brain then did a flip from, my God, my dog's attacking a child or a childlike form to, oh my God, whatever this is, it's killing my dog.
Right, and I'm next.
one of the things that happened, too, Art, that's important to say here,
Yes, Robert.
is when the atmosphere of the area around Jonathan became resistant, it was hard for him to move for a time. The other thing was that a small hole opened up on Susie.
Susie literally started to implode into herself as if a hole opened up beneath her head, in her neck, and she started to literally crease and fold into this hole with her body dissolving in front of me.
God. So, yes, I suppose at this point, you wanted to save your dog or get revenge for your dog's death. It was all happening at once, and this is just seconds. So you picked up what?
Well, I had picked up, before going over the rise, this branch, this makeshift bat. And
so it's a pretty thick one.
Yeah, it's a little bit longer than a baseball bat.
All right.
And I wielded this thing as hard as I could and hit this creature in the head, splitting its skull open about 1.5 to 1 inches on the left side.
I assume at this point it began to not vibrate so much.
Well, it fell back and fell about 4 feet from where it was standing.
My
I
God!
almost
So you
missed it.
you whacked it 4 feet away.
Yeah, but I almost missed it.
By this time your dog is gone.
My dog had fell to the ground, like I said, dissolving into what sounds like an unbelievable sight of a hole. And now is the only thing left on the ground was a white ash.
Okay, so at the point you smacked the alien, your dog was nothing but ash.
That's right.
You hit the alien, it fell back 4 feet. You I guess fractured its skull?
Yes. As far as I was concerned, I killed it.
You looked down and
screamed at the same time that it did.
Was its skull open?
Yes, there was an opening a breach in the skull, and there was skin and bone and intercranial material exposed.
If any of you doubt any of this, we've got photographs to back it all up on the website right now. Go to my website, and when you get there, simply go to program, I think, and then you go to tonight's guest. You go to Dr. Jonathan Reed. You go to read photos of alien and artifacts, so you can follow us along here. When you click on them, they get larger. The first one you're probably going to want to click on is what's called the obelisk, and we'll get to that in a moment. But here's this thing lying on the ground.
Right, Art, I'd like to just add in here.
Yes.
None of this was a conscious act. I mean, like I said, this all happened within 15 to 20 seconds, and if you count that down, that's a very short amount of time, and I only reacted. It was just a total unconscious reaction.
Yeah, when you tell it over the period of 30 minutes, it almost sounds like, well, you could have debated the thing and said, gee, this might be an alien creature important to Earth and important to humanity, and I shouldn't hit it. But that isn't the way it came down. It came down in seconds.
It might not have been a conscious effort, too, also on the extraterrestrial, Freddy, because it's believed now that it was actually the suit Freddy was wearing that formed the pseudopod that attacked Susie.
Actually, an extension of the suit that he was wearing, which is a black, skin-tight suit that extended itself out over its arm and onto the head of Susie, ripping it back, so almost like another arm. It was a terrible sight.
All right, so now you're standing there with this baseball bat-sized stick in your hand, an alien creature lying on the ground, its skull split open, bleeding. What color?
Red.
Red.
Cherry dark red.
Like
same
our
color as ours. But let me explain. The second I hit this thing, and it fell to the ground, so did I, with a crippling sickness that overtook me just like a freight train. I was so sick instantly that I had terrible nausea. I was throwing up for what seemed like an eternity. I had diarrhea. I could not stand. I could not even move for probably 30 minutes without just crawling maybe 2 or 3 feet in a circle. I could not get up.
All right, that's shock. You were in shock.
That's a good analysis.
I don't know what else it would be. You were in shock.
Well, it kept going for almost 3 days.
All right, so the initial shock wears off to the point where you can sit up again, I guess, right?
Yes, about an hour after I had been there, I tried to crawl around. I knew I had some water in my pack, and I was trying to get up, and then I would fall back down, and I figured if I needed to get out of here eventually, I needed to get some water. So I thought about getting to my pack. Like I said, I would get up, I'd fall down, and then all of a sudden I heard a sound coming from somewhere down the path. And I thought, all right, it's another hiker, it's another camper.
Thank God.
You know, thank God. And I needed help big time because this was, I felt like I was going to die. I mean, I felt like this was it.
Gotcha.
And this sound, I thought, well, it's a kind of a harmonic sound. I first thought, well, somebody's got their radio on or something, but it was a low ebb harmonic. And I kind of, you know, walked a few feet up the path and couldn't see anything. And then I got this really strange feeling like this wasn't right. Everything in this site wasn't right. Ever since I had hit this thing, there was no sound of any animals. There was no sound of any wind. Nothing was the way it should have been.
The entire atmosphere was wrong.
The ground felt spongy, like wet cement. The air felt dense and thick and totally wrong from what it should have been. So I kind of ran back to where I had originally lost my dog. And in doing so, I looked through some trees, through a grove of trees, and saw what looked like almost a mirage, where the trees bend a little bit in the light.
Yes.
But this was not, it shouldn't have been happening. There was not enough light in this area to create that because of this deep, heavy canopy, tree canopy. Mm-hmm. And it didn't make sense, but the sound seemed to be coming from over there. So I ran over to that area, and that's when I saw the obelisk, this black, floating obelisk.
We've got photographs, very doggone good photographs. I scanned them myself, folks, of the obelisk. I scanned the photographs that they sent, and I scanned a negative they sent as well. The obelisk is, I don't know how you describe this.
It's a black, diamond-shaped, six-sided object.
Almost diamond-shaped. It's pseudo-diamond shaped.
Right, kind of a marquee diamond.
Right.
Laying on its side, it measured about 2.5 by 3 feet tall, about 4 by 4.5 feet wide, and 9.5 feet long.
And it's just hanging there in midair.
It's hanging in midair.
Anchored to the air.
Anchored to the air, yeah, that's right. There's no question about that in the photograph. There is absolutely no question. Now,
I ran over to this thing and ran through the brush and up to it, and it was sitting in kind of a field of ferns, right above the ferns.
Yep.
And I could not judge the topography of the ground under the ferns, and I slipped and fell against this thing.
You fell against it?
And when I fell against it, I burned my hand, just like you would be touching dry ice. And it was cold, and it was hard like stone, like granite or marble. And I backed off of it, and I tried to get up, and again I was sick, and I was throwing up violently. And I pushed against this thing to stand up, and it would not move. It would not move a fraction of an inch. It wasn't just floating. It was cemented in place, like Robert said, anchored to the air. And there was nothing underneath it. There was nothing over it.
So if you fell into it, it didn't budge when you fell into it? It stayed right where?
It didn't move a fraction of an inch.
So it was like hitting a wall.
Yes.
So here's this thing hovering in midair. You're sick. You're sick in every way a person can be sick. You stumble into it. It doesn't budge. You look at it. It's hanging in midair. It's defying gravity. What is it at that point that's flashing through your mind? What do you think you just bumped into?
Like I said, nothing made any sense except for the fact that I knew I was so sick, I was afraid that I was never going to be able to get out of there. And I thought about my pack that I had dropped because it had some water in it. And I thought, okay, if I can get back to that, I can, relieve myself a little bit. And I had problems breathing. I had problems standing.
I can believe it.
I mean,
I went down the entire gamut of sickness.
All right, you two, hold on. We're at the top of the hour. We're going to pause right here. One of the wildest stories ever told, followed by the revelation of what it or Ginger is. And again, you heard it right here first. You may have seen it elsewhere, but you heard it put together here.
Want to take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255, the Kingdom of Nye.
Well, good morning, everybody. We have broken the story of Ginger, or it. It was hiding in plain sight. Yes, we know this device has actually been seen on with Barbara Walters, we think. It's on a website, which was hiding in plain sight. And we had Robert Stinson on. I was close. Who attended a secret scientific conference and videotaped the secret scientific conference with Dean Kamen coming on stage saying, "This is Ginger," he says. And then you heard the audio of Dean Kamen describing it. You put that together with the photograph we've got of it, and Dean Kamen sitting in it, we think, next to the President of the United States, we know. You put all that together, what's been hiding in plain sight, and what Robert got for us. And then, well, you make up your own mind. That's either it or it isn't it. But it's something. You think it's it. Robert says 99% guarantee this is it. He's put it together. You judge it for yourself. Either way, you heard it first here. Also, we are in the middle of airing the most controversial alien contact story. Close Encounter is definitely of the third kind here, of Dr. Jonathan Reed. And we'll get back to all of that in a moment, if you'll just stay right where you are. That and everything else supported on the website. If you want to see the alien photographs, you go to the website, you go to program and tonight's guest info, and just scroll down till you see the name Dr. Jonathan Reed, and then the photographs are all laid out there for you to see, including the obelisk, which we're very much talking about right now, and then close-ups of the alien itself. It's all up there for you to see, along with so much more. Don't forget, rocketry all weekend long during the daylight hours. Join us as we watch amateurs launch rockets from a dry lake bed near Boulder City, Nevada. All of that going on and so much more on the website. All the R&R pictures up there now, just before airtime. Million reasons to go to www.artbell.com and join in on the visual journey as we continue to move through the night. Stay right there.
From FX, the tragedy.
We've got 47 men dead.
The cover-up.
You're compromising an investigation.
The truth.
What happened in that gun turret?
Sunday night, one of the biggest cover-ups in naval history.
I believe the Navy is scapegoating a dead man to protect itself.
Becomes the most controversial television movie event of the year. James Caan.
This goes way beyond just loyalty. What you say will carry more weight than anything.
A glimpse of hell, based on a true story. World premiere this Sunday night at 8 Eastern Pacific. Only on FX.
Never miss another coast-to-coast show again. The new Talk Radio Recorder is a compact portable unit that records your favorite radio programs. The new Talk Radio Recorder is completely self-contained with AM/FM, built-in stereo speakers with headphones and timer. It's easy to use and can tape up to 4 hours of continuous programming using a standard audio cassette. For more information or to order online,
First-time callers, area code 775-727-1222.
TalkRadioRecorder.com.
Let me give that one more time in case it didn't get out. It's www.talkradio.com. TalkRadioRecorder.com, actually. www.talkradio.recorder.com. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to the story. All right, we have Dr. Reed with us, Dr. Jonathan Reed. We have Robert Wraith. There will be others as the program continues. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Welcome. Thank you, Art.
All right, Dr. Reed, you're in shock. You go back to your pack to get water. I think that's where
get some water, and at the same time, I remembered, God, I've got some cameras. I have my cameras with me.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, okay, that's it. I'm taking pictures, if for no other reason to keep my own sanity, so that I didn't know, what was going on at this point. So I literally took out my camera, and I took pictures of everything that was at the site. I took pictures of the obelisk. I took pictures of the alien. I took every bit of film I had, which at the time was about 3 rolls of color film, 35 millimeter film, and I shot a bunch of videotape. And
it seems like a good place just to stop here very quickly. Somebody in Milwaukee, Wisconsin says, look, if these pictures of the objects are real, of the object, the obelisk, and the alien are real, why do they look computer generated? It's a fascinating story nonetheless. Well, let me guarantee the audience, I'm the one who scanned those photographs, folks. I had the raw photographs in my hand, not computer generated anything. I'm telling the audience, fake, real, whatever, I'm the guy who scanned them. So they're real photographs. Moreover, they sent me the negative of the photographs. I even scanned the negative, and there's the negative is up there as well. So whatever they are, they're not computer generated. Proceed, Doctor.
And Eastman Kodak and other professionals have verified them as well, Art. But anyway,
yeah, it's obvious. They're real pictures. They're not. I just wanted to get that out of the way. You know, take the criticisms as they come one at a time.
Well, there's going to be some very interesting things said about the photographs tonight that will finally lay that to rest.
That's good. Okay.
Anyway, back at the site, my intention again was to get out of the woods alive. And, you know, I'm jumping and crawling and trying to stay conscious and breathing so hard I felt like I was going to pass out constantly, like I said, for ongoing of 2 hours. And finally deciding I had to get out of here because it was starting to get dark. And it gets dark in the forest very fast.
Yes, it does.
And I didn't know if I could get 100 yards, let alone an hour and a half back to where I had parked my Jeep.
Meanwhile, all this time, the obelisk remains hovering in midair?
Exactly where I found it.
And the alien remains apparently dead, lying on the ground bleeding?
Absolutely. I took another branch, what I found over by where the obelisk was, which was 75 to 100 feet away from where the alien fell, and literally scraped the ground underneath it to remove a lot of the foliage and the ferns so that I could see absolutely that there was nothing underneath it. And when I did that, the stick that I was using felt like it was, as it would pass underneath this black floating shape, it felt like it was going into molasses. The air felt thick and dense directly underneath it.
And what about when you touched this thing? Was it cold?
It was cold like dry ice, but it felt like stone. And when I originally had fell against it, the tone that it was giving out, this low ebbing harmonic, this kind of a irritating sound, instantly changed to a more pleasant sound, a lighter sound.
All right. All right, so anyway, you had enough presence of mind by this time, hours have gone by, to grab your camera and to begin taking photographs. Describe the photographs that we have on the website, what you took.
Well, I took pictures like I said, I took approximately 3 rolls of still 35 millimeter pictures, both slides and prints. And I took probably an estimate of about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes of videotape.
Yeah, we'll describe the videotape. I've seen the videotape. Not a lot of people have, but I have seen it.
Right.
Some others, I think, did you show that in Laughlin?
Yes.
Okay, so others have now seen the videotape.
Yes.
But going back to the still photographs, because that's what people can see on the website right now. The obelisk, we've got 2 shots of the obelisk. It's extremely clear. Some people say it's too damn clear, and that's what they can't swallow that.
Art, is the picture of it clear?
Yes, it is.
Well, I guess it can't be real then.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's 2 problems with ufology. One is when pictures are too fuzzy, then they're not real. When they're too good, they're not real. So I don't know how you get a real picture of an alien or of... And by the way, the obelisk was not a craft. It wouldn't have been large enough, we think, for this creature to have come in it, right?
That is my perception, and since living with this nightmare for the last 4 years, I've come to believe that it was much more than a ship or a craft, more like a doorway, a portal.
It's believed that it's anchored in 2 places at one time. It's the target spot, which at this point would have been Earth, and wherever the entity was coming from.
Possibly a biomorphic gate of some type.
All right. All right, so you never saw it go anywhere because you left before it did.
I could not move it. I tried, and it would not budge. After taking the pictures...
Maybe that's Dean Kamen's thing.
Maybe.
Anyway, there it is, hovering in midair. You're taking photographs of it.
I took all the photographs I had of
a lot of people ask, how could you... I mean, you were in bad condition, Doctor. How could you have been in decent enough condition to get such good... well-focused, well-lighted photographs?
Well, first of all, the equipment that I had was fairly good. I had a Nikon 35mm camera that automatically sets its own shutter speed to the light condition. So therefore, I didn't have to worry that much about that. And focusing wasn't a problem. It wasn't moving anywhere. And I was laying on the ground, spread eagle, and, propping my arms up to use as a tripod. So I could take a fairly good picture. But the point is I took everything I had. I had my pack. I had drugged my pack over at that point. I had consumed most of my water. And I thought, what am I going to do now? I'm going to try to go home. I'm going to try to, explain this. I was afraid of what I had done. I didn't know what I had killed. I wasn't sure what this was. My mind would not let me go there. I would constantly get violently sick, throwing up.
Well, for those who have not seen the video, actually, folks, part of it is the good doctor running through the woods and getting sick as he goes and getting violently ill, and you can hear him tossing his cookies, and you can hear him hyperventilating. And you can see all that as he runs through the woods. No question about it. I mean, you were obviously in bad shape, and I don't blame you. If this really happened to me, I'd be in bad shape too.
Yeah.
Anybody would be in bad shape. That should be understood.
Well, I'll tell you, it was, there's no way to conceptualize what this was like because it was like nothing I could ever imagine. After dealing with this, many people have said that my condition was very, very similar to that of somebody who had extreme radiation exposure.
Okay. I'll even accept that. I guess you could describe it many ways. Anyway, it was time to get the hell out of there.
It was time to get out of there. I went through my camera back into my pack, realizing that I had very little supplies with me. I had a thermal blanket. I had a knife. I didn't have a shovel. I didn't have a pick. I had some dog food. That's about all I had. And I thought, thermal blanket. Maybe I can cover this body up and bring somebody back to help me, to deal with what I had done so I could show someone. Because it was unbelievable to me. And so I basically thought about hiding this thing. I thought about taking it and covering it up, putting the thermal blanket over it, and maybe putting stones around the edges of the thermal blanket so that animals wouldn't get to the body. Because this area is frequented by lots of animals. And my mind was not being very rational. I wasn't thinking very clearly. So I threw the thermal blanket out, and I thought, okay, if I can somehow get this thing into this blanket, maybe I can cover it up. Well, I couldn't find any rocks to do what I had thought about doing because the rocks that I found were buried. I mean, this is a part of the mountain, and there just wasn't anything loose. And like I said, I didn't have a shovel, and I just had a pocket knife. So I thought about rolling this thing up and then maybe covering it with some branches against the hillside that I was next to. So I basically covered the thing with the thermal blanket, and I didn't want to touch it. Believe me, I did not want to touch it. But I kind of used the thermal blanket in between me and it and rolled it up into the thermal blanket. And as I did this, I realized that this thing was extremely light. It only weighed about 50 pounds. And that is incredibly light. My dog weighed 100 pounds.
That's like a child.
Right. So as I rolled it up, I realized I could literally pick up the thermal blanket and pick up the entire body. So I grabbed that and lifted it up with my pack straps and tried to find a place to put it.
I was hoping to find a secure area, maybe off the beaten path. As I was looking around, there wasn't any place to put it.
Mm-hmm.
So I tied it up, much like a sleeping bag or burrito, and I carried it down, started walking down the trail with my pack in my other hand and looking for a place to put this, stopping to get sick, stopping to rest, hoping to find a place.
How far did you have to go to get back to your car?
Well, I had walked to this point approximately between an hour and a half. So it was the same distance back to my Jeep.
That is still a long way, Doctor, to carry 50 pounds with a pack on your back, too.
Well, not in some circumstances. I mean, I wanted out of there.
You probably had enough adrenaline going, actually, to pick up a car and carry it, but anyway.
Anyway, I looked for a place to put it, and I ended up back where my Jeep was in, like, no time. In fact, it was incredible how little time it felt like it took. And once back to the Jeep, I walked up to the Jeep, I opened the back end, and I put this body in the back end of my Jeep and closed the door. I was like a walking zombie. And I crawled into the driver's seat and sat there and thought, what is going on? This has got to be an illusion. None of this is real. And I looked over where my dog normally sat, and she wasn't there. And she was always there when I was in this place. And I looked in the rearview mirror and saw this rolled up thermal blanket. And I knew
it was all real.
That some of this had to be real. And so I started to drive home. And I drove down the road and got on the highway, and I stopped at a ranger station because I needed help. And there was nobody there. I don't know where he was. I don't know if he was out, doing dinner, but there was no one there.
What time was it by now?
It was approximately 5:30.
In the evening, okay.
And I just kept going. And pretty soon, I'd stop, and I'd have to pull over because I literally was so sick I was throwing up blood in my car. And I kept going, and I finally got home.
You made it home.
And I pulled in my driveway, and I sat in my carport for a long time, just numb.
Probably trying to figure out what to do next. A lot of people would have gone in the house and called the cops.
Well, I basically thought, what am I going to do? What has gone on here? Maybe I need to bury this thing. Maybe I need to hide it, because I didn't know what I had killed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And my mind was spinning out of control because nothing fit my world. And at that point, I basically said, I've got to put this somewhere. I've got to put it somewhere. So I ended up taking it out of the Jeep and putting it in my garage in my large freezer.
You have one of those casket-like freezers.
Right.
And so you open it, you had enough room, or did you have to take stuff out?
No, there was hardly anything in there.
It's a good thing. Wouldn't want to eat. Anyway.
So I put it in there, I closed the lid, locked it, and I went in the house.
Did you leave the thermal blanket around it? I mean...
Yes.
Okay, I think I would have too. So, thermal blanket and all, you lowered into the freezer, locked the freezer?
Locked the freezer.
Went into the house.
The freezer lock was kind of, half working and half not.
Yep.
I went into the house. I got some water. I tried to clean up. I tried to calm down, and I went to the phone, and I called my girlfriend. She wasn't home. I left a message on her answering machine, call me as soon as you can.
Sure.
And then I called another friend of mine, Gary, and I said, call me. I need your help now. And then I sat down, and I tried to calm down.
So like usual, you get answering machines everywhere when you want.
Right. And I tried to put some of this in some kind of order, which didn't make any sense. And for a long time, I just drank some water, and I sat there in this numb state till finally I believed myself to have created this illusion. And I thought, my dog has got to be in the freezer. I must have somehow, my dog got killed
You flipped out.
I flipped out, and I brought her home.
Killed my dog, yeah. I understand all these emotions. So then what? You went
So at that point, I went back out
to the
see.
Yeah.
And I walked back out there to the garage, and I opened the thermal blanket, and it wasn't my dog.
Okie dokie. So you probably closed the thermal blanket, closed the freezer back up. Then what?
Actually, I didn't.
You didn't?
At that point, I opened it up, I brushed it off, and I carried it into the house and put it in my rec room. And I got my video camera out, and I videotaped it.
Just laying there, blood probably on the...
And you've seen that videotape.
I've seen the videotape, but more importantly, I want to talk about the things that we have on the website that everybody can see. There are two really important photographs of the alien. One actually shows somebody, I guess it's you, Doctor?
Yes.
Is that your hand with the gloves on?
Yes, that was taken at a later time.
At a later time. Okay,
Right.
so the first photograph then is just of the alien lying on this thermal blanket.
Right. That was taken when I brought it home and opened that up in my house.
And in this photograph, you clearly see the alien's head. You can see what would appear to be blood vessels. You can see a mouth. You can see what looks like a nose appendage. I don't think there's any ears. It is obviously not human. No question about the fact it's not human. And so that's where you took the first photograph?
Yes. Those are the first photographs that I took after I brought it home.
So you took the pictures. You're still by yourself at this point. Then what?
Well, then finally I got a phone call from my friend.
All right, good. That's a good place to break it off. Hold it right there, Doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed, we're going to try to race through the rest of this story because we got new stuff for you on this story, but it was important that you hear how all this happened. Follow along on the web if you want. We've got detailed, high-resolution photographs up there for you. Some people say they're just too good. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. I'm playing this one, Kodachrome, for Dr. Jonathan Reed, because he had film with him, maybe not Kodachrome, but he certainly had something with him, and that's how we've got the photographs that you can take a look at on my website right now as we talk about them. It's all at www.artbell.com. And we'll get back to Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith and some surprise guests coming up. Stay right where you are.
I'm going to sleep in the car. It's cleaner than this motel.
Not what you need to hear? Then Super 8's where you need to stay, where the rooms are as clean as can be. Because we inspect them to be sure they are more than any other major economy chain.
Boy, do I like the sound of that.
Clean, friendly, Super 8. For reservations, call 1-800-800-8000. Super 8. All the room you want.
Introducing the new Stars Super Pack. It's #1 in new hit movies with up to 12 different movie channels. Tune in to the Stars Super Pack to see new hit movies like Erin Brockovich, Mission to Mars, The Cider House Rules, and Gone in 60 Seconds. For hits like this, call 800 Super Pack for the pack that's #1 in new hit movies. That's 800 Super Pack.
#1 in new hit movies based on year 2000 total number of primetime airings of first-run theatricals with at least $20 million in box office receipts.
Well, you know, with the way the weather's going right now, with the way even CNN is talking now, and NOAA, about a very, 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 very rough spring. We're going to have violent weather this spring. That's what NOAA says, and I'm sure they're right. And it's going to get increasingly violent. There's going to be power outages. There's going to be all kinds of stuff happening that's not good. You should have a Super Bajan free play radio. And we don't have many of them left. We're almost out. It's an AM/FM shortwave radio. That's right. AM/FM and shortwave. Dramatically improved. Very good signal to noise. You'll find it now to be an extremely good radio. Big upgrade. It's got a built-in light that recesses into the radio itself. You pull it out. It comes out on about a 10-foot cord. It's got a magnetic clip. You can put it on a fridge or, where you're working on something, an LED light. Now, check this out. This radio has its own power, folks. And you turn the crank on the side for 1 minute, you get 35 minutes of AM, FM, or shortwave and light. Yeah, you heard me right. Crank for 1 minute, you get 35 minutes of radio and light. It's amazing. It's amazing technology, made in South Africa, incidentally. It's also got a solar panel on top that will work if you just put it under a lamp. It's that good. If you put it outside, it'll have enough excess power to run the radio and the lamp and charge the batteries. So this has power all over the place. If your power goes out, if you're going to get stuck in a blackout in California somewhere else, this is a radio you want to have. We've got them on sale for $99.95. That price will not hold, nor will stock. We're going to be back ordering very soon. If you want one, call the Sea Crane Company Saturday morning. Yes, they're open Saturday, 9 to 5 Pacific time. That means 12 noon on the East Coast. Call 1-800-522-8863. Remember, I told you they're not going to be around very long. We're almost out. 1-800-522-8863. The Beijing radio, the one you want in any emergency. Once again now, back to Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith. Robert hasn't said much. We're going to get through the story. Dr. Reed, you said somebody returned a call to you finally.
Finally, I got a call back from my friend Gary, who said he would come over and, just come on over. Yeah. So he came on over.
Hey, Gary, I've got this alien. I've got him in a freezer. Come on over.
Right, and at first he was more, I think he thought I was, losing my mind, but I didn't really say that. I said, something happened while I was in the woods, and Susie's dead. And he was concerned about my health because obviously I looked terrible, and I was still extremely sick. And we went down that path slowly about what had actually happened.
You mean when he got there? You told him about all
right,
this.
Right.
Meanwhile, the alien's in the freezer, right?
Right.
Okay.
And finally, I showed him what I had brought home. And I can't tell you on the radio what he said.
I imagine not. What did you do, take it out of the freezer and bring it back into the rec room?
No, I just took him out to the garage.
And opened the freezer?
And opened the freezer and
I
took it out and laid it on the table and showed him.
Oh. And so after he exclaimed what I can imagine he exclaimed, what did you do?
Right. Well, what he told me is he immediately started ranting and raving about this. This is an extraterrestrial. This is some kind of gray. This is an alien.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't want to go there. This was not in my world. I didn't think about this. I had no concept of what this was.
Did you tell him you took photographs?
Oh, yeah.
Video, everything?
And I showed him the video.
Okay.
And
so he knows what you've got.
He knows what I've got, and now he thinks we need to get some help about how to deal with this and what to do.
Yeah,
and
good for him.
Because we had no real clue where to go with this, and I basically wanted to get rid of it. And so we talked about what we should do, about maybe is there some type of place that you call to deal with this type of thing. So
sure, an alien hotline.
Right, so he set out to do that. And I was so sick, I really couldn't do anything for about 2 days. And he called around, and he found out some information. He called some MUFON groups and some other...
Oh, yeah, I think he probably called MUFON in San Diego, didn't he?
Actually, no, he called MUFON in Seattle.
Okay, well, MUFON somehow in San Diego, I remember, got involved in this.
Yeah, one of the MUFON members in San Diego eventually did some supportive work for
All right,
us.
so anyway, he called these places.
He called these agencies and said, what if I found something? What would I do about it?
Right.
Where would I go? Who
Right.
would I talk to?
Right. What did they
For
say?
the most part, everybody just basically laughed him off and said, don't bother us. And finally, when we had called the MUFON group in Seattle, we got some people, he said, that were extremely supportive, who basically said, well, there's certain things you need to do and certain things you need not to do. One, we'd like to see your evidence. And can we meet with you in a public place?
Right.
And we'd like to store it so that, it's not going to get lost or stolen or whatever. And they made tremendous sense.
They were right.
And so, essentially, I thought about, well, I'm not going to take everything I've got. I'm going to take some of what I've got.
Mm-hmm.
And I will take and meet with them. And I did. And they assured me that they would help me in every sense of the way. They were very supportive.
So you took photographs, I'm sure, and showed them those, and what else?
I took some of my photographs, and I took some of the videotape, and I basically handed it over to them saying, help me, and they assured me they would.
Meanwhile, the alien's still in the freezer.
Meanwhile, the alien's in the freezer.
All right.
But I think we need to add in here that those people who represented themselves as MUFON members were not MUFON members and never returned to the scene, never returned by evidence, and basically after recalling and talking to MUFON people told me that they had never talked to us.
Well, then who the hell were they?
Your guess is as good as mine.
So your evidence disappeared with them.
So that evidence disappeared.
So fortunately, that was not all the evidence by a long shot.
That's right.
At this point, you've got the alien, you've got the photographs, at least some of them left, and you've got the video.
Right, and I had one more thing that I haven't mentioned. When I went to roll the alien into the thermal blanket in the woods, I saw something under the brush about 3 feet away from where his body lay. And it looked at first like a can of soda pop, like a silvery can through the brush. And as I moved the ferns away, I found out that it was not a can. It was a bent piece, what looked like a bent piece of aluminum or silver-colored metal that had some strange markings on it that was approximately 4 inches long, 3.5 inches wide, and about 3/16 inches in thickness. It looked almost like an ornamental piece of jewelry. So I picked it up and put it in with the body,
and it
rolled it up, and brought it home.
Right, and it has symbols on it, right?
It has some etched or surface-mounted black symbols which look similar to Korean or Egyptian-type hieroglyphs.
Yes, they do.
Yet they have never been recorded anywhere.
We have a photograph for your perusal of what he just described on the website, actually several photographs of it, being held by gloved hands.
And this is what I call the link artifact.
The link artifact. You think it had something to do perhaps with the operation of the obelisk?
I believe that it was worn by Freddy, the alien. I believe it was worn on his wrist. I believe that it was a direct link between him and the obelisk, or him and a controller.
Gotcha. And it may have flown off when you whacked him.
Either that or when Susie was in combat.
Yeah, one of the two. One of the two, sure. All right. I had another photograph. I don't know whether it's up here or not. Oh, yes, here it is. When did you take the photograph of the alien with all of the obvious head trauma? I mean, this alien, its skull is cracked open and red stuff is coming out, blood, I guess, and
that was taken at home after I had brought it home.
Okay, one of the ones you took. We didn't cover that photograph. That's up there. So it's pretty graphic, folks. You can see the blood, you can see the cracked skull, and you can see the stuff coming out, brain material, I presume.
Which we did take samples of, and we did basically have analyzed.
All right, we'll get to that. Let's finish up now. At some point, you went back out to the freezer, Doctor. This is a kind of a horrible part of the story, folks, so brace yourself. When did you go back out to the freezer? You'd met with MUFON, they ripped off your stuff.
Well,
they weren't really the MUFON people, I guess. They were men in black or the equivalent thereof.
Many things had happened during the first 3 days. I had talked to people that I worked with. I had talked to friends. My girlfriend had come over. She had seen the body.
Yep. So the word was out.
So people had seen this, close associates and friends. But I still wasn't, publishing this in the newspaper because I was still sick. I mean, still violently sick. And about the third day of after this had all happened, I had planned a meeting with the professor, somebody I knew personally from the university, to come over and take a close look at what I had told him about.
I had set up a table and some lights in my garage so that he could examine the body. That meeting was canceled abruptly, and I was a little put off by that because obviously I was trying to do everything I could do to get this handled.
Right.
And I went back out to the garage to put things away, to put the lights away and the table. And as I was in the garage, I heard a sound that was like coming from underneath or inside the freezer. At first I thought it was the compressor going out. And I thought, well, if this is going to happen, I'm going to have to find somewhere real quick to put this thing. And, but then I thought, well, maybe it's rats. Maybe I've got some rats or mice underneath the freezer. Because it was kind of a scratching sound. And I thought, well, if the compressor's going out, the thermometer inside the freezer will tell me that. Because the temperature would be down, would be actually going up. So I opened the lid, which I had done many times.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, this thing sat up out of the end of the thermal blanket and screamed at me in such a way that it, like, forced my chest back against the wall. Like a sound that I could not imagine.
Well, you know, Doctor, one thing you know now is that you've got a good heart. If you were going to ever have a heart attack and die, that would have been your moment.
Yes.
That would have been your moment. So it screamed. You actually, I don't know whether you have it, you played it once before on the program. Somehow you had a tape running, didn't you?
I do have that right now.
Why did you have a tape running?
Well, first of all, at that moment, I didn't. This was not the time that I recorded it.
I see.
He proceeded to do this many, many times. And later on, I went back in and actually recorded the sound of him screaming when I opened the freezer.
Oh, God.
And I actually took pictures of it, and I took video of it, and I do have that recording.
You do. All right. If you would please be my guest, play the recording. Here's the sound the creature made, folks.
This is opening the freezer, him screaming, and closing the freezer.
Oh, my God. You're going to live to a good old age, Doctor. That would have done me in.
Well, it done me in, too, the first time around. Tell you, I didn't go back out there until, for a long time, till Gary came over, and then we didn't know what to do. I wasn't sure.
Now your dead alien isn't dead anymore. Moreover, it's in a freezer where it's been for days, probably near zero temperatures.
Right. And I had been taking it out, lifting it in and out, examining it in great detail with a lot of people, photographing it, moving the wound, taking samples of the blood and the tissue. And now it's alive and screaming at me.
And somehow the cold was conducive to the elements of healing. Somehow that freezing temperature was part of why it healed.
Art, later on, I went back out and opened the freezer, and it would stop screaming. It would look at me and watch me, and I would watch it. And eventually, it actually got out of the freezer by itself.
Really?
Sat on the floor.
Yeah.
Looked at me, and then got back in by itself. It liked the cold.
It knew then that some kind of healing process was underway with the cold?
I can only assume that, but it liked the cold environment.
You know, one time, Jonathan had given the extraterrestrial water, and when the bowl was empty at one point, it picked it up and threw it at Jonathan's head.
I've never heard this before.
Right, it's all in the book. But, yeah, I tried to give it food. I tried to give it some dog food. I tried to ask, whatever I could do. At this point, I thought it was a maimed animal, and at first I was scared to death to get near it.
Did it make sounds short of the scream?
It made some little squeaky, chirpy sounds occasionally, but basically it did not make any other vocalization. But it did have a great ability to translate information like a fire hose. I felt like I was being bombarded by information inside my head. I could only spend about 10 or 15 minutes in the presence of this thing without having a massive headache.
And it never objected when you closed the freezer on it?
No, not once.
Did it always appear conscious after that point at any time when you opened the freezer?
It seemed to actually start to regain some of its strength. And it became much more animated, in fact, wasn't afraid of me after a while. And I still was always a little bit afraid of it.
And Jonathan had told me too, this information, such as the information in the book, is taken from 1,500 pages of documentation and information, okay? And one of the things is the extraterrestrial was extremely strong. If Freddie indeed did not want to be in the freezer, I don't personally believe, from what Jonathan has told me,
I'm with you,
that Jonathan would have been able to have stopped him from not being in the freezer.
When I was in the woods and I saw it throwing my dog back and forth, it was throwing a 100-pound golden retriever 6 to 8 feet from each side of its body like it weighed a pound.
So it obviously could have killed you if it had wanted to.
It could have torn me apart. It was strong like an orangutan. And it moved very sleekly in and out of the freezer, almost like...
During those times, did it communicate anything important to you mentally?
I believe that it communicated a lot of information. Discerning that information is the problem. That would be like somebody telling you Chinese and you have no idea what they're saying.
Sure.
But I feel like I have been downloaded into. And it gave me feelings, it gave me little bits and pieces of what I have tried to understand as imagery. It gave me the feeling like it felt secure with me, I felt terribly guilty. Once it was alive, I felt terribly upset at what I had done.
I can imagine.
But at the same time, I felt angry that my dog was dead.
Sure.
And during the times that I spent with this thing, I almost got the feeling of an understanding that it knew that I was in a dilemma between those two things. And I had the feeling that it somehow could justify what had happened. Because I wasn't killing it now with a shovel that laid, against the garage wall. And I wasn't trying to hurt it any longer. I was actually trying to give it water.
All right. Now, the obvious question is, where is the alien now? The answer to that is, you don't have that alien.
That's right. I don't have that. After the 9th day of this ordeal, my house had been broke into. It had been gone through when I was gone.
All right, I'll tell you what. We're here at the top of the hour. We're almost through the story, folks. So we'll wind it up when we get back, and then we'll begin to give you the new stuff. Stay right there. Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Wraith are here. Others are coming. I'm Art Bell.
The history book on the shelf is always repeating itself. I can see you on the wall. Love you forevermore.
News and information. There's only one station in the High Point area that actually specializes in providing news and information. News and air conditioning of High Point and News Talk 1230 WMFR.
I remember to this day the bright red George sleigh, how it stuck to the side after some rain. Will power bells cargo, a woman's ride home that door. Oh, how I wish we were back on the road again. Me and you and a dog named Blue, traveling and living on the land.
Wanna take a ride?
Back on the road again.
Thought I'd play this in memory of Susie.
Me and you and a dog named Blue.
Anyway, we're going to finish up the story with Dr. Reed here shortly. No, they do not have the alien, and you'll find out why in just a moment. Then we have a couple of independent researchers who have some words to say about all of this. My friends, we're well into the new year, and by now I'm sure some of you have given up on that most famous resolution of them all, to lose that unwanted fat. You've heard me offer you the challenge of losing 10 pounds in 1 month. Well, you can with Ultimate Slim, a revolutionary diet formula that's having great success for people like you from as far away as Guam to New York City and beyond. Ultimate Slim is the only diet product I recommend because it not only melts fat into energy, but it also does something most formulas just overlook. It helps relieve bloating. You've heard my pearls of wisdom on this topic before. Regardless of how much you starve yourself, if you're bloated, and I know it's frustrating, you'll not lose those excess pounds. This is why Ultimate Slim is unique. It allows you to release the excess water buildup that causes bloating and simultaneously turns fat into energy, which will trim those inches off your waistline. Ultimate Slim is not a pretender. This is a product that really works. Take it from me. When you order 2 bottles of Ultimate Slim, you'll get 2 more bottles absolutely free, an incredible 50% off, and it's guaranteed to work or your money back. Call now. 1-800-557-4627. That's 1-800-557-4627. Once more, 1-800-557-4627.
At Radio Shack, the savings really add up when you multiply by free. Right now, a basic RCA DirecTV system and standard installation are free after a $200 DirecTV rebate when you subscribe to 1 year of Total Choice Premium Programming at $49.99 a month or above. And if you sign up for 2 years of MSN Internet access at $21.95 a month, you also get a free $200 shopping spree. Great for upgrading your home entertainment system. That's 3 times free. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
Mike, can I ask, do you get an EITC?
What's an EITC?
Earned Income Tax Credit. It's for people who work hard but don't earn much.
That's me.
If your income last year ranged from a small amount up to a little over $31,000, and if you qualify for this credit, it can save you hundreds of dollars, even thousands.
Wow. How do I get the EITC?
Get the facts by calling 1-800-TAX-FORM. That's TAXFORM, and ask for free publication 596.
A public service message from the IRS.
Once again, Dr. Jonathan Reed, and Robert Wraith. Gentlemen, you're back on the air, and obviously you don't have the alien now. Doctor, tell everybody why.
Well, when the 9th day came along, I finally drove back to my house one evening, and as I was driving up to my house, I witnessed men and vans going in and out of my house with hand trucks, taking everything out of my house there was. A few hours later, I went back, and they had destroyed my house. They had gone through the floors, they had gone through the walls, there were holes in the walls and the ceiling. They had taken everything I had.
Stay good and close to the phone for me. They'd taken everything out of your house, including apparently the freezer and the alien.
I walked out to the garage. They had pried the entire door frame, not the door, but the door and the frame right out of the wall of my garage. And the freezer was gone.
So your house was when you saw all these vehicles in front of your house, and you saw people carrying stuff out of your house, you just took off.
I kept going.
Where'd you go?
Well, I drove up to another friend of mine named Dolly, who also had known what was going on, and sat there and waited and decided, eventually I didn't know what I was going to do.
Sure. All right, so you finally did go back to the house. When you did, you found it torn up. You found the door gone, the freezer gone, the alien gone, and a disaster at your house. You've been on the run ever since, haven't you?
Yes, ever since.
I think it's important to interject here as well, Art, that Dolly is dead, and she was managing some of the evidence for Jonathan. And Gary, whom I've seen personally, has been beaten beyond belief.
And so he won't say a word?
Well, I don't know that he really could say a word, Art. He looked like a survivor of Auschwitz when I saw him.
And Dolly, how did Dolly die?
A couple months after this all happened, I had called Dolly to go up and pick up some evidence that I had stored with her, some other photographs and other videotape.
Right.
During these 9 days, as I acquired different amounts of film and different amounts of evidence, I would send it to different places, knowing that people were watching us, that they were going to our house, that they were following us in vans, and I was afraid of losing everything. And I had stored some of this with her. So I called her one morning and said, I want to come and pick this up. And she said, fine, no problem. I said, I'll be there in a short time.
And?
When I got to her house, I found her dead on the floor in her kitchen. They said she died of natural causes. The package that she had said was set out was nowhere to be found.
Gone, of course. All right. Is that the point where you took off and you said, obviously my life is also in danger, I'm out of here, or what?
Absolutely.
Okay. You've been on the run now how long, Doctor?
Well, I've been on the run for a good 4 years and trying to survive with the help and grace of God and friends.
One I assume is Robert Wraith.
Absolutely.
All right. Gentlemen, we have a couple of people we're going to try to talk to this hour. One of them is named Dan Irea, and he's in Indiana, and I don't know how much we want to say about... Uh-oh. What's going on there? Did we just lose somebody?
Well, I'm here.
Robert?
Yeah.
You're there? How about you, Doctor? Dr. Jonathan Reed is gone. He's gone. Oh, my. Well, we'll get Dr. Reed back on the line here shortly. I have no idea what just happened. But while we can, let's go ahead and get Dan Irea on the line. Let's see if we can do this. No, we just lost everybody now except Dan Irea. Dan, you're on the air.
I'm still here.
Okay, Dan, since you're the only one I've got right now, things always go this way on this program. Since you're the only one I've got right now, Dan, let me proceed with you. How did you get involved in this, and what do you know?
Well, I became involved in this when I was working out at Microsoft in 1998 in the Redmond area.
Okay.
And so I was nearby the area where this all happened, and that's kind of what piqued my interest. I heard the initial broadcast and listened to the several subsequent broadcasts. And I left Microsoft at the end of 1998, went back to my hometown here in Indiana, and I kind of kept in tune listening to see what would happen, and I hadn't heard anything for quite some time. So I emailed Dr. Reed in June or July of 1999, kind of inquiring as to what had happened since his last Art Bell appearance, because there seemed to be quite a lull, and I hadn't heard of anything happening. I wasn't aware at that time that he had presented in San Diego and that he had been shot after returning to Canada shortly after that presentation.
He was shot, that's true.
Right.
Hold on just one second. Let me see if I can get rid of this noise. I'm trying to get things reorganized here. And anyway, proceed. I guess I'll tell you what we're going to do. I've still got you, Robert Wraith. I've got you back, I think, don't I?
Yes, you do.
All right. I'm going to have to try and set up lines again because getting these set up apparently is not as easy as it looks. And since we lost the doctor, we've got an imbalance in the lines here. So, what am I going to do? I'm going to let you tell me for a moment who this is, who Dan Irea is. Tell me what you know about Dan. I'll try and get him back on the line.
Well, Dan was a person that got very interested in the case. He was somebody that really wasn't heavily involved in the concept of ufology. However, he had abiding interest in the subject itself. When he had heard Jonathan talk about this story on your radio show, he became very intrigued by the possibilities. He wasn't sure whether it was real or not at the time. He later found out that we would be presenting at Laughlin in Nevada at the UFO convention in Congress there. And that is where we first met him. And,
okay. I think that I might have him back. Hold on here. Let's see. I'm going to have to try this one more time. I'm trying to get them both on the line and get it to sound right. So let me try this one more time. Let's see if this works. All right. Let's see if we have Robert there.
I'm here.
And we have Dan.
I'm here.
All right, good. All right, so through the conference in Laughlin, you hooked up with him.
Yes. Pam McLeod was kind enough to introduce me to Dr. Reed, kind of discreetly,
right,
the day before the presentation. And I had a short conversation with Jonathan just the day before. And during that conversation, you know, he was very sincere. He showed a lot of emotion. And I felt like he was, you know, very much telling the truth.
So you believe the whole story?
Well, I you know, after he showed me the bullet wound and told me a lot about what was going on, I felt like, you know what, I really didn't have a clue as to what it would be like to have an encounter like this. This sounds like what really would happen, and my kind of idealistic notions of what should happen weren't probably very realistic at all. So.
All right, so where do you add credibility to this story? What research did you do that would tell us that it's a real McCoy?
Okay, well, I think one of the most critical things that I've been able to do is I did get the negatives authenticated, which, you know, you had looked at them, and I believe Kodak had looked at them as well.
Yes, I had the negatives, and I of course sent them back.
Right.
But then you got them, and how did you authenticate them?
Well, I went out and I looked through the industry to try to find somebody who I felt was rather objective and unbiased, and someone who wasn't strictly connected to ufology or this field, and making a living off of it, because I felt those people might not be the most unbiased of individuals. So I went to a gentleman named Bob Schell, who's the editor of Shutterbug magazine, and I told him what was going on and what I'd like him to do, and he agreed to do it. And so I met with him in his town there in Virginia, and showed him all that we had, the negatives, the video, and he did produce a document for me, which I have up on my website. And much of this information that I have that I'm sharing tonight.
What is the document? What's the nature of it?
It's just an authentication document. It just basically states that he says that they are authentic by his analysis, and it's signed and dated by him.
All right. And I'm going to give the website out right now, folks. And Keith, I hope you're grabbing this. It's www.aliendestiny.com.
That's correct.
And I've got capitals here. It can all be done in lowercase, I presume.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, www.aliendestiny.com. And you have a document of authentication of the photographs there.
Yes, it's on there.
Talk a little bit
actually in the area of new info.
Talk about what, Robert?
About the red eye effect.
Okay. Yeah, one of the other things that we noticed while looking through some of the evidence was that one of the pictures that they have shows Freddy, it's looking kind of straight on at his face, and it produces a very pronounced red eye effect. And that would be, I would presume, and so did Bob Schell, and I've talked to others, that would be a difficult thing to have produced if it wasn't a real eye. So that was again, you know, kind of critical. Some of the other things that we noticed, Bob Schell mentioned, and I think Whitley Strieber did as well, that when you have a combination of negatives, video, and photographs, that's pretty compelling evidence that what you're looking at is the real thing.
All right, we're just now getting a link up. In the next few minutes, we'll have a link up to aliendestiny.com.
Great.
That's important. So you did quite a bit of research then.
Yes, and I did quite a bit more than that. I also, it was brought up, I believe, by Peter Davenport at one time, and he had mentioned that red blood cells are enucleated, which means that they do not have DNA typically, or nucleus.
Right.
And what I did was I did some research because I remember back on the December 9th broadcast where Harold Chacon was interviewed that he had mentioned something about that the skin resembled a reptile. And he had also represented that out of the 46 chromosomes, 9 of those were non-human, and they resembled those of sea tortoise and dolphin. And so what I did was I did some research on sea tortoises, and I found that, in fact, sea tortoises and all reptiles have nucleated red blood cells. And in fact, that's typically what they target when they test the blood of sea tortoises is they actually go after the red blood cells, and that's what they extract the DNA from.
Wow.
So, that, again, that's up on my website as well. So you can take a look at the analysis that I did there.
All of that, huh?
Yeah, it's up there. And I also, this is, I think, very important, I had knowledge of Dr. Roger Haggett and Michael Wessels, who are two of the individuals who were on the DNA analysis team prior to their deaths. I knew of these individuals. I knew who the people were on the analysis team. I had not met these individuals, but I knew their names. And so I guess I don't need to say that I was rather disturbed when I learned of their deaths. It was, and I know how upset Jonathan was, yes. And I was, equally upset.
Well, I don't want to upset either one of you, but you heard the noise when Dr. Reed was knocked off the line by whatever, yes. And I cannot reconnect to Dr. Reed. I hope he's all right.
It happened to me about 2 hours ago when I was speaking with him. The same exact thing happened.
All I get is a busy signal now, and I know that if Dr. Reed was able to, he would be hanging up his phone waiting for our call back, so I'm a little concerned.
Well, there's a lot of problems. People asked, Art, how could anybody have gotten to Jonathan so quickly after his find of the extraterrestrial? And one of the things we know about is what's going on right now with the NSA involving Echelon and another device called Tempest. You know that Echelon is the ultimate eavesdropping device. Well, Tempest can actually see from miles away, Art, what you're watching on your TV, what you're looking at on your computer.
I can tell you both right now that my phones are tapped. I've known for a long time they're tapped. There's no question about the fact that they're tapped. And if they wanted to locate Dr. Reed, I'm afraid they could. We've been on here now for better than a couple of hours, and I just hope to God he's all right. But his phone is busy, and that was not a usual disconnect sound at all.
Well, it's a considerable risk that this gentleman has come forward with this information. A lot of things have happened. Again, Dan has talked about Wessels and Haggett. These are two very prominent gentlemen in the field of sciences from the university here in Washington. And they both died within right around the same day, but within 2 months of each other. And one was found shot to death in his office. Somebody had entered his office, closed and locked the door, then shot him. And I believe that was Haggett. And the other one was climbing, supposedly, by himself, an area where he had been before and had to be rescued from, but he had always climbed with somebody else for reasons of safety. They found him dead at the foot of the cliff.
Dan, we don't know too much about you. What is your background?
My background is in mechanical engineering. I graduated from Purdue University with my bachelor's degree in 1986. A couple years later, I started my own engineering company. Had that for about 8 years, and then sold that to a publicly held company.
All right. Well, you've been a lot closer to this than any of the rest of us. So you've done a lot more investigation. Obviously, you've got documentation on the website, which we're getting a link to right now. It should be up there by now. And I just don't know how to thank you. Is there anything else, Dan, that you'd like to add?
Yes. The information that you were talking about with the email verification earlier in the show that somebody had emailed you with?
Yes.
I have that up on my website as well, so they can step down through that and take a look at how the process behind it.
The process? Yes.
Jonathan just called me on my cell phone and said for you to try calling him again.
All right. I'll try that in a few moments. We're coming up to a break. I want to finish with Dan, so we'll pick it all back up and put it back together, I hope, at the bottom of the hour. So, Dan, may I ask you this? Beyond any shadow of a doubt, how convinced are you that all of this is absolutely real, Dan?
I am absolutely 100% convinced that it's real. I have no doubt at all. It's disturbing, and it's hard to wrap your mind around because it doesn't really fit in the life that we've grown up with. But unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you're looking at it, it is 100% true.
Are there any holes in this story? I mean, you must have questioned things yourself. People ask a million questions. I'll never be able to satisfy them all and ask, on our a fast blast here or on the phones or whatever. People will ask a million questions. We'll never do them all service. You must have asked a million questions. Did you always get good answers?
Yes, Jonathan was always very forthright with me. He was never aggravated or angry with me for asking the questions. And yes, I did ask a million. and I still do. I want to understand everything that happened, and I want to make sure that, that I do it justice in my retelling of it as well. So.
Anything else you can think of you want to add?
Yes, I also have some other information up on the website regarding Susie's white residue that I was able to grab a couple frame grabs of from the video.
You have frame grabs of what was left of Susie?
Yes.
Oh, that's new.
And the reason I was able to find that was because Jonathan took me up to the encounter site because he thought he could trust me to not disclose the site, and he's, that's exactly what I wanted.
Oh, that's also new. So you've been to the site?
Yes. In fact, I'm probably the only other one other than Robert and Gary who have been to the site. And I went there, and I wanted to get a feel for where everything was relative to everything else. And what that allowed me to do is go back to the video and take a look at it, and then look for things where now I knew to look for them.
As a detective would do.
Right. And that's how I was able to find the Susie.
Well, you certainly are the first person I've ever talked to who's been to the site. I know there have been people up there looking for the site. Yes. In the Seattle area, and haven't found it, but you verify it's the same site that was in the photographs that are on the website?
Yeah, the marker tree that you see near the obelisk is pretty telling. If you see that, you have absolutely no doubt of what you're looking at. It is the exact same site. I'm certain of that.
Well, Dan, I really want to thank you for coming on the air tonight. I really do. And I'm sure that by now we've got the link up there.
Right.
And so everybody can go take a look. Thank you, Dan.
Can I mention one other thing?
Very quickly.
Real quickly. We're going to be in San Diego on May 6th, and we're going to be in Philadelphia on March 25th presenting, so I wanted to get that information out.
Is that on your website?
It is also on my website.
All right, so people can grab it there. All right, Dan, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good night. That's Dan Irea, Robert Wraith, and Dr. Jonathan Reed back in a moment, if we can get them back. It's a weird night, but then again, this is a program that deals in high weirdness all the time. I think I'm almost getting used to it. It's called Coast to Coast AM.
In today's economy, you need the latest business news, and you need it now. How is the NASDAQ performing? The New York Stock Exchange? With your future retirement depending on how your investments are doing, you need the latest information to make the right decisions. On News Talk 1230 WMFR, you'll get more business news than any other radio station. Each morning between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m., each day during the noon hour, and each afternoon from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., you'll hear 2 business reports each hour. At 24 past the hour, find out the latest information from ABC's Business Week report. And then at 10 minutes before each hour, you get another update from the CBS MarketWatch.com report. In addition, you can find out the latest business news and track your stocks on our website at WMFR.com. If you need business news, then you'll find it right here on News Talk 1230 WMFR and on WMFR.com. Got something around the house you want to get rid of? Think you're just cluttered with junk? You might find out that your junk is someone else's treasure. You can buy, sell, or trade on the WMFR flea market each Saturday morning from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Just call us each Saturday morning from 7 to 8 and tell Phil Canada what you want to get rid of or what you want to find. You can also fax us at 885-FAX, 885-FAXX. Clean out that garage and make some money. The flea market Saturday morning from 7 to 8 on News Talk 1230 WMFR.
Hello, I'm certified financial planner Peter Lamaralia from the Financial Group. Each Tuesday morning from 9 until 10 here on News Talk 1230 WMFR, I host Money Talk. Our show is your opportunity to have your questions answered about strategies to reduce tax liabilities, how to provide a comfortable and secure retirement. Don't deny yourself the information you need to make more out of your money. Money Talk, each Tuesday morning from 9 until 10 on News Talk 1230 WMFR.
News Talk 1230 WMFR is your source for March Madness on the radio. You'll hear a total of 25 games during the NCAA tournament, and you'll hear updates on the other 39 games of the tournament. Plus, WMFR will follow the Duke Blue Devils in their quest for the NCAA championship crown. Duke in the NCAA tournament is brought to you in part by ASB Graphics, Meredith Transport, Triad Collision Center, High Point Chevrolet, and O'Connor Blossom Shop. Check our website at WMFR.com for airtimes and the complete schedule. March Madness on News Talk 1230 WMFR.
Welcome to the age of information. It's an era of unlimited resources, but none so vital as the Wall Street Journal. Make it a part of your business day, now for 50% off the regular subscription rate. The Journal delivers what you need most today, from top news and online investing to tips on balancing your work and family life. So for just 37 cents a day, get free delivery for 8 weeks of the Wall Street Journal. This limited time offer is for new subscribers in the continental U.S. Call now, 800-535-7300. That's 800-535-7300.
Commercials are more believable if you get to know real customers. So on the line with me is Michael Weisbrod, a Geico auto insurance customer. Michael, tell us about the real you.
Well, I'm 5'11", 170 pounds. My turn-ons are sunsets, honest people, walks on the beach, puppies, and low-cost car insurance.
It doesn't get any more real than that. To join sensitive people like Michael, call 1-800-947-AUTO. You could save 15% or more. 1-800-947-AUTO. Geico Direct, the sensible alternative.
People don't get it. They don't understand that when they worry, it doesn't stop there. It's only the beginning. When you worry, it turns into tension, and that leads to feelings of irritability, and then anger, and that leads to lots of hurt feelings, and guilt, and overwhelm, and out of control emotion. Anxiety and the worry that it creates ruins careers, vacations, it destroys families, and even lives. Worry takes your peace away and robs you of living in the precious present moment. It's no way to live, certainly no way to raise children, and no way to have healthy relationships.
Inside that we need so much. The sight of the touch, or the scent of the sound, or the strength of an oak roots deep in the ground. The wonder of flowers to be covered and then to burst up through tarmac to the sun again, or to
Take a ride? Well, call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
It certainly is. Good morning, everybody. We have quite a program going. Dr. Jonathan Reed is back, thank God. Robert Wraith is here. Coming up in a moment, another independent investigator, Daniel McAvoy, is going to be here from the state of Delaware. And again, you'll learn more about what somebody else found out about all of this. I'm Art Bell, and the story continues to unwind on Coast to Coast AM. With the continued volatility in our stock market, investors continue to lose a lot of money with unstable positions. That said, the people at Lear Financial have just assembled their new Gold Diversification Guide, which outlines why America's top brokerage houses are now buying gold, what the short-term profit potential is, and which coins could double in value in the next 24 months. It's one of the most comprehensive investment guides currently available, and through my special offer, you can receive it absolutely free. Ask for it by name and say you heard it here on my show. They'll also include their new audio seminar, which describes how to safely double your savings and retirement account returns with gold. Normally, Lear charges $19 for the guide, but my special offer is free. Call now and request your copy of the Gold Diversification Guide from Lear Financial. 1-800-474-4259. Tell Mark Bell said there is no charge, no obligation. 1-800-474-4259. Well, there's little doubt CNN, it's all over CNN, that the spring is going to be very violent. The thunderstorms, tornadoes have been racing across the south. They're going to move further north. Our weather is deteriorating. There's no question about it. Some of the most frightening predictions have been about the impact of global storms, perhaps changing the surface of the earth, directly affecting you and your family. We have got a survival kit that beats them all. I'm telling you, this is absolutely the finest. Get a piece of paper and a pencil so you can write the number down. Everything that you would need for yourself and your family in an emergency. Over 100 delicious meals. Add water, that's it. Really good meals. A complete first aid kit.
SunStars, hand crank solar radio, a water purification system, emergency blankets, cook and heat stove, and so many items that I can't even detail them. I have one of these kits, and I'm telling you, it's downtown, folks. It's what you're going to need. If you need it, nothing else will do. How about that? All tightly sealed in a heavy canvas bag. To give you an idea how much is actually in there, there's over 30 pounds of supplies. The price, it's a bargain. $269 plus shipping and handling. Now that's actually 1/3 of what you'd pay if you bought each of these items separately. 1/3. Call 1-800-365-8301. That's 1-800-365-8301. I don't advertise things I don't have, and I have a kit myself, and I'm telling you, it's first class. Act now, and Kemco will give you an additional SunStar Solar Crank radio, AM/FM radio, free of charge. So protect yourself. Protect your loved ones. Be ready. This will do it with one easy buy. Call 1-800-365-8301. Kemco. It might save your life. Back now to my guests, and thank God we have Dr. Reed back. Doctor?
I'm here.
Oh, my goodness. You're on some sort of sat phone now?
Yeah, I'm on a SATCOM line.
A SATCOM line. What happened to us there, Doctor?
I don't have a clue. All I know is the line went dead, so I decided to pick up and move quickly.
Well, that's good for you. So you're actually not at the same location at all.
Well, not quite.
I don't blame you a bit. I just don't blame you. These lines are obviously available to be tapped, and anybody with any common sense would know they are tapped. All right, I'm going to try and bring up now Robert Wraith and a new guest, Daniel McAvoy. Gentlemen, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. Robert, I'm glad you're back. I'm glad everybody's safe. The doctor's at a new location on a sat phone, and we'll try and keep them that way. Daniel McAvoy, you're in the state of Delaware. Where are you?
I'm located in Bear, Delaware, actually.
Okay.
A little bit south of Wilmington, close to the Maryland border.
Daniel, what do you have to do with all this? How'd you get involved?
Well, actually, Art, I got involved a year ago at the Laughlin Conference. After hearing the story on your show, I was intrigued. I've had a lifelong interest in the paranormal and have spent many years investigating, reviewing, researching, and writing on cases of ufology. And I found this to be an extraordinary case, one that I really wanted to hear from the participants themselves and to see the evidence for myself.
All right, so you did, and you saw the video at Laughlin, I'm sure.
Yes, indeed I did with the others at the presentation.
All right, so where'd you go from there?
Then I had met both Robert and Dr. Reed and began to have discussions with them and to begin to get to know them on a friendly basis, hearing the story and trying to get to know them and to judge for myself the character of the evidence. And they were very cordial, very helpful, and I offered my services as an investigator to do a textbook investigation of the case because I felt it warranted that.
And so how did you do it, and what did you find?
Well, what we did was I spent many hours with Dr. Reed interviewing him personally, cross-examining aspects of the story, constantly questioning him in a variety of settings and times, and he's always been consistent and has always answered the questions forthrightly.
Well, I also noticed that. He's always been consistent in the way he's described it on this program. No doubt about that, and we've really pressed him pretty hard.
Yes. The next step was to try and interview people who could substantiate his background, and I was most interested in finding someone who could verify his educational credentials. And after hundreds of hours of getting to know Dr. Reed and Robert, they gave me the name of a professor who had taught Jonathan at UCLA. And in June of this year, I was able to conduct an interview at the professor's home. He, in fact, remembered Dr. Reed. We He remembers him in one of his classes. He was able to pull out a grade book that had Jonathan Reed's name in it. The grade he received in the class is a 3.0.
Really?
He remembered him as a student, as an engaging student, one who was really interested in the study of child psychology and development. He also asked me, because he had been approached prior to this with Jonathan and his attorney in 1997, to verify his records. What I ran into in trying to verify his credentials is that all of his written records have been expunged from everywhere. I know that he graduated from San Diego State. I know that he graduated from UCLA through interviews with this particular gentleman and several others.
Are you able to name this person?
Not at this time, Art. He's on in years. His wife has passed away, and at this point, he would prefer that
he doesn't want to be assaulted by the press.
Absolutely not, and that was one of the rules that we made in beginning the investigation, that I would respect the confidentiality of the people that I spoke to.
All right,
and would get their permission for transcript recordings before I would do anything, and not to reveal, because it's become a very dangerous situation.
Yes, I know. All right, so but you're independent. You have no connection to Dr. Reed nor Robert Wraith other than the beginning of this investigation?
Absolutely not.
You're not his nephew or relative or anything.
No, sir. Never met them, either of them, prior to the Laughlin.
Hold on. We got two people trying to talk at once here.
I'm sorry. And only met him at Laughlin was the first time that I had met both of them.
All right. So you have no vested interest in this beyond.
No, absolutely not. Just beyond that I found it one of the most astounding cases of a close encounter of the third, fourth, and fifth kind that I've seen.
No question about it.
With an extremely large body of evidence.
That's why I've spent so much time on it, too. So you verified his educational background, even though you can't give us the name of the professor, and I kind of don't blame you for that. But you swear to us that you did talk to him and you did verify the doctor's educational background.
Absolutely. And in addition to this particular professor, there were also 4 other professors, 5 co-students who went to the same universities, both San Diego State and UCLA, and several employees at the University of Washington Medical Center where he was employed. Now, all of these people were very nervous because there's a disturbing pall that exists at that institution regarding this case. As it turned out, he was termed persona non grata and moved out of his office surreptitiously, just like that, and the word was out that he's no longer to be talked about, and that was it. So locating these people became difficult, and then getting them to trust me not to release their information was, and I thank them all for that. It was a great leap of faith that they took, and I'm going to respect that.
Well, I respect it as well. I understand this is dangerous. And if what everybody says has happened, it's extremely dangerous in more ways than one.
Yes. In addition, I wanted to talk to a family member, and I felt that would be one way to verify that Jonathan Reed, in fact, did exist.
Sure.
And I learned that both of his parents had passed away and was given access to his closest living relatives, an aunt and uncle who live in the Seattle area.
Oh.
Very gracious and cordial people. Invited me to dinner at their home where there was countless mementos of Jonathan growing up. There were pictures of the dog. There were pictures of his graduation. There were pictures of him, in his life previous to this chance, bizarre encounter that happened.
All right.
I'm sorry.
All right. Well, then, listen, this is all really, really good. I understand why you can't reveal anything that you've learned and for what reasons other than what you're telling us right now. But what you could do is to sign a statement. You could go and get a notary, actually type up your statement and take it to a notary and get it signed. Are you comfortable enough with what you've learned to do that?
Absolutely. I'd do it tomorrow.
You would?
Or today. It's already almost dead.
I think that would be a good idea. I mean, in a case like this where everything is so dangerous and everybody's so on edge, I think a signed, notarized statement from you would help in the whole trail of evidence. Even though you can't name these people, you can tell your story on paper, sign it, notarize it, get it to somebody who'll put it up on a website.
I agree. I agree with you. And in addition to that, some of these interviews were tape recorded and transcribed. And I do retain copies of those.
Oh, you have transcriptions of the interviews?
They're in a safe location. I won't say that I have them here, no. They do exist, and they are in a safe location that I do have access to.
Art?
Yes.
Mr. McAvoy had the rare chance to interview the analysis team people in person. He met them, he talked with them, and I'd like him to say something about that.
Okay, these are the people that tested the blood and the tissue and all the rest of it?
Correct.
All right. Dan?
Yes. On about April 10th, during one of the conversations that I've had with Dr. Reed, I was given a list of 4 people who were directly involved with the ET tissue analysis. One was, of course, Harold Chacon, who had come on your show and did the preliminary work that Dan Irea had spoken about. The other one was Jonathan, and the other 2 were a Dr. Wessels and a Dr. Haggett, both renowned pathologists at the University of Washington. In addition to being given these names, I went out there and interviewed both of these folks in April of last year. Talked about what they were preparing to do, what we were looking to have them test for, giving some kind of time frame to all this. Then, as it had been previously mentioned, on June 28th, Dr. Roger Haggett was murdered in a murder-suicide in his office on the campus of the University of Washington.
There should be a record of that, of course.
And there is. It's in this. I have many press clippings from the school paper and the local papers on this. It was termed a murder-suicide, a co-worker kind of a dispute that he had with a research assistant. And then the office cleaned out, the computer is gone. The reports that were about to be released in September, which was our time frame, gone as well. Then on August 28th, 2 months to the day, the other professor, Dr. Wessels, was killed in the hiking accident. It reportedly happened in the same mountainous vicinity and area in Washington, D.C., where Dr. Reed's encounter had taken place. The thing that concerned me is, it concerned me a great deal that I had interviewed these people. They were not willing to go on tape record and transcript of the interviews. But I can assure you that, and assure everyone else that, they were spoken to, and it was an extremely disquieting feeling to get the word that both of them were now passed away.
Yeah, I hope people in the audience can begin to understand why everybody's scared to death of this story and scared to death of public exposure, because there have been too many deaths all around it. No question about it.
Yes, yes.
All right.
And that's what's made it extremely difficult to investigate. And I think that's part of the plan, is to cast a pall over people who will potentially report these experiences.
Daniel, what's your background?
I've spent about 15 years in ufology. I'm a member of MUFON. I'm associate with the Center for UFO Studies. I'm a member of Bud Hopkins Intruder Foundation. I've reviewed hundreds of cases in this field. I like cases of high strangeness, so that's where my interest is focused. Prior to that, I spent a number of years in the military as a paratrooper in an airborne reconnaissance unit.
Okay.
I'm qualified in Arctic warfare, jungle warfare, small arms, and small unit tactics. Participated in both real world and training missions and deployments. And that's basically...
All right. Well, that answers your ufology background, answers why you went to Laughlin and how you got entangled in all this in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
He also has witnessed and seen and documented the bullet wound through my shoulder.
Yes. We're not going to have time to tell that story this hour. We'll get it out next hour, because I really want to finish up with Daniel. Daniel, you've contributed a lot here. I think you're signing that statement and getting it notarized and getting it up on a website would be a really grand idea. And I hope you do that.
I will do that.
I hope you do it soon. And is there anything else you want to add?
Well, there are some other things that we found out that if we have time to talk about, one was an interesting anomaly about how they tracked Dr. Reed. We found a transponder implant located in one of his front teeth.
In one of his teeth?
In one of his teeth, in the front. During one of his abductions by the dark side.
Where is this now?
We've got it.
We have it.
You've got it?
Absolutely.
We have pictures of this device, and I was able through retired CIA connections and NSA connections to find out exactly what the device was and to get a fact sheet on this particular device.
Are we going to get some information on it?
Absolutely.
How?
It will be posted on the website, I'm sure probably as early as tomorrow.
Which website?
On the aliendestiny.com website.
All right, that's not Dan Iria's?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you obviously have become friends with Dan Iria.
Yes, we've worked closely because of trying to compile a casebook on this. His responsibility of photographic review of the evidence and some of his expertise as an engineer has come in quite handy in terms of the investigation.
All right, Dan, we're woefully short of time. I'm going to thank you for being here. And thank you for bringing all of this, and we'll look for the documents.
Absolutely.
All right, take care.
Thanks so much.
All right, hopefully we're doing the right thing here. Hold on, let me, as you can hear, it's beginning to sound a little weird, so let me hit hold and go back, and I think that'll clear it up. All right, Robert, are you there?
I am.
All right, good. And Jonathan, you still there?
Hello.
Dr. Reed?
I got it.
Okay, good. Gentlemen, before this hour is out, I'm saying I want to give you a chance to promo your book. You've got a book. Are you going to get the video out?
Well, the video is being shown all over the world. I have traveled to 14 countries and met privately with many, many groups showing this evidence and gaining some kind of support. It is going to be publicly shown starting in the next few months.
All right. As far as the book is concerned, it's called Link, an Extraterrestrial Odyssey. I'm going to make you guys promo it here. It's $25. How do people get it? If they want to read the whole story with all the details, how do they get the book?
Well, they can order it by phone at 1-800 905 8367.
8367. That's 1-800-905-8367. Is that a 24-hour number or what?
Yes, it is. And there's people there right now.
There's people there now. 1-800-905-8367. Read about it in detail for $25, or I presume probably off the website.
Right.
You can also write to the P.O. Box in care of Link at 1600 Seattle, Washington 98116.
Give that again because people are never ready for it.
P.O. Box 16007 Seattle, Washington 98116.
All right. And one more time around here with the phone number to order the book. It's 1-800-905-8367. Gentlemen, hold on. We'll do one more hour, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Art.
Stay right there. This is Coast to Coast AM. And there, I think we've got the majority of the story out. We'll try and allow some of you to ask questions, or we'll take questions by computer, one way or the other. We'll devote the final hour to questions. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.